Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Attack on Prime in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, Outside the Walls. When I was a young child, I lived in a walled ghetto called Liberio with my family. Many people like us were forced in these places because we were considered monsters. My childlike nature refused to accept it when my sister wanted to see a flying ship land. For her sake, I managed to slip past the guards and leave Liberio. Outside, we were met with glares and hatred, even though we were just children. We managed to make it to the landing pad of the ship. I was content to see my sister's ecstatic face, but we were caught by two public securities. I volunteered to take physical punishment for my sister. I was beaten, and my sister was taken away by one of the officers. The officer still remaining told me to stay with him and watch the ship land. When I got home later that day, my sister wasn't around. She was found in the river the next day. The officers met with my parents in our home. The one who took my sister said to them that he didn't know what happened to her after he left her at the gate. I knew this man from the Marley Public Security Authorities was lying. He was skipping out on his job and sleeping by the riverside. He could not have been busy. My mother was overwhelmed by sorrow, while my father demeaned himself in front of these men. When I saw my father and this man, I held so much hate for them that I began to feel dizzy. But even more than that, I cursed my own foolishness. That doesn't explain anything, Levi interrupted Optimus, causing the Prime to look at him. Why were they discriminated against? And what the hell's a Marley? Optimus grabbed another one of the books and opened it to the first page. Over 1,800 years ago, Emir Fritz, the progenitor of the Eldians, made a contract with the devil of all Earth and acquired the power of the Titans. Using the power of the Titans, Emir cultivated the wastelands, built the roads, and constructed the bridges, bringing abundance to the land and wealth to the Eldian people. Emir's power built the Eldian Empire, and when she died it was divided among the 9 Titans. The empire then brought ruin to the great and ancient nation of Marley and became the conqueror of the continent. Now possessing the power to become Titans, these subjects of Emir, the Eldian people, oppressed and subjugated other races for about the next 1,700 years, even conducting ethnic cleansing. The Eldian Empire had grown arrogant after 1,700 years, eventually allowing Marley to work from within and instigate a civil war, causing it to grow weak. Marley was also able to acquire 7 of the 9 Titans, winning the Great Titan War about 100 years ago and defeating Eldia. While Fritz, the 145th Eldian king, had inherited the founding Titan with its ability to rule and control all other Titans, he made the decision to renounce war, moving to the remote island of Paradise along with some other Eldians. There, he built 3 layers of walls and hid inside them. Meanwhile, the Eldians who held out and were left behind on the continent were segregated into internment zones, forced to live under Marley's tyrannical rule. Well, shit, Hanji spoke. So while we have wanted the Titans dead, there's an entire nation that despises us as well, Pixis declared. From what we know so far, it seems the entire world hates us for what our ancestors have done, Erwin said. Shall I continue? Optimus asked. Hanji nodded her head, allowing Optimus to continue reading from Grisha's early life. My father told me the history of our ancestors. For someone who lost his daughter, he looked content with belittling his ancestors and defending his masters like a dog. I told him that the officer knew something, that my sister and I didn't do anything wrong, but my father told me to be quiet. A simple rumor could get us all sent to Paradise, and forced into becoming Titans for all eternity. My father wanted me to remain quiet, and accept the reality that I was born into for the sake of my family that was still alive. Who was in the wrong? Was it me or the world? Maybe it was both. I was foolish and ignorant while the world was unfair and insane. I discovered my own path when I was 18, making plans to take over my father's clinic, until a patient came in and told me about the death of my sister. I worked with medicine, but I also bore a deep hatred for the Marley government. The underground anti-establishment group known as the Eldia Restorationists took note of these two and came to recruit me. When I learned the truth about what happened to my little sister, how she was practically torn apart by dogs, I made a vow to myself. I'd teach them who the true devils were, what our ancestors had done was right. If we wanted to set the world right once more, We had to bring Eldia back to power. Oh look Buckethead, it's you, Hanji remarked. In my youth I fought for the equality of Cybertronians, Megatron explained as he continued staring out the window. That ignorant fool wanted to put his people back into power once more and oppress his enemy. If he had gotten what he wanted, how long would it have taken for Marley to overthrow them once more? The cycle would continue and nothing would have been solved. But you would have so much to talk about, Hanji said in a fake, sweet voice. Optimus gave a disapproving look to Hanji while Megatron flipped her off without looking at her. Let's just get back to the story, Erwin said. Optimus quietly sighed before he continued. The informant led the restorationists from the shadows as the Owl. The Owl supplied us with weapons and funds, and gave us historical documents that Eldians in those days had forgotten about. It told us that Ymir used her powers to build bridges and cities, allowing Eldia to flourish. At least, that's what I interpreted. The Owl then sent us a descendant of the royal family, a woman named Dina Fritz. I decided to devote myself to wherever fate took me. She was from a branch in the royal family that refused to flee the island at the end of the Great Titan War and stayed on the continent. She was the only descendant left. Her family waited for the day that Eldia would rise again, hiding in the interment zone with her knowledge of the Titans. The information she brought us was nothing short of a path to victory. The issue was retrieving the power of the 145th king, who chose to hide behind the walls. Dina told us that the king refused to fight. Infighting between the houses of certain titans grew too much and often led to more conflicts. We vowed to take that power, no matter long it took and what was ahead of us. Dina and I married the next year and we were blessed with a baby boy. His name was Zeke. What? Hanji questioned. What's wrong? Why is that important? Mikasa asked. Berthold told us that was the name of the beast titan, Hanji explained. Are you sure that not a coincidence? Pixis asked. I wish it was, Optimus admitted, but if a person of royal blood has the ability to control other titans, would that also apply to a titan shifter that didn't have the powers of the founding titan? That would explain Connie's village, Hanji answered. The beast titan managed to turn and control the people there during the night. If a person of royal blood managed to do that, it's somewhat terrifying what they could do with the powers of the founding titan. Which raises the question, why did the descendants never chose to use the powers of the founding titan to fight back against Marley? Erwin said. Because the will of the king was forced onto them as well, Historia declared. They inherited the memories of the outside, but that also came with the will of the king as well, the refusal to fight. If the user chose to try and fight, the will was stronger, and it nearly drives the user mad. So this power is practically useless, Megatron proclaimed. I wouldn't say that, Hanji retorted. A human of royal blood is the only one able to access this power, and even when given to one of royal blood, they are overwhelmed by an ancestor's will, Megatron explained. None of the descendants have been strong enough to break this. It's better to have it in our possession than in the enemy, Erwin declared. That should buy us time to figure out how to use it. Optimus glanced over at Eren before he continued onward. One age to another, and people changed. Just as the world was growing rapidly, a turning point came for the Eldia restorationists. The Marley government proclaimed the king was going to attack the mainland and wipe out everyone. They stated that they enlist Eldian children between the ages of 5 and 7 to inherit the powers of the 7 titans in Marley's possession. If they succeeded, they and their families would become honorary Merlians. Back then, it didn't make sense for the king to attack. When the king left, he declared, if you ever try to interfere in our affairs, the tens of millions of titans that sleep inside the walls will surely flatten the earth. The Owl informed us that the reason Marley was going after Paradis was to increase their military might. The nations around them were advancing in technology, guaranteeing the titans' power would not be absolute. Paradis also had untouched minerals that could benefit any nation that could get their hands on it. However, the goals of Marley and the restorationists remained the same, to take back the founding titan without provoking the king. I decided to make my son, Zeke, a warrior so that he may infiltrate Paradis and take that power. We allowed him to pledge his loyalty to the enemy as a ruse to gain their trust. But in the end, I was still the same foolish child I was on that day. Around the time my son turned 7, He betrayed both me and my wife to the Marley government. The revivalists were all sent to heaven, where we would be doomed to wander around Paradise as mindless titans for all eternity. It was too late by the time I realized it. I should have realized it. It was the same thing that was done to me. I never treated Zeke as my son. I only saw him as a child of royal blood and savior of Eldia. So Zeke had every right to sell out his parents who foolishly put their child in danger, in exchange for the safety of his grandparents and himself. I was tortured for days as the Marley government demanded that I revealed who the owl was. Even though I told them I didn't know, they still tortured me and took me to heaven along with my comrades. One by one, I watched my comrades injected with Titan spinal fluid and pushed down walls before they were turned into Titans. During this time, I also remembered the commanding officer at this time. He was the one who murdered my sister, and he was the one who injected my wife and forced her to become a Titan. I called him out on it, told him that what he was doing was wrong. But he told me that it didn't matter what I believed, the people of the world wanted us gone because we were the only ones that could turn into monsters. He almost pushed me down to face another Titan, but another soldier pushed him down instead and saved my life. The man who did this was the same man who told me to watch the ship land. He was the owl, and he was also a Titan shifter. He attacked the Marley forces that took us to the island, and by the time they ran out of ammunition, the owl, now a Titan, crushed their steamed ships into dust, which he spread across the ocean. Soon he squeezed the soldiers dry and threw them into the ocean as well. He wiped out their existence and whatever trace of them being on the island. He revealed himself to be Aaron Kruger, a subject of Ymir that managed to falsify his information to the Marley government. He told me he wanted to restore Eldia, but in order to do so he had to play the part of Marley by cutting off fingers and turning Eldians of all ages into Titans. He even stated that he allowed Dina to be turned into a Titan, instead of being used to breed more descendants of royal blood. I was furious with him, but I listened to him. I listened to his story and his reason for choosing me. I didn't want to continue his mission then, but he told me he could no longer do it himself because of the curse of Ymir. Curse? Levi questioned. Optimus grabbed the book regarding the history of the Titans and flipped to the page regarding the curse. The curse of Ymir. Ymir Fritz died 13 years after receiving her powers. As a result, no one can exceed said power. So whoever becomes a Titan shifter, will die within 13 years. Aaron stopped looking down at his hands to see that all eyes at the table were on him. He even glanced over at Megatron to see even he was tense, but the ex-con didn't look his way. Aaron, Hanji began, when did you get your powers? 5 years ago, Aaron answered, when Wall Maria fell. That means you only have 8 years left to live, Pixis concluded. Mikasa quickly got up from her chair and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Optimus looked at the door in sorrow before turning his attention to Aaron. You're allowed to leave, Optimus told him. I'm going to stay, Aaron said. Megatron glanced over and noticed the heartbreak in the Prime's eyes that the others didn't see, but didn't say much to it as he looked back out the window. Is there any way to reverse this? Erwin asked. No, Optimus answered, it only continues to explain that if powers of the Titans haven't been inherited, then it will be transferred to an Eldian baby. The baby does not have to be related in any way to the previous holder. They are paths that transcend physical science and are connected to the founding Titan. Anything else in Grisha's early life? Levi asked. Optimus looked down at the first notebook. I didn't wish to continue fighting. I underestimated the price of freedom being too high, and I led everyone else to their deaths. I had nothing left except for my sins. However, Kruger told me he didn't choose me because of my hatred for Marley. He chose me because I went beyond the walls with my sister on that day. It was because I sought freedom. The deaths of the people around me were not going to be paid until I achieved that goal. If I wanted to save everyone, I needed to stand and fight. So I stood, and chose to fight, and I chose to accept the power of the Attack Titan. Optimus flipped to the next page to see that it was blank. That is all the information in his early life. So then, what will be our next move? Pixis asked. The meeting tomorrow morning, Historia declared, we can explain the information there and determine what we should do with it, and whether or not we should address it to the public. For now, the meeting is over. We should take the time to process the information. Eren watched as Optimus and Megatron deactivated their hollow forms before heading for the door and leaving the room before everyone else. He managed to reach a safe enough distance from everyone else in the castle before he sat down and began to cry. Erwin sat down at his desk in his office while Levi pulled up a chair and sat in front of him. Erwin sighed in irritation before reaching under his desk and pulling out a wine bottle and a glass cup. "What are you going to do?" Levi demanded. "I told myself that if I ever found the truth of the outside, that I would quietly celebrate by drinking an entire bottle of wine, and doing something stupid," Erwin explained. "Odd thing for you to do," Levi admitted. "I still haven't turned in my resignation form," Erwin said as he poured himself a glass, "so I'm considering this my I quit statement." "I'm guessing you're ecstatic to be proven right," Levi assumed. "Yes and no," Erwin admitted as he took a sip. "I'm content we discovered the information, but that just makes our situation more complicated. We're not going up against Titans now, we're fighting against our own kind. The entire world wants us gone. Do you really want to relinquish your command now?" Levi asked. "I figured out the truth of this world," Erwin answered as he drank some more wine. "That was the main reason I joined the Survey Corps. Now that I know the truth, I have no reason to continue being commander. I will help Hanji with reports and paperwork, but other than that, I'm making her the commander. Besides, continuing to be the commander would practically mean shitting on the graves of the people that died under me." "You're still a good commander," Levi retorted. "But not a good man," Erwin declared. "Do you really think any of us are good people anymore?" Levi asked. "You're a lot better than I am," Erwin stated. "I tried to kill you," Levi reminded. Erwin finished the wine in his cup before pouring himself another glass. "It was justified. And since the world is our enemy, we need Optimus and Megatron now more than ever. Nations, armies greater than our usual 100 core members. It's not the first time we've been outnumbered before," Levi reminded. "But the world is changing," Erwin declared, "and if we decide to release the information to the public, there's no going back. We're going to enter a new age." Levi sighed. "Titans might seem like a blessing in disguise soon." "They most likely will be," Erwin declared as he stared out the window and watched the sky turn into a mixed shade of orange and yellow. "Our form of normal is gone." Levi watched Erwin drink from his cup of wine. "By the way, I'm going to knock you out if you take your stupid stunt too far." "Permission granted," Erwin said. "Mind telling me what it will be?" Levi questioned. "I haven't decided," Erwin answered, making Levi even more concerned. "So what do you think was in the basement?" Sasha asked Armin as he, Jean and Connie were all walking to their room. "I'm not sure," Armin admitted, "I'm still not sure." "Let's hope it's something useful," Connie said, "like a weapon to kill the Titans." "What weapon would Grisha have in that basement?" Jean remarked. "It would have to be something Reiner and Berthold knew and didn't want us to know," Armin explained. "Grisha knew and he was a Titan shifter. Maybe it was something only known to Dash." All four of them stopped when they heard someone crying. They all followed the noise to the girls' dorm area and opened the door. All four of them were shocked to see Mikasa curled up in a ball at the end of her bed. She held her scarf close to her chest as tears streamed down her face. "Mikasa!" Armin exclaimed as he moved past the others and kneeled down next to her. "Mikasa, what happened?" "Eren," Mikasa stuttered as she tried to provide an explanation through her tears. "He's Dash." "Mikasa, take a deep breath," Armin instructed, "in and out, Kman." Mikasa struggled to take deep breaths as Sasha, Jean, and Connie looked at each other with worry. "Okay, now tell me what's wrong," Armin requested. "He's going to die in 8 years, Mikasa said. "The Titan power doesn't last forever, and Eren is going to die in 8 years. Armin was unable to process the information, making him as still as stone. Sasha then walked into the room and knelt down in front of Mikasa. "Hey," Sasha greeted with a soft smile, "Mikasa, how about we go to the dining hall and get something to eat? Maybe, having a full stomach might help you better process the situation." Mikasa looked Sasha with tears in her eyes and nodded her head. She allowed the hunter to help her to her feet and escort her out of the room with Jean and Connie. Armin awoke from his shock and bolted out the room towards Mikasa. "Where's Eren?" Armin demanded. Mikasa stared at Armin before looking down at the ground. I don't know. I dash. Mikasa wasn't able to finish as Armin ran off to go find Eren. Eren managed to force himself to travel to his room and shut the door behind them. He slumped down to the floor and leaned against the door. Eren then removed the key from around his neck and looked intently at it. He thought that getting to the basement would finally lead to an end to the Titan's reign, but now, he was left with more questions and a lack of satisfaction. Now, he didn't have that much time left to live. 8 years. Only 8 years left and he would turn to dust. He thought that he would make it out of this with all the time he needed to live out the rest of his life and travel with Mikasa and Armin and see the places they were denied. Now that dream was never going to happen. "Eren," Armin called out as he knocked on the door to his room. "Eren, are you in there?" Eren didn't want to, but he forced himself to stand up and open the door slightly to see Armin's worried face. "What do you want, Armin?" Eren demanded in a rather harsh tone. "Eren, what happened?" "Mikasa said you only have 8 years left to live," Armin said. "Is that true? Please tell me that isn't true." Eren stared at the floor. "It is. That's what my father left behind. Humanity's not extinct and Titan shifters are only allowed 13 years left to live. The entire world hates us, okay? Now just leave me alone." Armin felt like he was going to throw up as he tried to find out if Eren was lying. "But Eren, that can't be right." "It's true," Eren declared. "There's no hope. No freedom outside the wall. That dream is dead." "We can still find a way," Armin said. "We can find our freedom and dash." "Armin, that dream is dead." Eren shouted as he forced the door wide open to stare Armin in the eye. "Okay. It's gone. I was right, there's no point in trying. So stop trying." "Eren, you can't say that." Armin retorted. "We don't know the whole situation." "You don't." "I do." Eren declared. "They killed my father's sister because she just wanted to see a flying ship. They force people like us to turn into Titans. What good will anything do when there are others that look down on us like dirt?" Armin felt something lodged in his throat, and he looked like he was ready to cry. "Don't say that. Just go, Armin." Eren shouted before whispering, "Just go." Eren shut the door and leaned against it once more. He heard Armin's footsteps leave his room before a memory that wasn't his flashed through his head. He gasped in horror as he saw the mangled and bloodied body of a young girl in the grass. He let out a scream of anguish as a surge of emotions rushed through him, causing him to cry in agony. Megatron was leaning against the wall far away from the castle and trying to sleep but to no avail. He opened an optic to see Optimus still in his alt mode, not moving an inch. Optimus was not handling this news well. At all. Megatron knew that, since Optimus has remained in his alt mode ever since the meeting was over. The Prime was trying to process the information on his own, and when Megatron tried to speak with him about it, he merely drove away in response. He kept on prompting the Prime to talk, but that only resulted in Optimus honking his horn at him. Megatron was trying to be considerate and talk to Optimus about the scenario, but he was refusing. The ex-con was honestly feeling better, since he took his anger out on the Titan shifters. But Optimus has been on this world longer than he has and was just as in the dark as the humans were. If they did release the information to the rest of the walls, what would that exactly mean? Especially considering Historia's position among the people and how some have misgivings about her. And then there was Optimus' pet. Of course there was Historia's possible conjux Indira, but he had no clue as to which side she was on. According to her, the Titan shifter merely wanted to be with Historia, or at the very least see her one last time. But the pet, he chose to save him that night. Was it a wise choice considering his lifespan? He had less than a decade to live. The pet was an emotional mess when he stopped him, but how would all of this information affect his mind? The information was already causing heartache to the others. He knew it was hurting Optimus. The Prime got attached to the boy. Meanwhile, Mikasa was constantly keeping an eye on him because she felt like she failed him that night. He didn't know much of the other cadets or their attachment to Eren. And then there was Armin. Did he know? He wasn't in the room. Did the Ackerman tell him? Did anyone tell him? He had to find out. Megatron activated his hollow form before making his way into the castle, ignoring whether or not Optimus saw him. Connie continued to rub Mikasa's back while Jean and Sasha were cooking something for her, despite their initial bickering of what to give her in the beginning. But as they continued to cook, Mikasa explained everything to the three of them regarding what was in Grisha's basement and the outside world. And while all three of them were shocked by the information, they did their best to remain calm and comfort Mikasa. Even though all three of them were internally screaming. So do you know what they're going to do with the information? Connie asked Mikasa. I'm not sure, Mikasa admitted, I left the room before the meeting finished. I think they said they would discuss it with the other branches of military. Here you go Mikasa, Sasha said as she placed the food down and handed Mikasa a spoon, beef stew from yours truly with an omelette from Horseface. You're going to wake up late one morning and your rations for the day will be gone, Jean warned. Thank you, Mikasa said, both of you. You're welcome, Jean said as they sat down at the table. This is really good, Mikasa complimented as she began eating. Of course, Sasha smiled, we're really good at this. Well, me specifically. Pixis would beg to differ, Jean reminded with a smirk. That contest was bullshit, and he was drunk, Sasha retorted, I could smell the wine off of him from a mile away. Mikasa merely smiled to herself as she continued eating. So, Connie trailed off, do you want tea after this? Do you want to go sleep? I should probably wait to sleep, Mikasa admitted, this is a pretty big meal. If there's anything else we can help you with, let us know, Jean reassured as Sasha's eyes drifted to Megatron passing quickly by the room. Mikasa nodded her head as she continued eating. How's Eren handling this? Connie blurted out. Connie. Jean hissed. I don't know, Mikasa answered, we got into a fight regarding the key, and we haven't been really talking except when it came to the mission. Maybe, we should check up on him, Connie suggested, what if he does something dangerous again? I don't want to check up on him right now, Mikasa declared, I can't. We can check up on him for you, Jean suggested, we can make sure he doesn't do anything dangerous while you get some well-deserved sleep. I can't do that to you guys, Mikasa retorted. It looks like you really need it, Jean stated, please. Mikasa thought it over before taking another bite out of her meal. Okay. And if you need anything else, let us know, Connie said, earning a nod from the girl. You know, Buckethead just walked by, Sasha commented, should we say something? Sasha, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Jean demanded. Anything. Sasha declared. Anything is not going to help. Jean shouted. Megatron searched the entire castle for Armin, but wasn't able to find him. He passed by the other three cadets, but chose to ignore them as he heard them talking to Mikasa. He also passed by another room and could have sworn he heard the commander slurring his words while the dwarf listened in. He didn't bother with that and continued onward. The ex-con managed to find a small library in the castle with the lights on and the door slightly open. Megatron pushed the door all the way open and saw many books scattered across the floor and on the desk. He stepped over all of them with ease before seeing Armin sitting down with a notebook in hand. The cadet was writing something down from another book he found from the shelf. You should be sleeping, Megatron remarked to make his presence known. Can't, Armin said, I'm busy. Megatron wasn't sure if Armin realized he was talking to him or someone else, but he continued onward. I'm pretty sure this isn't healthy for you. This isn't the first time I've done this, Armin declared as he closed the notebook and stood up, leaving the book on the ground to go find another. You should be resting, Megatron advised as he followed Armin. I'll sleep when I'm done, Armin declared, it shouldn't be too long. Megatron saw Armin open his notebook once more and saw a page that said, Notes on Ocean. Megatron knew it was his dream to see it with Mikasa and Eren, so that meant shit. Armin knew about Eren's lifespan. Do the others know you're here? Megatron asked. No, Armin answered as he wrote some other information down, they're with Mikasa. Does Eren know? Megatron asked. The ex-con noticed Armin tensing at the mention of his friend, but didn't answer the question as he continued looking through the books on the shelf. "Does Eren know?" Megatron prompted once more. Armin merely shut the notebook in response and walked past Megatron to the desk. Megatron huffed and followed Armin. He noticed the boy flipping through some of the opened books on the desk and writing stuff down. Alert dash. "Megatron, I'm busy," Armin finally spoke up. "I just want to get as much information down. I don't want to talk about anything. If you want to talk about Optimus, for once, just try to talk to him." Megatron was baffled by the boy's response. He didn't expect a response like that from him at all. He was angry, he was grieving. He could see that, but how should he approach this? Armin was about to walk past Megatron, but the ex-con put a hand on his shoulder and pushed him forward. "You need to stop this," Megatron said. "I don't have to listen to you," Armin retorted. "You're not my commanding officer." "Well, I don't need to be a medic to know how unhealthy this is for you," Megatron countered. "Like you know anything about the human body," Armin shot back. Armin walked back to the desk and was about to open another book, but Megatron slammed his hand down on it to stop Armin. "You need to stop this," Megatron ordered. "I don't have to listen to you," Armin reminded. "I'm advising you dash." "As what?" "As a friend." Armin interrupted. "You already look down on us for being weak and pathetic. You only care about Optimus and your amends to him. I don't need you of all beings to look down on me, and belittle me, and make me feel worse than I already do right now." Megatron felt anger rise in his as he snatched the book from under Armin and threw it to the ground. "This foolishness of yours needs to dash." Armin didn't let the ex-con finish as he threw a book at his face. Megatron was clearly surprised by Armin's action, but that didn't stop the boy from throwing another book at him. "I hate you!" Armin shouted as Megatron shielded his face. "I hate you! I hate you! You bastard! You monster! Eren wants to die because of you. And all you care about are your selfish needs. Not how it affects everyone around you. I wish you'd just disappear." Armin threw the last of the books on the desk before slamming his hands on the table. "Just get out." Armin began panting from his outburst before realizing he lost his notebook. He wasn't sure if he threw it or not, so he began to look all over the desk. Megatron lowered his arms and saw Armin's panicked state as he looked all over the floor for the notebook. He should be angry with Armin, but the boy was right. His presence here caused many problems and concerns for this place. And he didn't care who got caught in the crossfire. He didn't care for the humans, but Armin and Mikasa were one of the few that made an effort to understand him. And how did he pay them back? By threatening to harm them, kill them, and caused a friend to nearly commit suicide. By the Allspark, he was a terrible being. Megatron took a step forward and noticed the notebook lying on the ground. He picked it up and walked over to the desk while Armin didn't notice him at all. The ex-con knelt down and handed the notebook to him. Armin stopped what he was doing and glared at him. He snatched the notebook from him and hid under the desk away from view. Megatron sighed as he sat down in front of the cabinet drawers. "Alert dash. Go away," Armin hissed. "I don't know much about your world," Megatron continued, "but I could tell you of a few things I might know." Armin didn't respond, allowing Megatron to continue onward. Flaming mountains might be one. The humans on Earth called it volcanoes. It spits out magma hot to touch and covers the landscape in red molten rock. Deserts are another one. It's a barren wasteland of sand and not much life can grow there. The sand might get everywhere as well. Canyons are deep gorges in the ground that may sometimes have water but not always. Megatron sighed to himself as he continued. Unfortunately, many of the other places I've seen on Earth are somewhat similar to the island. And other places I would recommend would be out of Earth's orbit. I should have been a little more knowledgeable of these places, but dash. Why are you still here? Armin demanded. Why are you trying to comfort me? Trying to be nice? You got what you wanted, right? So why should you care now? Megatron merely chuckled. I thought with your intellect, you would have figured it out right now. Get to the point, Armin demanded. Megatron thought it over before deciding to speak up. You, were the first that's been willing to listen to my side of the story and understand my struggles. And while you've been willing to understand, I've caused pain and heartache to you and your friends. So if you wish, take your anger out on me. Do whatever you wish. I suppose, I owe you this much. Megatron expected Armin to lash out at him again, but he was only met with heavy breathing. He looked under the desk and saw Armin trying to write stuff down in his notebook while tears were coming down his face. Megatron gently took the notebook and pencil from his hands and placed it on top of the desk, forcing Armin to crawl out from under it and try to reach it. Wait, Armin pleaded as he tried to grab it, I still need to pay Eren back. Megatron gently took his hand and removed it from the table. Please don't do this to yourself. But I still need to, Armin proclaimed as more tears fell. Megatron, please Armin was startled when Megatron put a hand on his shoulder. Armin, you're just a child, Megatron declared, you shouldn't be doing this to yourself. You're allowed to feel this way, and I won't judge you for it. I have no right to. Megatron watched Armin's face contorted into one of agony as he finally broke down and began sobbing. Megatron froze in place as Armin hugged the ex-con as a means of comforting himself. I don't want to lose him, Armin wept, I don't want to lose anyone anymore. He and Mikasa did everything for me. They saved my life, and I'm going to lose him. I don't want to. Megatron grimaced in anger at the boy's grief. He wasn't angry at the boy. He was angry at himself. There was nothing he could do to lift his worries. He couldn't tell him that everything would be alright. They were children losing a hopeless battle. He would be lying to him and that wouldn't help at all. The ex-con then raised his hand, hesitating for a moment at the idea, but he let his pride and fear go as he placed his hand on Armin's head. Megatron's anger turned into one of understanding as he pat the boy's head. Thank you for staying, Armin whimpered. Megatron didn't respond as he let Armin grieve. He owed him that much. Eren sat at the foot of his bed as the sun continued to rise. He didn't get that much sleep the previous night. He tried, but having access to the truth unlocked a floodgate of memories from his father that haunted him. He only got 2 hours of sleep before staying up the rest of the night. Eren forced himself to stand up and change out of his clothes into his uniform. There was going to be a meeting regarding the information, and he needed to be there. Regardless of if he wanted to. Eren finished changing and opened the door to leave his room, but was surprised when he saw Jean leaning against the wall. Hey, Eren greeted. Hey, Jean greeted. What are you doing here? Eren asked. Mikasa needs rest, so I've decided to be your babysitter, Jean answered. Like I need you of all people to babysit me, Eren grumbled. I took turns with Connie and Sasha, Jean added, I'd hate to stay up the entire night to watch you. Eren drawled out. Well, hurry up, Jean said as he walked down the hall, we have a meeting. Optimus merely stood by the door as he watched the meeting unfold. He saw Historia sitting next to Darius Zackly and someone else whilst the others branches of military were seated all around. Erwin was the only one absent because of his outburst today, specifically directed at him. Levi knocked him out and locked him in a room to prevent further damage. Meanwhile Megatron witnessed the entire situation and laughed at the entire scenario. Hanji decided to take his place in the meeting to convey the material. The Prime then thought about the information presented regarding the outside. The world became more complicated. Titans were no longer the enemy. Humans were. And even though he and Megatron didn't consume humans, they would be labeled as the enemy because they were considered Titans. They also sided with the humans that they despised so much. But was this even a winnable situation? The world wants them gone. Wiped off the face of the earth. Once they got their hands on Eren, what would stop the Marley Empire from wiping out the island and the Eldians in the internment zones? Optimus would try to advocate for a peaceful solution, but in this scenario it seemed impossible. Now he would have to fight the very species he swore to protect. The question was, could he really go against his moral code? Optimus jolted as Eren shot up to his feet, almost as if he came to a sudden conclusion. When asked about it however, Eren merely sat down and looked scared. He then noticed that all the other Survey Corps members looked tired from hearing the information. Optimus Prime, Zachary spoke as he turned his attention to him. It was mentioned that one of the Titan shifters has your life force in her veins. Do you have any idea of what that could mean? In all honesty, I do not know, Optimus admitted. Organic life usually has a negative reaction when exposed to energon. The fact that Annie Leonhardt is still alive with the substance in her systems already worries me. And the possible enhancement she may have gained may prove to be dangerous. Despite Megatron beating the female Titan in combat, she still managed to cause damage to his form. Hanji continued, if Marley does manage to replicate this power, it would be extremely dangerous for the island. The only other possible person that might know the secret to this would be Kenny Ackerman. But it seems he's been withdrawing information. But what do we do about the information about the outside? A soldier asked, if we release this information to the public, it would cause chaos. Do you truly believe withholding the information would be wise to do? Pixis asked, that would be committing the same act King Fritz did a century ago. There are others who still have misgivings about Historia, another soldier retorted, this may give more people a reason to go against her. But we told the public we would retrieve the information, Pixis countered, they are demanding an answer. We must release this information, Optimus declared, earning everyone's attention. Do you really believe we should? Zachary asked, there are some issues with releasing the notebooks that we should take into consideration. I understand, Optimus agreed, but that information may not matter at the end of the day. Keeping the public in a state of ignorance will not prevent the enemy from coming onto the shore and killing everyone here. It will only leave the island more unprepared for the future. Marley and the rest of the world want us gone. We must be prepared for that day in order to preserve our future. United we shall stand, but divided we will fall. There was silence in the room before Historia spoke. We will release the information. Optimus is right. We must be united against this threat. King Fritz stole the memories of the people a century ago. We are merely returning them. Megatron stood on top of the wall and watched the sunset. He noticed humans looking up at him in fear and awe, but he didn't pay any mind to it. Megatron! Hanji shouted as she used her 3D gear to reach the top of the wall, can you do me a favor? Megatron sighed in irritation as he sat on the wall, mindful of where Hanji was. He glanced down at her before begrudgingly offering his servo. Hanji contained her excitement as she jumped into his servo before he lifted her up to his face. What is it? Megatron demanded. We were wondering if you could check something out really quickly, Hanji began as she flipped through one of Grisha's notebooks. According to Grisha, just south of the island, there's a port where the Marley drop off the Eldians and force them to become Titans. I also asked Amir and she stated that it was the case. I was wondering if you could check it out and report back to Optimus once you get there. And I already told him about the situation, so you should be good to go. If you're willing. Where are you even keeping the other shifter? Megatron questioned with curiosity. We didn't place her in a holding cell because she isn't really trying to escape, Hanji explained, she says she doesn't want to fight you. Understandable, Megatron said before placing Hanji down on the wall and stood up. Thank you so much for doing this, Hanji said. Megatron merely grunted in response as he transformed and flew south. Aaron, may we talk? Optimus asked as he approached the Titan shifter in the hallway with his hollow form on. Aaron didn't say a word as the Titan kneeled down in front of him. He was just trying to get to his room without incident. He didn't want to talk to Optimus right now. The Titan shifter hesitantly forced himself to look Optimus in the eye. I just wanted to know if you are alright, Optimus explained. I understand what we have learned may be difficult to digest, but I just wanted to know how you were feeling about it. Aaron sighed to himself as he tried not to snap at the Prime. He was only trying to help. Angry, confused, a little upset. And you have every right to be, Optimus reassured as he placed a hand on his shoulder, but rest assured, we will find a solution to this madness. Will we? Aaron questioned, this just seems like an impossible situation. I understand, Optimus said, but we should not give up hope just yet. We will find a way to end this curse and dash. Stop, Aaron interrupted, please, just stop. Aaron. Optimus questioned. Aaron merely shook his head. Remember that promise you made to me? When you said you would come with me, Mikasa, and Armin to see the world. I want you to forget all about it, and forget all about me. This is in the one's hots. All of them are on Wattpad. Why would you say that? Optimus asked. Because I'm a dead man walking, okay. Eren exclaimed as he pushed Optimus' hand off of his shoulder, I only have 8 years left to live. Meanwhile you have another 4 million. And even if my lifespan wasn't shortened, us humans are only lucky enough to reach a century. I'm just going to turn to dust while you continue to live on. Eren hung his head as he took a step back. Just forget about me? Optimus watched in heartbreak as Eren ran away from him. The Prime was about to give chase, but his COMM link turned on. Optimus, I've reached port, the med scientist mentioned, Megatron informed. Optimus didn't respond immediately, afraid whatever might come out of his mouth would be a broken sound of agony. Optimus, I need you to respond, Megatron said. Optimus. The Prime took a deep breath to calm his nerves and spoke. I read you. I'm facing the wall right now the humans used to separate themselves from the Titans they drop here on the island, Megatron explained, the other side is the ocean. I saw it before I landed in front of the wall. I'll come back to you right dash. Destroy it, Optimus ordered. Excuse you? Megatron questioned. Destroy the wall, Optimus repeated, almost letting his emotions take over, destroy the port if you must. Make sure that Marley is unable to land a ship on these shores and use it to turn humans into Titans. Annie, Berthold, and Reiner stood in shame in front of their commanding officer as they were riding a metal ship back to Marley with other members of the Marley military. The three immediately took to the port, using Annie in her Titan form. Thankfully the ship didn't dock later into the night and arrived at sunset. It just made it easier to leave the island as soon as possible. They made sure to take the broken thorn of the Flying Titan with them as proof, but that didn't stop them from getting chewed out by Commander Magath. They had forgotten the dirty looks and slurs they heard because they've on the island for so long, but now it was only worse, since they failed their mission of retaking the Founding Titan. The crew looked at the three of them with so much hatred. 5 years, Commander Magath began, you've been on this island for 5 years, and have yielded no results. Not only did you fail to retake the Founding Titan, but you have also managed to lose the Jaws Titan in the process. But Sir Dash. I will not hear an excuse, warrior. Magath shouted at Reiner, the only thing you've managed to bring back was an unidentifiable mineral. A hunk of metal. This practically means nothing, especially if this is a resource that is only found on Paradise. We failed our mission, Annie accepted, but we weren't prepared for what was on that island. They have Titans that come from beyond the stars. They stopped Berthold's healing factor. Titans from the stars. A Marleyan soldier said, causing the others to laugh at the absurdity of the idea. You have no say in the matter, Magath declared, making excuse after excuse will not save you. Neither will bringing that. The three saw Magath point to the piece that Annie managed to chop off. They noticed the other soldiers keeping their distance from the metal, since they were unfamiliar with the mineral. So unless you three can provide solid evidence of this Titan's existence, I will revoke your Titan abilities and hand them over to the next batch of warriors. Magath threatened. Commander Magath. A soldier cried out. What is it? Magath demanded as he walked to the man. The wall dash. The soldier exclaimed as he pointed to the wall. Magath watched the wall on the port begin to shake, as cracks began to form. The commander watched in horror as a fist punched a clean hole in the wall. When the being retracted his fist, the whole wall came crashing down. Magath and other soldiers watched as a Grey Titan stood up fully and stepped over the wreckage it caused. Magath noticed the intricate features on the Titan, the spikes, the rusted ends, the purple markings, the haunting red eyes, and the missing thorn on his left shoulder. The one that was on their ship right now. What kind of Titan is that? A soldier asked. The crew heard a scream behind them and turned to see their Titan warriors panicking in fear. Berthold clutched his damaged hand and looked ready to vomit. Reiner clutched his chest and his throat, almost as if there was a wound there. Annie was the most terrified out of the three. The mostly reserved girl was outright sobbing as she covered her mouth to prevent anything else from coming out. She collapsed on the floor and curled in on herself, almost as if she was trying to disappear. Magath looked back at the Titan, and saw that it was looking at their ship with a calculating stare. Magath gasped as the Titan removed something from his waist and did something that caused the object to shift into a full-length sword. "What the hell?" one of them shouted. "Commander, your orders." A soldier next to him said. "Don't." Reiner shouted as he grabbed Magath by the arm and got down on his knees. "Please don't. He'll kill us. If we attack it, he'll see it as an excuse to kill us." Magath was about to tell the Eldian to let him go, but saw that Reiner was beginning to cry as well. He pulled his hand away and turned back to the Titan and noticed that he was still staring back at them, unmoving. What was it doing? Why was it just standing there? Everyone watched the Titan raise its blade into the air, before swinging it into the water. The crew watched in horror as the blade destroyed 2 of the docks. The Titan personally stepped and crushed the 3rd one, not caring if it got its foot in the water. The Titan then threw his blade into the left side of the undamaged wall, piercing it and causing it to crumble in response. The Titan then used his claws to bring down the other side of the wall. The crew watched as chunks of debris fell into the sea while the Titan stomped on what remained. The Titan then raised its fists into the air and slammed them down hard onto the port floor. Cracks formed as the port floor shattered under its action. Pieces of the port floor fell into the water, and said water rippled in response. Magath could have sworn he felt the attack, even though the ship was a good distance away from the Titan. "The Titan is sentient?" a soldier asked in shock. "The devils have a sentient Titan." "That thing looks like a devil," another one commented. "Is that the devil of all Earth?" a third questioned in horror. Magath watched as the Titan picked up his sword and caused it to transform back to its original state. He then looked out to their ship once more, and Magath could have sworn he saw the Titan smirk at them. Magath could only watch as the Titan mockingly bowed in front of them. He was taunting them. He knew he had an audience, and he taunted them. The Titan turned its back on them, and before Magath could bark out an order to attack it, the Titan jumped into the air, shifted its entire body into a strange object, and flew north towards the wall at high speeds. What the hell? The island devils grew in numbers. What do we do? A sentient Titan just flew. Was that an Eldian? They must have created the Titan. That has to be an Eldian. Quiet! Magath shouted, causing the entire crew to shut up. The commander walked over to Reiner and grabbed him by the shirt. "You will explain exactly who that Titan is," Magath ordered, "if you want to live for however many years you have left." Later that night, Optimus closed his optics and tried to rest in his bipedal mode, leaning against Wall Sina to support his back. He opened his tired optics to see Megatron walking up to him and handing him a piece of energon. "I do not need it," Optimus said. "Sweet yourself," Megatron responded, leaning against the wall and taking a bite out of the shard. "Chewing energon is more strenuous than it needs to be." "Megatron, all I want is some rest," Optimus immediately proclaimed. "I doubt that you're tired," Megatron proclaimed. "I am," Optimus retorted. Megatron merely hummed in response. "I bet you were satisfied that I destroyed that port." Optimus glared at Megatron and quickly stood up. "Do not say such ridiculous statements." "Ridiculous? Do you honestly believe I didn't notice your distress over the COMM link?" Megatron rhetorically asked, placing his servos on his servos. "You're upset, and are having trouble analyzing the situation about human not being extinct." "I have already accepted that," Optimus declared. "I know you're also upset about your pet," Megatron added. "He is not a pet," Optimus warned, "he is a child." "He's also a fool," Megatron declared. The ex-con didn't flinch as Optimus aimed his gun at his face. "Choose your next words carefully," Optimus warned. "I am not going to take them back," Megatron proclaimed. "You are too attached to this boy. You are too attached to humans. He would have been lucky if he reached a century before he died, even if he didn't have that curse over his head. You knew the consequences, so why are you still upset?" Optimus closed his optics and sighed, lowering his gun and transforming it back into his servo. "That is not the issue. I am fully aware of the human lifespan and how it pales in comparison to ours. I knew that when I stayed on Earth and I became stranded on this world. I am fully ready to accept that. That does not make it right. Optimus turned away from Megatron to prevent the ex-con from seeing his face. That does not make it right, that a father would put such a burden on his child, and take away the rest of his life. Megatron's claws twitched as he moved his servo to rest them on the Prime's shoulder, but he hesitated as he was mere inches from him. Please, Megatron, Optimus pleaded, just let me rest. Megatron watched as Optimus transformed into his alt mode and drove away from him. The ex-con clenched his fists and realized that the boy must have said something. Optimus wouldn't be like this if his pet didn't say anything. First Mikasa, then Armin, and now Optimus. He shouldn't care about any of them, but slag it, he does. And now, he was going to make sure to kill that brat. Aaron sat down on one of the crates in the supply room away from everyone else. He went to his room after running away from Optimus, and when he wanted to leave later, he managed to get the slip on whoever was at the front door. Connie was guarding it, but he was also sleeping. He hated everything, and he just wanted to disappear. There was no end to his nightmare. Aaron stiffened when he heard the door to the supply room open. He glanced up to see Megatron's hollow form, seemingly tired for wear, looking at the Titan shifter with such hatred it would have made the military police shit their pants. I am going to rip off your head, Megatron threatened. Then maybe you should have let me die that night, Aaron shot back. Aaron jolted as the ex-con slammed the door shut and stomped towards him. You better choose your next words carefully, Megatron warned, where's your weapon? Aaron stared up at the ex-con with an innocent look on his face. What weapon? Megatron growled and grabbed Aaron's leg, causing the boy to nearly lose his balance on the crate. What the hell are you doing, you dash? Aaron nearly cursed as Megatron lifted his pant leg to reveal a knife in his shoe that he managed to grab from the kitchen. Megatron pulled on Aaron's leg, causing him to fall to the floor. He then took the knife and snapped it in two before throwing the blade into the wall. Aaron clutched his head in pain from the impact. He then felt the air in his lungs forced out of his as Megatron stepped on his chest. The former warlord kneeled down to look the child directly in the eye. I did not save your life just so you can throw it away and cause others misery, Megatron proclaimed. No, Aaron retorted, you did it so you could get on Optimus' good side. Megatron let his anger take over and began to choke Aaron. Maybe you were right. Maybe I should have let that bullet pierce your skull. Megatron stopped when he noticed Aaron's small smile of contentment, despite the fact he was trying to kill him. Unless, Aaron wanted Megatron to kill him. The ex-con took a deep breath to calm his nerves and removed his hand from Aaron's throat and took his foot off of Aaron's chest. Megatron noticed as Aaron rubbed his throat, that he was looking up at the ex-con in disappointment. Not anger. You're more pathetic than I thought, Megatron remarked. And you're more childish than I thought, Aaron shot back. Megatron gritted his teeth. He knew Aaron was trying to anger him enough to kill him, but he knew he shouldn't give in. No matter how tempting it was. I'm not going to deal with this, Megatron declared as he walked away from Aaron, I'm getting your comrades. Wait. Please don't. Aaron begged as he shot up. You want me to kill you, Megatron stated, I am not dealing with that nonsense because I already hate you. I would rather get someone who can deal with your self-loathing. You don't understand. I can't put them through that. Aaron declared. Megatron stopped in his tracks and looked back at Aaron. Explain. Aaron trailed off, you already know how worthless I am. And now I only have 8 years left to live. The promises I've made with Mikasa and Armin. The dreams about seeing the ocean and all the other places in the world, it's all pointless. I'm just going to hurt them when I die. Aaron fell to his knees and curled in on himself. Just please, let me die alone. It's better for everyone. Megatron watched with an unreadable expression at the boy's pathetic actions. He couldn't deal with this. He wasn't right to deal with this. But, the others were in too much distress to try. Mikasa's sorrow, Armin's anguish, Optimus' silence. If Aaron was truly blind to see the sorrow he was causing by distancing himself, then he really was a fool. The problem was, getting Aaron to see that. He needed to reignite his will to live. I hate you to no end, Megatron declared. Before Aaron could respond, Megatron grabbed Aaron's arm, pulled him to his feet before dragging him out of the stable. Aaron should have fought back. He should have said something, but maybe Megatron might finally end his life. Optimus, I'm resting outside the wall. I need time to myself. Megatron reported to Optimus before pushing Aaron forward and deactivating his hollow form. Aaron stumbled forward and noticed gray feet in front of him before he was picked up by the X-Con. Aaron closed his eyes as Megatron transformed into his jet mode with Aaron in the cockpit. Aaron opened his eyes and gripped whatever he could as Megatron flew north. Where are you taking me? Aaron demanded. Somewhere, Megatron merely answered. Are you going to kill me? I'm not granting you that wish. No matter how many times you anger me. Aaron gasped as Megatron transformed into his bipedal mode and held him in his hand before dropping him. Aaron expected to hit the ground, but gasped when he fell into water. Aaron choked on the water as he managed to sit up and realized the water tasted like salt. Aaron stood up with his soaking, wet clothes as the full moon revealed that he was at the ocean. Aaron questioned in shock as Megatron sat down. Why would you bring me here? You humans have never been outside of these walls, Megatron answered as he crossed his legs. Aaron stomped out of the water and trudged through the heavy sand before angrily throwing off his shoes. You bastard! Aaron yelled, I was supposed to see this with Armin and Mikasa. Really? Because I thought you wanted them to forget all about you, Megatron shot back. Aaron growled as he walked away from the ocean, but was stopped when Megatron grabbed him by his shirt and threw him forward into the sand. Aaron grunted in disgust as he began to spit out sand from his mouth. Where do you think you're going? Megatron demanded. Back to the wall, Aaron answered as he stood up. No you're not, Megatron declared. And what exactly are you going to do about it? Aaron challenged. Aaron jolted as Megatron's claws sunk into the sand, mere inches away from his face. Aaron looked up at the X-Con who was clearly unamused by Aaron's antics. Sit, Megatron ordered. Aaron grumbled in response as he sat down on the sand. Why'd you bring me here? Because leaving you by yourself is more destructive for you, Megatron explained, and for some reason, leaving you with someone else hurts them. Like you would care, you monster, Aaron hissed at him. There's an entire continent that would say the same thing to you, Megatron countered, villain, monster, titan, filth. Every name you call me, they call you out there. Congratulations, brat, you're the bad guy in this story. You think I don't know that? Aaron shot back, I've been seeing memories from my father. I know exactly what's been going on. Yet you look at the world with a narrow mind, which is why you're having such a difficult time accepting the reality in front of you, Megatron declared. You still look at me with contempt and hatred because of what you have heard. You never questioned how it came to be. You still refuse to understand the other side of the story. I bet you don't even understand us humans, Aaron proclaimed. I've been walking among you for the past month and observing how you behave, Megatron retorted. Oh yeah? And what conclusion could you have possibly come up with for us? Aaron demanded. Megatron didn't respond, making Aaron believe he won the conversation. There was no way Megatron saw something good in humanity. I see, Megatron began, a race with courage that could rival that of a Cybertronian. Despite your species' shortcomings. Aaron turned to look at Megatron's stoic face as he stared out into the sea. For some reason, he could tell he wasn't lying. Even if that shortcoming is my lifespan. Aaron questioned as he turned away from him. You still have time, Megatron said. 8 years is not a lot of time, Aaron retorted, not compared to 4 million years. Megatron chuckled at his response. And yet, I have wasted my time. Aaron glanced back to see the X-Con took a handful of sand and brought it to his face. 4 million years of energon spilled in endless fighting. A fight that lasted so long, we had forgotten what the purpose was. We had forgotten what peace even looked like, or felt like. And when I look back on my life, I realized I have tarnished my name. Aaron watched as Megatron opened his hand to let the sand blow into the wind. And wasted my time. But, you're still alive, Aaron retorted. With a damaged spark in a world that would want me executed the moment I step foot on the planet once more, Megatron retorted, It doesn't matter if you have all the time in the universe, boy. It matters what you choose to do, and who you choose to be. But what's the point? Eren questioned, all the suffering, all the madness. It's just too much to deal with. I never said it would be easy, Megatron reminded, reality is never that easy. And ending your life may seem like the easy way out, but it is not. Have you thought about that? Eren asked. Megatron sighed as he rested his arm on his knee. Before I arrived here, I was alone. No comrades, no enemies, or friends. I thought about doing so. Why didn't you? Eren asked. Because it was the coward's way out, Megatron answered, throwing my life away wouldn't have solved anything for me. So I continued to move forward, regardless of what I was feeling. But, didn't you lose everything? Eren retorted, so why dash? Maybe because it was a duty to correct my wrongdoings, Megatron answered, maybe it's because I still have a will to live. I just know that if I ended my life then, I wouldn't have found Optimus here. I continued onward, and I suppose, I found a will to live. Eren didn't say a word as he looked back at the ocean. It was so strange to see Megatron act like this. It was strange to see him be honest and truthful. He continued to move forward despite having nothing, so then, why shouldn't he? Eren was so caught up with his thoughts and fatigue he didn't realize he fell asleep. Eren jolted awake when he felt something sharp poke his back. He wiped the sand off of his face and looked up to see Megatron standing up. It's morning, Megatron stated, I need to take you back before someone realizes you're gone. Eren stood up and was about to put on his shoes, but stopped when he noticed the sun rising over the sea. The water glistened with a bright light as he heard the waves rushing into the shore. He didn't notice this, when Megatron brought him here, but now that he saw it, the sight before him was beautiful. Wait, Eren said, can I do something really quick? Megatron thought it over. You have a minute. Eren dropped his shoes back into the sand and rolled up his pant legs to prevent them from getting wet before walking towards the ocean. The Titan shifter hesitated for a moment, but decided to place his feet in the water. The sand was muddy under his feet, and the water was nice and cold. He watched as the water receded back into the ocean before rising up once more from the small waves. It's beautiful, Eren spoke as he looked out towards the horizon. I suppose, Megatron said. I always thought that beyond these waters was freedom, Eren continued, but now I know that there is an enemy out there. The entire world that wants us gone. Megatron, can you tell me, is there any possible way to achieve freedom? If we defeat the enemy, will we finally be free? Megatron didn't respond as he thought about his answer. I do believe so. But it will be a long and difficult task, with much sacrifice and loss. If you are willing to continue onward despite what lies ahead. Megatron remembered the sun rising on a reborn Cybertron before he left his planet. You will finally be free. Where's Eren? Armin and Mikasa demanded at Connie, Sasha, and Jean outside of the castle in Wall Sina. We don't know, because Connie was sleeping on the job. Jean shouted. I got tired, Connie retorted. You should have called one of us. Jean proclaimed. Damn it, we got to go looking for him. Sasha exclaimed. You better hope you find him or one of your heads is going to end up on my sword, Mikasa threatened. Armin gasped as he saw Eren walking up to them with his shoes in hand, his pant legs rolled up, and dirt all over his body. Eren! Armin exclaimed as he ran to him, prompting the others to follow. Eren was about to wave hello, but he grunted as Armin and Mikasa tackled him to the floor. Guys, wait, let me breathe, Eren requested as he sat up. Eren, where have you been? Mikasa demanded. We've been worried sick. Armin exclaimed. Guys, wait. Eren shouted, getting them both to be quiet. I am sorry. I'm so sorry for the way I've been acting. And I know I'm a mess and I know I only have 8 years left but dash. Eren that dash. Please, Eren interrupted, let me just dash, I still am a mess, and I still need time. But, I would really like to see the ocean with you guys. His two friends could only stare at Eren before the tears began to fall. Armin and Mikasa hugged Eren and the Titan shifter willingly hugged them back with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Optimus watched from a distance as Eren got to his feet to greet his other comrades. Optimus stilled as he felt a servo on his shoulder and turned to see Megatron standing behind him. "Megatron, did you dash?" "I did what I could," Megatron said as he awkwardly patted his shoulder before removing it. Optimus gave a small smile before looking up towards the sky. "The information regarding the outside has been released to the public. Which means there's no going back," Megatron concluded as he looked up towards the sky as well. "This is the beginning." Optimus silently agreed with Megatron. This was definitely the beginning of a new age. And now, there was no going back. Chapter 27, Next to Miova. Ymir slowly opened her eyes as she found herself staring up at a beige ceiling. She was about to panic, but then remembered what happened over the last few days. She was with Reiner, Bertholdt, and Annie. Then the Flying Titan came and fought them all in one. He took her, and then, Historia punched her and said that she hated her. Ymir buried her face in her pillow and tried not to think about it. She did hurt Historia, and she did have the option to flee. She had no obligation to save Reiner, yet she did. But what was done is done, there was nothing she could do about it now. She lifted her head when she heard muffled talk from outside of her room. She got up from her bed and walked over to the door to listen to what was going on. "I don't understand," she heard Connie speak, "why can't we see her?" "The Survey Corps cannot fully trust her," another person answered. "Even though the Flying Titan brought her back, she still went with the enemy." "We can still try to find out if it was all a misunderstanding," Sasha reasoned. "We don't even know if we can trust her," the other person retorted. Ymir sighed to herself as she walked away from the door, not wanting to hear any more. "I'm sorry, but no one is allowed in until we can be certain," Nifa declared as she crossed her arms at the front of Ymir's door. "But dash." "Fine," Jean cut in as he grabbed Sasha and Connie, "we'll go." Sasha and Connie grumbled in response as Jean pulled them away from Nifa. Connie gritted to his teeth as he shoved Jean's arm off his shoulder. "Damn it, Jean," Connie hissed, "I needed answers." "We won't get answers if we just stand by her door," Jean retorted. "Jean, she knew what happened to my mom and dad," Connie retorted. "She knew about the powers of the Titans. Which begs the question of why would she keep it from us?" Sasha questioned. "'Cause all she cares about is her damn self," Connie shouted, "and Reiner and Bertholdt are no different." Connie quickly shut his mouth while Jean and Sasha looked down at the floor. "We never did find out if they truly cared for us," Sasha remarked. "That doesn't matter," Jean declared, "the three of them tried to kill us all. We all slept peacefully together under the same roof. They slept peacefully, knowing exactly what they did to us. They thought that we were devils out to destroy the world," Sasha retorted. "But we weren't," Connie retorted. "We didn't even know that humanity wasn't extinct." "That doesn't change the fact the three of those traitors want us dead," Jean declared. "They never cared for us, so we shouldn't care for them. Just makes it easier for us when we have to kill them." Connie decided to stare at his feet while Sasha clenched her hand over her stomach, suddenly feeling the urge to throw up. "Let's just go," Jean said. "It doesn't matter if Ymir is on our side. All that matters is the enemy has one less weapon to use against us." Hanji wrote on the chalkboard of the makeshift classroom with Levi, Eren, Pixis, and Historia sitting in the front. Optimus remained a few desks behind the others while Megatron stood by the door. "All right, lady and gentlemen," Hanji began as she underlined something on the board, "as my first act as commander, I present to you." Hanji stepped away and gestured to the board. "Operation Extermination." "The title seems rather pointless considering our situation," Pixis reminded. Hanji sighed. "I know that, but in our situation, we need to expand our resources." "So what's the plan?" Levi asked. "As we already know, Wall Maria and beyond are infested with Titans," Hanji explained. "Luckily from the information provided by Grisha, this is only an island. The island is our territory, and we can use it as we wish. So I propose that Optimus, Megatron, and Eren eliminate all the Titans in our area." "You can't expect us to do everything for you," Megatron reminded. "We're not your slaves." "Yeah, I know," Hanji deadpanned. "You can obliterate us without a moment's hesitation, but we need to move and we need to move fast." Hanji pointed to a basic drawing of the 3 walls and arrows pointing outwards from it. The drawing also had drawings of stick figures which the others assumed to be Titans. Now we all know that the Titans came in from the south, but since Megatron destroyed the port, the leak has essentially been plugged closed and makes the elimination of the Titans easier. Since Wall Maria has been compromised, we would assume that majority of the Titans are inside Wall Maria. We start from there, and once completed, you 3 will investigate the rest of the island and eliminate any other Titans that are out there. Hopefully this will take less than a day. Maybe 2 days at most. What about the gate? Eren asked, how are we going to close that? Eliminating the Titans will allow us to reconstruct the gate more freely in the event of a ground attack, Hanji explained. Of course that might take longer considering we need the resources in order to reconstruct it. Here's something that's been bugging me, how is Ymir going to play a part in this plan? Levi asked. Turns out she's not, Hanji explained. We don't know if she's truly on our side, and she's refusing to cooperate any further than telling us information about Marley. How do you know that she won't try to escape? Levi retorted. Because if she did, she would have to face all of us, Hanji answered, and I don't she would want to fight the guy that crushed her face and defeated the colossal Titan twice. Eren noticed the slight disdain in Historia's eyes at the mention of the other Titan shifter. Guess she was still mad at her. We are going to commence the mission by sundown, since it will be easier to track down all the Titans because they can't move. We will go to Wall Rose an hour before sundown to prepare. Eren, I'll go over the details of what you need to bring because of your vulnerability to the Titans. Hanji continued. Why are we commencing this operation in only a few hours? Optimus asked. Things are chaotic after we released the information regarding the outside, Hanji answered. Some have accepted it, others have laughed it off, while some are spreading rumors that this is a conspiracy by us. We can't have our society to continue to escalate out of control. We need to act now. For the moment, the meeting is over. Eren, with me. Eren followed Hanji out of the room while Optimus and Megatron deactivated their hollow forms. Levi noticed Historia staring out the window while Pixis left the room. Hey, brat, Levi called out, what's wrong with you? Historia snapped her head towards Levi before standing up. Nothing. Levi raised an eyebrow in skepticism as she walked out of the room, leaving him alone. Historia was trying her best to write down some new regulations. She was thinking of helping the underground by using the illuminated crystals from the cage her father brought her to. She was really trying to focus, but her mind kept backtracking. She was still seeking answers regarding Ymir, and it was preventing her from writing anything else other than a title. She grumbled to herself and leaned back in her chair. Ymir was back, but for some reason it didn't make her feel any better. Punching her and yelling at her didn't help her at all. She was more confused and angry than ever. She couldn't stand it. She needed to talk to Ymir when she got the chance. Okay, Eren, you need to take your 3D gear with you in the event that you get tired in your Titan form, Hanji explained. There will be some moonlight for you to see, but this would also mean the Titans would be active. Since Titans are going to be drawn to you, you need to stay close to Optimus. I would have suggested Megatron, but we both know he hates you. Yes, ma'am, Eren said. By morning you should be finished with the Titans in Wall Maria and maybe outside the wall, because the ones outside will no doubt come inside, Hanji continued. Is there any way to plug up the wall? Eren asked. I know I can't harden my body, but dash. We'll figure something out, Hanji reassured. Worst case scenario, we take a while for reconstruction. I'm sorry, Eren apologized, for not being able to find a way to close the wall. Hanji sighed. Not your fault. We've been trying to adapt to this new world. It's pretty hard on everyone. Maybe a sense of security, of familiarity might help. Do you feel okay? Do you want to do this mission? Eren trailed off. He has been feeling a little better. He no longer feels as helpless as before, but there is still a lot going through his mind. I can do it, Eren declared. Eren took notice of Hanji's hesitation, but she didn't say anything regarding it. Just get ready for the mission, she spoke, and if something happens, Optimus brings you back. Eren saluted Hanji before exiting the room to get his 3D gear. He hoped that he would in some way be able to complete the mission, but he would have to stay with Optimus. He knew Megatron hated him. The Titan made that very clear even though he took his time to help him out. But he yelled at Optimus. He told the Titan to forget about him. Optimus sacrificed his time and energy here. He was his mentor, his friend. And he probably hurt him. Just like he did with Mikasa and Armin. Because leaving you by yourself is more destructive for you, Megatron explained, and for some reason, leaving you with someone else hurts them. Eren looked down at his hands and sighed. He was hurting people he cared about, and he shouldn't be doing that. But there were so many things he wanted to say. There were so many things that he saw within his father's memories. But for the sake of Historia's safety, he had to keep his mouth shut. Ymir sat next to the window in her room and rested her head on the glass. She looked up at the sky and saw the sun beginning to set. She then looked down at the dimly lit city and sighed to herself. How long was she going to stay here? Ymir heard the door to her room open but didn't bother to look at who it was, assuming it was Hanji. I'm not in the mood for your bullshit. So why don't you leave and go experiment on Dash? Ymir turned her head and quietly gasped as she saw Historia close the door and cross her arms. Historia, Ymir began as she stood up, I wasn't expecting you. I didn't want to come here, Historia stated with disdain in her voice. Ymir flinched at her response before rubbing her arm. It seems Historia finally dropped the good child act and was finally living for herself. She was proud of her, but she was also scared because of what Historia might say. So, Queen of the Walls, Ymir remarked before giving a nervous chuckle, damn, I thought my revenge was sweet, but yours, it might be even better. I also killed the man who caused my misery, Historia added, and almost tricked me into becoming a Titan. Holy shit, really? Ymir exclaimed. Historia nodded her head. Shot my father 5 times. The last bullet went through his head. Wow, Ymir breathed, that's, wow. Gotta admit, I like this new you. Or your real self if I'm being honest. Empowering if you ask me Dash. Why did you leave me? Historia demanded. Ymir merely stared at Historia, trying her best to avoid her intense gaze. She never thought she would feel like this. She never thought she would feel so nervous, especially around Historia. But she never thought she would be in a position like this. Ymir, answer me, Historia ordered, why did you help Reiner? I was blackmailed, Ymir lied, back then, Reiner said that he could guarantee your safety. I thought that you would be safer off the island instead of behind these walls. Are you serious? Historia scoffed, you wanted to take me to Marley? The same place that forced you to become a mindless Titan? You honestly thought that would be the better option for me? Everyone in the walls would have been out to kill you. Ymir retorted. Yet here I am standing. Historia declared, I decided to no longer play the victim and I won. And I going with you to Marley would have made no difference. Marley would have used me for their personal gain. Make me become a breeding bitch to harness the powers of the founding Titan. Meanwhile, you would have been devoured by their next soldier. You're just nobody to them. Do you really think they would have let you live? Ymir felt anger rise in her as she pointed her finger at Historia. I was trying to save your life. No, Historia retorted, you knew exactly what was outside the walls. You knew what would happen to me. You were just trying to save your own skin. I knew that they would kill me. Ymir retorted, I knew what they would do to me, but who knows exactly what the people in the walls would have done. They did some stupid shit with Annie. Who knows what they could have done to the both of us. We could have faced it together, Historia retorted, when has death ever stopped us? And face the impending doom Marley would have caused if I stayed. Ymir retorted, they sent Reiner and the others to destroy this place. Who know what would have happened if they got their hands on Eren? Everyone would be dead or forced to become a Titan. So you decided to give up, Historia concluded, you decided that it would be better to die than try and fight to live. That's why you gave yourself up to Reiner, wasn't it? Ymir didn't respond, causing Historia to grit her teeth. I would have never chosen Reiner over you, Ymir proclaimed. Then why did you? Historia demanded, because you were a coward? Because you didn't care enough about me. What do you want me to say? Emir shouted, nothing I say will be satisfying enough for you. Something. Anything. Historia shot back, I had to suffer ever since you left to get to where I am right now. I truly felt lost without you, and you didn't care enough about me to stay and fight. I care about you. Emir retorted, you have no idea how much I've busted my ass to protect you. To make sure you got in the top 10. To protect you in the Scouts and Trainee Corps. Why would you do that if you were just going to leave me? Historia demanded. I never would have left you because I love you. Emir confessed. Historia was completely taken off guard, but Emir continued onward. I love you. I was going to spend the rest of my life living as selfishly as I wanted. But then I met you, and I understood you. Then I fell in love with you and I couldn't stop. I busted my ass and risked my life to protect you because I love you. Emir waited for Historia to respond, but the queen merely hung her head as her hair covered her eyes. Historia, come and say something, Emir pleaded. How do you expect me to respond to that kind of bullshit? Historia asked as she raised her head to look Emir in the eye. Historia dash. You say you love me and then you leave me, Historia scoffed, how do you expect me to believe you? All the lies and secrets you kept from me, you thought a proclamation of love would change my mind? How I feel. If you'd stayed, maybe I would have believed you. I wouldn't have cared about your lifespan. You staying would have been enough. Historia, Emir spoke as she walked up to her and reached out to her, I dash. Historia grabbed her arm and glared at her with such seething hatred. But now, I hate you. I never want to see you again. Go rot in here for the next 8 years, I don't give a damn. Historia. Emir exclaimed as she threw her arm away and stomped towards the door, please wait. Historia slammed the door shut before Emir could reach her. She banged on the door, and called for her name, but she only heard the footsteps grow quieter as it faded down the hall. Emir fell to her fists and slammed her fists on the door twice. She took heavy breaths as tears fell down her face. Later that evening, Eren checked to make sure that the last of the straps on his gear was properly on before wearing his Survey Corps cloak. In the back of his mind, it felt odd to wear this considering the situation, but he decided to do it anyway. Eren grabbed his canteen of water and walked towards the Karanessa gate towards Optimus in his bipedal mode. Are you sure it's a good idea for Eren to not bring a horse? Hanji asked. I will make sure to watch him at all times, Optimus reassured as he held out his servo to Eren. The Titan shifter hopped on and Optimus placed him on his shoulder. Open the gate. Hanji ordered. Eren watched as the gate slowly opened before them. Once it was fully open, Optimus walked through it while Hanji waved goodbye to them. Eren watched as the gate closed, leaving them on their own. You're late, a voice remarked. Eren flinched at the voice while Optimus turned to see Megatron leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Eren noticed Megatron has his shield on his back and his sword at his side. We had to make sure everything was in order, Optimus explained. Megatron didn't respond as he stood up and removed his sword before throwing it to Optimus. Eren looked in confusion as Optimus caught the weapon. Don't you need your weapons? Eren asked as Megatron grabbed his shield. As far as I'm concerned, you need it more than I do, Megatron declared as he handed his shield to Optimus. The Titans will be drawn to you, and hand-to-hand combat is not going to be enough. You've only defeated 20 Titans before. That does not bode well for you. Megatron, Optimus warned as Eren looked down at his hands in shame. I'm stating a fact, Megatron retorted. I'm sorry, Eren apologized. Eren, it is not your fault, Optimus reassured as Megatron looked away. The Titan shifter looked as though he wanted to say more, but decided against it. Eren and I will eliminate the Titans within Wall Maria, Optimus explained, you will take care of the ones beyond. Fine, Megatron sighed before transforming and flying off. Optimus then picked up Eren from his shoulder and placed him on the ground. Do you think you can transform into a Titan? Optimus asked as he kneeled down. I can try, Eren answered, causing Optimus to stand up and take a few steps back. Eren raised his hand, stopping for a moment before deciding to bite down. Optimus shielded his face as lightning came down and consumed him. Optimus opened his optics to see Aaron's Titan form appear and fully stand up. Aaron looked down at his hands and flexed his fingers before looking at Optimus. "Are you alright?" Optimus asked, earning a nod from the Titan shifter. "When you feel tired, tell me so that I may remove you from your Titan form." Aaron nodded his head in understanding once more before Optimus handed him Megatron's weapons. Aaron grabbed them and was still startled to find the weapons heavier than expected, despite holding them before. "Stay close to me at all times," Optimus ordered as he activated his battle mask and turned on the headlights on his chest. Aaron flinched when Optimus transformed his servo into his blaster and shot a Titan that was coming towards them in the head. Aaron wanted to ask Optimus about killing Titans, but he couldn't because he couldn't speak in his Titan form, and because he felt that they weren't on good terms. But Optimus swore to protect humans. Was he really okay with killing Titans who used to be human? Was he really okay with fighting the enemy beyond the ocean? "We must move," Optimus ordered as he began to walk north. Aaron snapped out of his thought as he followed the Prime. Historia stared at the paperwork in her hand once again before throwing it to the ground. She watched as the paper flimsily fell before she rubbed her eyes, trying to rid herself of her fatigue, anger, and sadness. She couldn't sleep at all, and she thought talking to Ymir would finally end her anger. Instead, it only made her feel even more upset and anger. After everything that happened, how could she say that she loved her? She didn't have a right to say that. She should feel better. She should finally have closure after cutting Ymir off, but why was she feeling so much life garbage? They've stayed together in the Cadet Corps for 3 years. They've spent time together. They chose to understand one another. Ymir understood her, flaws and all. She saw right through her facade and accepted her for who she really was. Historia could also see the flaws in Ymir too, and she still accepted her for who she was. She trusted Ymir well enough to defend her against Optimus, even when she revealed her Titan form in front of everyone and he was prepared to shoot her down. When they were alone, Ymir was kind enough to show a sincerity not many others were able to see. Despite her claims of being selfish, she was actually really kind. And she was kind enough to stop Historia from falling into the person others wanted her to be. She was willing to reveal her real name to her, and Ymir smiled with such content and satisfaction. She was lost without Ymir, and what solidified her decision to not take the Titan serum was Ymir's promise she made on the mountain and at the castle of Utgard. Even when she wasn't here, Ymir pushed her forward. Historia covered her mouth as the realization came to her. She loved Ymir. Ymir valued her as a human being, and she loved her. The mixed feelings she had for Ymir, it was love. But she was still angry with her for leaving, and she told Ymir she never wanted to see her again. She might have destroyed everything they had. "What did I do?" Historia whispered to herself as tears came down her face. Aaron collapsed on the ground once more, using Megatron's sword as a crutch to keep him upright. Optimus rushed over to the Titan shifter and helped him sit upright. "Aaron, you're exerting yourself," Optimus declared. "You need to rest." Aaron shook his head as he forced himself to stand up. He saw a Titan coming up towards him and raised the sword before decapitating the monster. Aaron felt the exhaustion get to him once more as he stumbled forward and collapsed on the ground. "Aaron, enough," Optimus declared as he pulled out his sword and cut open the nape of the neck. Aaron coughed as he pulled himself out of his Titan form. The steam blinded him as he pulled out his arms and legs and collapsed on the ground. Optimus picked up Aaron and grabbed Megatron's sword and shield before running away from the steaming body. When Optimus was at a safe distance, he dropped Megatron's weapons and transformed into his alt mode with Aaron sitting in the driver's seat. "You need to rest for a while," Optimus informed. Aaron kept taking deep breaths as he tried to relax. He pulled out his canteen of water and took small sips before closing it. The two of them have been at this for hours. He was almost sure the night was almost over. They were killing any Titan that they came across. If there was a swarm of Titans, Optimus would shoot them all down just so they wouldn't get close to him. If it was very little, Aaron would be able to decapitate them, since the sword was big enough to cut the nape of the neck. He still struggled with using Megatron's weapons. Like, how can that bastard swing around something that heavy? Oh right, it's because he's made of metal. Optimus has been giving him pointers. He's been showing him how to hold the sword and shield properly, but he still felt so damn uncomfortable. Is there any way to see how many Titans are left? Eren asked. If there was any way to see how many Titans were on the island to begin with, Optimus answered, we still do not know how large the island is or how many humans were forced here. So we just keep on doing this until we don't see any more, Eren assumed. God's sake, this is fucking exhausting. Perhaps I should take you back, Optimus suggested. No, Eren proclaimed, I just need some time to breathe. Eren dash. I'll be fine, Eren reassured, I just need a minute. Eren saw that Optimus didn't respond, allowing him to think. Was Optimus still upset with him? He said horrible things to the Titan, but he was just proceeding as if nothing happened. He knew that was a lie. Optimus was upset, he had to be. He was just bottling it up. Eren has to find a way to apologize to him, but how would he bring it up without making it awkward? Optimus, Megatron spoke through the COMM link, this is urgent, I need you to come to my position. Eren and I still need to make sure that the Titans in Wall Maria have been eliminated, Optimus retorted. That can wait. We have time to kill them all, Megatron declared, I found something north of Wall Maria that we can use to seal the hole in the walled town. Eren stared at the radio in confusion. What could Megatron have possibly found that would help seal the hole? What did you find? Optimus asked. I found a Cybertronian ship, Megatron answered. He found a what? Eren thought. I'm on my way, Optimus declared as he disconnected the COMM. Optimus transformed and gently placed Eren down on the ground before grabbing Megatron's sword and shield before transforming back into his alt mode. Optimus opened the driver's seat and Eren quickly climbed inside. Optimus closed the door and drove towards the north side of Wall Maria and beyond. Eren watched with tired eyes as the sun began to rise in the east. He rubbed his eyes and looked ahead of him. They have been driving for a bit over mountain terrain towards Megatron's position. Apparently he was at the northern edge of the island. Almost next to the ocean. Eren, you must rest, Optimus advised. I'm good, Eren reassured, I'll be fine. He saw Megatron in his bipedal mode with his hands on his hips, but watched in awe as the Cybertronian ship came into view. The ship looked rusted and worn down, but it was extremely massive, maybe 20 meters in height. It looked like the color from the ship was faded, and he was unfamiliar with some of the material. What were the circles sticking out of the ship? Did they crash? How did the ship even find their world? Optimus transformed into his bipedal mode and placed Eren on his shoulder before walking up to Megatron. How did you find this? I stumbled upon it when I found a dormant pack of Titans, Megatron explained, this may possibly be a neutral or rogue ship. I checked the outside and didn't find any Autobot or Decepticon symbols. How did this get here? Eren asked, I thought you guys didn't know about our world. The ship most likely crash-landed here and was unable to leave, Optimus explained. The passengers may have been trying to hide from the war or hide their Energon spoils as far away from Cybertron as possible. The passengers are not alive, Megatron proclaimed, as a matter of fact, there is no body to be found. How can you be so sure? Eren asked, did you even check inside? I didn't need to, Megatron stated as he skidded down the trench created by the ship. Megatron walked up to the ship and pointed at a certain spot. Eren narrowed his as he saw an odd trail of dents in the ship that looked like tiny bite marks. As a matter of fact, they were everywhere on the ship. Bite marks? Eren questioned. Scraplets, Optimus declared. Exactly, Megatron said as he walked back towards them. Wait, what's a scraplet? Eren asked. An abomination that has no reason for existing, Megatron hissed. They are small, metal creatures that can be an equivalent to the Titans, Optimus explained. Scraplets have a constant need to devour metal, especially living metal. So, it can kill you guys? Eren asked. That's not possible. I've seen those scraplets unleashed on beasts twice my size when I was a gladiator, Megatron explained. It wasn't for combat, it was for mere amusement. Millions crawl inside your armor and devour you bit by bit. A slow and agonizing death as the body is torn apart from the inside. Nothing would even remain. Eren felt disgusted by Megatron's description of these creatures. To have millions of these small animals crawl inside of you and devour your insides. Usually with Titans, it was usually one fatal bite. But with these creatures, it sounds like being eaten slowly while being alive. We can't go on the ship, Megatron declared, not without a proper plan. Eren, there are winters on the island, correct? Optimus asked. Yeah, it does snow, Eren answered. Then there is a possibility the Scraplets died from the cold weather, Optimus proclaimed. A possibility, Megatron agreed, but the ship is insulated. Some of the Scraplets most likely survived. If they did, the ship would be nothing but scrap, Optimus retorted. We still don't know for sure unless we check, Megatron declared. Maybe, I could go inside and check, Eren suggested. Eren gulped and began to panic as Optimus and Megatron looked at him. I figured if these creatures go after metal, maybe they would go after someone like me. Optimus thought it over before turning his attention back to Megatron. Eren is not wrong. And you're certain about this? Megatron asked while Eren stared at Optimus in surprise. Scraplets do not devour organic material, Optimus declared. There was an infestation of Scraplets in the Autobot base back on Earth. Jack, Maiko, and Raphael were able to help and send them back to the Arctic. They did that. Eren thought. That doesn't excuse the fact that there might be traps and other dangerous equipment that could harm him, Megatron stated as he pointed to Eren. He doesn't have immunity to Energon. Then our best option is to return to the walls and inform the Survey Corps, Optimus concluded. But what about the rest of the Titans? Eren asked. We still haven't finished. We can continue tonight, Optimus answered as he handed Megatron back his weapons. What you need right now is rest. Should we tell them right now? Megatron questioned. Perhaps we should wait an extra day. Huh? Eren exclaimed. Why would you say that? Megatron, we would only be prolonging the inevitable, Optimus informed. Inevitable of what? Eren asked. The mad scientist, Megatron hissed. The mad scientist? Eren questioned before coming to a realization. Hanji was going to freak out when they tell her. Guys, we really don't do anything anymore, Sasha declared as she and the others sat in the mess hall in Wall Sina. We're not even exterminating the Titans. I'm kind of glad that we don't have to, Connie admitted. To be honest, I want to, Jean admitted. Why would you want to do that? Sasha demanded. Because I'm still trying to process what we just learned about the outside, Jean answered. Fair enough, Sasha said. But would it change anything? Armin asked. We're still vastly outnumbered and the entire world wants us gone. They probably won't attack just yet because of Optimus and Megatron, Mikasa concluded. Then we should probably use this time to advance in weaponry and numbers, Jean declared. We need more members in the Survey Corps. I wonder who would be stupid enough to join, Connie chuckled. If we have a good marketing strategy, enough, Jean answered. What are we supposed to even say? Sasha demanded. Join the Survey Corps. We have cake. They all stopped talking when Historia walked in with tired, red eyes. They watched as she walked over and grabbed a loaf of bread from the table. Historia walked out of the room without saying a word, leaving everyone confused. What's wrong with Historia? Connie asked. She probably upset over Ymir, Armin answered. I mean, she punched her a couple of times, Connie retorted. That doesn't change the fact that her girlfriend up and left her, Sasha added. Wait a minute, girlfriend? Jean questioned in confusion. Oh yeah, they were totally into each other during our trainee years, Sasha declared. Ymir would not so quietly pine over her. Historia is nice to everyone, Jean retorted. Historia was lying to everyone and pretending to be nice, Sasha corrected. Ymir was having none of that shit. How could you know that? Connie asked. Who do you think hung out with them all the time? Sasha reminded. And what if you're wrong? Jean questioned. I bet all of my rations that I'm right, Sasha challenged with a smirk. You're on, Jean smirked. Wouldn't her actually loving Ymir be a bit controversial? Connie asked. She's the queen, she can do what she wants, Sasha declared. It most likely would be controversial, Armin declared. Emir is a titan shifter, and I'm sure the populace wouldn't accept the queen in love with a woman. She'll figure something out, Sasha said. Mikasa looked outside the window and noticed the sun rising higher in the sky. When are they going to come back? I'm sure they're on their way back, Armin reassured, just be patient. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they heard a loud scream of joy coming closer and closer towards the mess hall. They jolted as Hanji kicked open the door and looked at them with a wide smile. Meeting. Now. Hanji ordered, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. They all watched Hanji run out of the room, only to hear her footsteps come back as she stood by the door. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hanji quickly beckoned. But we're not done eating, Connie retorted. Finish later. Meeting now. Hanji stated as she grabbed Connie and carried him bridal style. Put me down. Connie shouted as Hanji carried him out of the room. Our new leader, ladies and gentlemen, Jean sighed as Sasha finished the remainder of Connie's food. Erwin yawned as he opened the door the makeshift classroom while Levi, Eren, Pixis, and Historia sat in the front. Hanji's cries of joy woke him up this morning and she was insistent on bringing him into the meeting. Erwin complied just to get her away from him for the time being. He did decide to make the effort and look nice at the very least. He did tense, however, when he saw Optimus and Megatron at the front of the classroom. Optimus looked slightly uncomfortable in seeing him. Meanwhile, Megatron noticed him and gave a shit-eating grin. So, how was your 24-hour nap? Megatron asked as he leaned forward on the desk. Erwin didn't respond to him and turned to Levi. How bad was it? You really don't remember? Levi questioned. Remember what? How bad was what? Eren asked. Oh, I can spell it out for you, Megatron suggested as his smile grew wider. Megatron, enough, Optimus sighed in irritation. Quiet. I'm going to have my fun with this, Megatron said. Apparently, Erwin said something to Optimus. Pixis whispered to Eren, I don't know what he said. I think I need to know, Erwin proclaimed. You really don't, Levi advised. I think we should enlighten him, dwarf, Megatron suggested. Levi, just tell me, Erwin said. Levi stared at Erwin, trying to see if he was really okay with this before speaking up. You said fuck you to Optimus. Eren's mouth dropped while Historia lifted her head from the table in disbelief. Meanwhile, Erwin looked ready to pass out, something that didn't go unnoticed by Megatron. Twice, Levi added. Eren covered his mouth while Pixis was genuinely impressed. Optimus just pinched the bridge of the holoform's nose. Just to be sure you understand the implication of your actions, Megatron began as he walked up to Erwin and placed his arm on his shoulder. You, a lowly, disabled, human with less than a century to live, said those words. Megatron pointed to Optimus. To a prime, a warrior chosen by the god of our world to carry the matrix of leadership. A knight that essentially saved countless worlds, including yours, on multiple occasions. Megatron chuckled as he patted Erwin on the chest. I always speak lowly of you humans, but you did give me a good laugh. Levi, please kill me, Erwin begged with a strained voice. Not this time, Levi said. Then let me leave, Erwin pleaded. Hanji kicked in the door and dropped Connie to the floor. No one's leaving this room. Megatron merely shrugged as he let go of Erwin, allowing him to quickly move to the back of the classroom. Connie groaned as Eren got up and helped him to his feet. Connie dusted himself off as the other Survey Corps members walked into the room. Yeah, thanks for trying to stop her. Connie exclaimed with sarcasm in his voice. Trust me, you wouldn't want to try, Armin proclaimed. Everyone, sit. Hanji ordered as she sat next to Levi. The Survey Corps all sat in the first two rows while Hanji was rapidly slamming the palms of her hands on the table. Megatron sighed. I told you we should have waited an extra day. It is already done, Optimus said. Alright, so I'm going to ask the question everyone is wondering, what the fuck is going on? Sasha asked, why is she acting like this? Levi sighed as he placed his arm over Hanji's to stop her from hitting the table. Better be something valid that gives Hanji a reason to act like this. We found a Cybertronian ship, Optimus answered. Everyone stared in surprise while Levi let go of Hanji's hands, allowing her to hit the table once more. We need to go right now, Hanji declared as she stood up. Sit, Megatron ordered, now. Hanji grumbled as she slowly sat back down in her seat. Megatron found the ship north of our location, Optimus explained, outside of Wall Maria. Once we've cleared out the remaining Titans, we can commence an operation to secure it and use the material to repair Wall Maria's gate. Did you find any other Cybertronians? Hanji asked in excitement. No, they're all dead, Megatron bluntly answered, causing Hanji to pout. Which leads us to the main problem, Scraplets, Optimus continued. They are a type of species on our world that displays only the most basic functions. Their only objective is to devour anything metal that comes within their sights. Which would include you, Armin concluded, earning a nod from the Prime. Thankfully, they haven't devoured through the entire ship, Megatron said. We speculate that your world's weather system might have killed them off. But we cannot be certain unless we send someone inside. Do we get to go on the ship? Hanji squealed. Hanji, stop, Levi groaned. I want to go on the ship, Hanji whined. That is most likely our best scenario, Optimus answered. Scraplets cannot detect organic life. You would all be blind to their sensors and be able to kill them. Hey, Sasha, we get to help out, Connie whispered to his friend. We must also take into consideration the possibilities of traps and other dangerous equipment, Optimus added. Your only objective is to eliminate the Scraplets. The last thing we want is for you to get hurt. Make a list. Tell us what to watch out for. Hanji suggested. Hanji, shut up, Levi ordered. I want to go on the ship. She shouted. We could use the crystals in the cave, Historia suggested. Apparently, they continue to glow during the night. We could use them as lanterns to navigate the ship. But a plan cannot be put into action until all the Titans have been eliminated and all of equipment is ready, Optimus added. It may take some time before we investigate the ship, but we must do it as soon as possible if the Scraplets are still alive, Megatron stated. Aaron looked back at his friends to see that many were slightly nervous about the idea. He noticed Armin was quite excited at the idea. He supposed he couldn't blame him. They were going to find out more about these Titans. Are you sure it's safe for us to go on the ship? Jean asked. I do have my concerns, but this is our best option, Optimus answered. If we go in that ship, we will be devoured or critically wounded, Megatron added. We don't have a medic that can repair us. Question, Hanji began as she raised her hand. May I keep alive Scraplet? No. Optimus and Megatron exclaimed. A dead one. Hanji pressed. Megatron grabbed the closest thing to him, which was an eraser for the chalkboard, and threw it at Hanji, but she ducked under the table before it hit her. You two are no fun. Hanji shouted. Megatron merely deactivated his hollow form while Optimus decided to remain. We can discuss the matter once we eliminate the rest of the Titans on the island, Optimus declared. The meeting is adjourned for now. Optimus noticed Historia left the room first before everyone else walked out. Optimus saw that Levi noticed Historia's action and walked up to him. Is something wrong with Historia? Optimus asked him as Hanji crawled out from under the desk and slowly walked out. You mean besides the fact that she hasn't slept in a while, Levi answered. Does it have something to do with Amir? Optimus asked. Probably, Levi assumed. I heard she punched the Titan shifter in the face when Buckethead brought her back. She did, Optimus confirmed. Do you know if they have a history? Levi asked. Optimus shook his head. I was never permitted to talk with any of the new recruits. Do you think you can do it right now before you go outside the walls? Levi asked. Optimus raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why are you asking me? I'm not that good at giving emotional advice to the brats, Levi proclaimed. She also punched me as her first act as queen. I see, Optimus merely said. I also do believe her situation is much more up your alley, Levi admitted as he stood up. Just talk to her before she has a mental breakdown. Optimus watched as Levi walked out of the room, leaving him to decide how he would approach the situation. Historia slumped down at her desk in her room and just stared at the papers on her desk. She just wanted to tear them all up and throw them out a window, but she couldn't. She had a duty to fulfill. She heard a knock on her door and quickly grabbed her pencil to pretend that she was working. "Queen Historia, may I speak with you?" Optimus asked from behind the door. Historia lifted her head in confusion before getting up from her chair and walking towards the door. She opened it slightly and saw Optimus' hollow form looking down at her. "Is there a problem?" Historia asked. "I was asked to come and check if you were all right," Optimus explained. "There have been some concerns over your health and well-being." "I'm fine," Historia proclaimed. "You should go and rest up for tonight." "Are you sure?" Optimus asked. Historia sighed. "Yes, I'm sure. Now please go." "I do not wish to intrude, but is this regarding Ymir?" Optimus asked. Historia's heart stopped before she shoved those feelings down and glared at Optimus. "Go." Historia was about to shut the door, but Optimus wedged his foot in between the door to prevent her from closing. "Queen Historia, this is a serious issue," Optimus declared. "You must talk to someone." "I don't want to talk to anyone about that bitch," Historia hissed. "Not after the shit she said." "Have you spoken with her?" Optimus asked. "Leave me alone," Historia yelled as she tried to shut the door. Optimus ignored the pain in his foot as he continued. "You must talk to someone. I understand that you are upset, but if you are grieving this much then I cannot look the other way. The last thing I want is for someone to get hurt." Historia stopped as she thought over the information. She could talk to him now, and get the Prime to leave her alone. Or she could try to kick him out, which could probably result in the others getting involved. Historia sighed as she opened the door and looked Optimus in the eye. "You have 5 minutes." Optimus entered the room and shut the door behind him before sitting down on the floor. "Queen Dash." "Historia," she interrupted. "Just, Historia." "All right then, Historia," Optimus said. "Have you spoken with Ymir?" Historia stared at Optimus before she begrudgingly sighed. "Yeah, I did." "What was said?" Optimus asked. "Why should I tell you?" Historia shot back. "Because I might be able to understand," Optimus reasoned. Historia scoffed. "No you wouldn't. You're Mr. Perfect. You've probably never dealt with what I'm feeling." "And what would that be?" Optimus prompted. "These mixed feelings that I'm having regarding Ymir," Historia answered. "I'm happy she's back, but I'm angry because she left, after all the bullshit she said about living for ourselves. She told me that she thought I would be safer in Marley's hands. Can you believe that? And then the bitch has the gall to say that she loves me." Historia screamed as she pushed her chair to the ground and gave it a good kick. "I hate her. She's stupid and selfish and a liar." "But you still care for her," Optimus concluded. Historia stopped and looked at the Prime before scowling. "Don't you dare get me started on that crap. Not you too." Historia dash. "Megatron already said some bullshit regarding that." Historia dash. "Some, conjects endurance, or whatever." Historia dash. "She is not my soulmate." Historia, Optimus raised his voice. "What?" she shouted. Optimus kneeled down and placed a hand on Historia's shoulder. "You have a right to be angry." Historia merely blinked, trying to process the Prime's words. She was quiet for a good 5 seconds before she busted out laughing, catching Optimus off guard. "Are you all right?" Optimus asked. "I'm fine," Historia giggled. "I just never thought I'd hear something like that come out of your mouth." "Do you want to sit down?" Optimus asked. Historia stopped laughing and was more willing to cooperate as she sat down next to the Prime. "So, I'm angry at Ymir," Historia admitted. "I'm angry that she left. I'm angry at her excuse, and I'm just angry that she chose Reiner over me." "But," Optimus trailed off, expecting more. "We've been fighting together for 3 years, Historia continued. "She's saved my life multiple times, even when she didn't have to. She could see through my bullshit disguise and understood me." "Do you love her?" Optimus asked. "I'm not sure," Historia answered, I think I do. I'm sure I do, but I'm still so angry with her for what she did. And you do have a right to be, Optimus said, but you cannot remain angry with her forever. I can try, Historia grumbled. But is it truly worth it? Optimus asked, she does not have that much longer to live, and we all must prepare for an unknown enemy to come on the island. Do you really wish to leave things unsaid? Do you really want her to think you hate her for the rest of her life? Historia thought it over. I suppose that would be cruel, but I told her I hated her, and that I never wanted to see her again. Is that true? Optimus asked. Yes, no, I don't know, Historia said as her voice began to crack, I'm angry, and sad. Optimus looked down her with sorrow before gently rubbing her back. Why did you decide to come and talk to me? Historia asked. I suppose I can understand what it means to be in love, Optimus admitted. You were, in love? Historia asked in surprise. A long time ago, Optimus answered, I lost her, and I was not able to save her. I'm so sorry, Historia apologized. That is why I am telling you to talk to Ymir once more, Optimus declared. I know it is hard you right now, but it will be worse if you leave the issue unresolved. But, I said cruel things to her, Historia retorted, would she even listen to me? You must try, Optimus pleaded, take a moment to relax and clear your mind. Stay away from your duties for a moment. And when you are ready, go to her. Go to her and try to make amends. Historia huffed before quirking an eyebrow at the Prime. You seem oddly okay with me having feelings for a woman. Optimus gave a small smile. I do believe freedom is the right for all sentient beings. I have no right to judge someone based on who they love. Historia looked at the Prime with appreciation. Thank you, Optimus. Optimus nodded his head and deactivated his hollow form, leaving Historia to her own devices. Historia took a deep breath and stood up, staring at the chair on the floor. It was well over 5 minutes, but she would take some time to calm down and think this over before talking with Ymir. If she was willing to talk to her. Eren, are you sure you got enough rest? Mikasa asked as he grabbed his gear. Yeah, I feel better, Eren reassured, hopefully we can finish the job by tonight and not worry about Titans for a while. Are you feeling better? Mikasa asked with hesitation. Managing, Eren reluctantly said, I'm sorry, for what I've said. Mikasa stared at Eren with a hopeful look in her eyes. Before she could say anything else, Eren waved a small goodbye and walked towards Optimus alt mode. Mikasa sighed as she looked at the sun beginning to set and Optimus and Eren left. There was such little time left. If only she could say what she felt. Ymir forced herself off of the bed and saw that it was nighttime once more. She didn't want to get up at all, but her legs felt stiff from staying in bed the whole time. She stood up and forced herself to move around to get her blood pumping and circulating. She wanted to crawl under the bed and disappear, however. She hated herself. She hated herself for leaving Historia, but she honestly thought that it would be better. She just didn't know which one felt worse, leaving Historia and never coming back, or staying here, and having Historia hate her for the rest of her existence. God's sake, she felt fucking sick. She heard a knock on the door and growled in irritation. I'm not hungry. Leave me alone with the fucking food. When she didn't hear the person leave, she sighed, and walked up towards the door. She was unable to open the door, so she merely leaned on it. Whoever you are, I don't care, Ymir hissed, leave me alone. Can we talk? She heard Historia ask. Ymir scoffed. I thought you never wanted to see me again. Maybe I do, Historia continued, maybe I don't. I've been thinking. I don't know who you really are, or who you were before. So? Ymir said. Who are you? Historia asked. Ymir, she answered. So, were you the one that made the deal with the devil? Historia asked. What? No. Ymir exclaimed, I didn't even know who she was. Some jackass in a cult gave me the name and used me as a scapegoat when it suited him. Would you change your name? Historia asked. No, Ymir answered, and I told you why on that mountain. Why was Ymir talking to Historia? Historia said she never wanted to see her again. So why would she be talking to her? Why was she answering her questions? So why the different attitude then? Historia asked with resentment in her voice, why did you act selfish most of the time, but decide to save us at the tower? Or follow me into the military? Or dash? Why are you asking me all these questions? Emir cut off, I thought you hated me. I'm not sure, Historia admitted. You're a fucking idiot, Emir hissed. And you're a stupid bitch, Historia shot back. Emir huffed at her comment, thinking about how they were both pretty stupid. Why did you even come after me? Historia demanded, were you after the possibility I might get you into the good life? You know that's not true, Emir retorted. How would I really know? Historia asked. I came after you, because I understood you, Emir answered. I guess I couldn't bear the thought of someone going through the sorrow that I went through before I regained my freedom. I didn't want someone like you to sacrifice their life. So you pitied me? Historia assumed. No, I didn't. Emir proclaimed, I understood you, and I didn't want to see you suffer. Why? Because, no matter how shitty I was, you looked at me and still smiled, Emir said before shaking her head in refusal. Why the fuck am I still talking to you? Why the fuck are you here? Because I don't want to leave the things between us unsaid, Historia answered in a calm voice. You're stupid, Emir proclaimed. So are you, Historia stated, which brings us back to before, why did you choose Reiner over me? Emir sighed as she finally sat down on the floor. I would never choose him over you. Maybe I did because I couldn't leave him like that. Because I knew what was on the other side, and that if he returned alone there would be no mercy for him. Maybe because I felt Reiner wouldn't come after you if I stayed behind. I think the main reasons were either being selfless or feeling obligated. If Reiner and his pals didn't bust open the wall, then I wouldn't have met you. I would have never fallen in love with you. Would you choose him over me if given the option? Historia asked. To be honest, I'm not sure, Emir admitted. I just don't know if I would be selfish or selfless. I just know that if I was given a second chance to make that choice, the choice I would have made, I wouldn't have regretted it. Emir heard silence on the other side of the door and began to assume the worst. How was she going to torture her like this? But she continued regardless. I know what I say will never be satisfying enough for you, but that is my truth. And I do love you, and I hope you are happy dash. Emir stood up when she felt the wooden door pushed on her back. She saw Historia walk in and close the door, staring at her with anger and tears in her eyes. You really are a selfless bitch, Historia concluded. Historia dash. And I want to be angry with you so badly, Historia admitted as she stomped her foot. I've been angry with you for so long. For the past month, I've been angry. But I can't be angry with you forever. Not when in my heart, I know that I love you. Emir stared at Historia in shock as tears fell from her eyes. Historia walked up to the Titan shifter and placed her hand on her cheek, wiping away her tears. I'm so sorry, Emir apologized. I think I believe that now, Historia said. Emir noticed Historia was standing on her tiptoes to reach Emir's face. Emir kneeled down to allow Historia better access. She felt something get caught in her throat as Historia gave Emir a soft chaste kiss on her lips. Emir didn't know exactly what to do because she never thought she would be in this situation. Emir let herself get caught in the moment, closing her eyes and tentatively wrapping her arms around Historia. Historia merely smiled in the kiss as she wrapped her arms around Emir's shoulders. Emir felt like she couldn't breathe and had to part from Historia. She looked down at the girl and saw she was looking at her with the adoration and love she saw in their trainee years. Are you really sure about this? Emir asked. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Historia admitted, although I'm probably being really stupid. Emir laughed with joy and kissed the girl more forcefully and passionately. She threaded her fingers through her hair as Historia held onto her like it was life or death. Emir walked backwards and they ended up falling on the bed. Wait, Emir pleaded as she pushed Historia up slightly. Are we really going to do this? Do you want to? Historia asked. I don't even know how to, Emir admitted. Me neither, Historia agreed, but we have time to figure it out. Ymir huffed before giving Historia a big grin before kissing her again. They finally did have time. Eren smacked a Titan in the face with Megatron's shield, causing the creature to fall to the ground. Eren stabbed it through the nape of the neck before beheading the Titan with good measure. He heard a Titan coming up from behind him and decapitated it before it got closer to him. However, Eren underestimated the power of the swing and stumbled forward a little. The Titan shifter shook his head and stood up on his feet. He looked over at the Prime to see him shoot a Titan that was a relatively far distance from them. Eren then watched as Optimus contacted Megatron through his COMM link, asking him about his status and if there were any other Titans in his position. Optimus ended to COMM and turned towards Eren. Megatron is going to fly around the island and see if there are any remaining Titans in the area, Optimus explained. This give you some time to rest for right now, since we have cleared the Titans in our current position. Eren nodded his head before forcing himself out of his Titan form. He coughed as steam appeared and blinded him for a moment. The Titan shifter felt Optimus gently separate him from the body and place him on his shoulder. Optimus then placed Megatron's shield on his back and his sword at his side. Eren yawned as he felt himself drift off into sleep, but opened his eyes as he almost fell off the Titan. "Eren, are you alright?" Optimus asked. "I'm fine," Eren reassured, "I'll be fine. Just tired." Optimus looked down at Eren with slight hesitation, but decided not to respond as he transformed his other arm into his blaster and began walking around Wall Maria. Eren held onto the Titan and watched him survey the area of any other mindless creatures. He glanced up at the Prime to see him intensely focused with him mission. He shouldn't do this, he shouldn't say anything, but he might never get another opportunity so. "Optimus, I'm sorry," Eren apologized. Optimus stopped in his tracks and blinked before looking down at Eren. "What are you apologizing for?" For what I said," Eren explained, "what I said to you last time about forgetting me." Optimus hid his displeasure at the thought of that conversation before he fired once more at a Titan ahead of him. "Are you going to say anything?" Eren asked. "We must focus on the task at hand," Optimus answered. "We can have this conversation later." "So you're still mad at me?" Eren questioned. Optimus quietly sighed as he transformed his blaster back into his servo. "Eren, I was never angry with you." "You weren't?" Eren asked. "No, I was not angry with you," Optimus answered. "These were unforeseeable circumstances that I never predicted, and the information regarding humanity forced you to change your outlook on the world. You had every right to be confused and angry." "But you should be," Eren proclaimed. "I said awful things to you when you were only trying to help. I pushed you away. I just didn't want you to face another heartache again." "Eren," Optimus trailed, "I have faced many trials and tribulations, and I have lost many that I have cared about. I knew the life expectancy of a human is faint compared to that of a Cybertronian, but I was prepared to stay here and help humanity. I will still choose to. I understand that you are upset, and you wish to protect the ones you care for. Just because you choose to distance yourself from others, does not mean I care for you any less." "So, you are going to choose to stay," Eren assumed. "Yes," Optimus declared, "and once this conflict is over, I will make sure you see the wonders of this world before you rest." Eren stared at the Prime before he began laughing. "I really don't deserve this." "I believe you do," Optimus said in a serious tone. Eren looked at the Prime dead in the eyes before he thought of something important. "I know that this might be a long shot, but, promise me this. You can show me the wonders of this world, but if there is any way for you to return home, take it. Whether I am dead or alive by the end of this conflict, once it is over, and you have the opportunity to go home, go home." Eren dash. "I mean it." Eren exclaimed as he stood on the Prime's shoulder. "You've fought long enough. You've suffered long enough. You deserve to live a life of contentment and peace." "I'll be fine, my fate is already sealed." "You deserve to be happy." Optimus looked down at the Titan shifter, hesitating at the idea. Could he really do that? Could he really commit a selfish act? "No more wars. No more fighting," Eren proclaimed. "Promise me, please." Optimus' mouth was pressed into a thin line and he closed his optics. "All right, I promise you, that if I am given the opportunity to return home, I will do it. Eren gave the Prime a relieved smile. Thank you. The two heard a familiar noise and looked up at the rising, morning sky to see Megatron transform and land right in front of them. What is it? Optimus asked. I scanned the island twice, Megatron informed, all the Titans have been exterminated. Ymir opened her eyes once more to see the beige ceiling of her room. She turned her head to see light coming in through her window, signifying a new day. She was about to get up, but stopped when she felt a weight on her chest. She careened her head downward and saw Historia resting on her chest with the blanket covering them both. Ymir was confused as to why she was here, and wondered if this was all a dream, but she remembered the extents of last night and felt her skin heat up. She groaned in embarrassment, causing Historia to open and rub her eyes. She forced her upper body upwards, using her elbows to support, and looked down at Ymir, who was trying to process the situation. What's wrong? Historia asked. That was a lot of sex, Ymir answered. It felt pretty great, Historia admitted. Stop, Ymir groaned, causing Historia to chuckle at her antics. I mean it though, Historia continued, I'm glad that I was able to do it with you. Didn't seem like it, Ymir retorted, it seemed like you're still angry at me. I'm still pretty angry at you, Historia admitted, but I still care for you. It will take me some time to forgive you though. So why even do this with me? Ymir questioned. I missed you, Historia admitted, and I just went on an impulse. Ymir huffed in response. So I would assume that the bite marks on my neck you left was tough love. Probably, Historia shrugged. Ymir sighed in response as Historia left a gentle kiss on her forehead. Ymir smiled at Historia and looked at her with utmost adoration. That adoration soon disappeared as she finally had to ask the question to the inevitable. What are we going to do now? Ymir asked, the Survey Corps are unsure about letting me on the team, and I don't think your friends are going to be happy about this. You don't know that, Historia retorted. Do you? Ymir asked. Historia thought it over for a moment before shaking her head. We could try to convince them. The question is how. Ymir reminded, I know Hanji is going to want to experiment on me and I don't want to be used like a fucking toy. Besides, they already have Eren, the Prime, and that motherfucking monster. They might have to ask you from time to help, Historia retorted. But they don't necessarily need me, Ymir proclaimed. Historia thought it over. You could be my guard. Like your protector? Ymir asked. Yes, Historia answered, you come with me wherever I'm needed and make sure nothing bad happens to me. In the event that something does, you could protect me and bring me to safety. You sure that the Survey Corps is going to be alright with that? Ymir asked. You can make those demands with Hanji, since she runs the Survey Corps now, Historia answered. That crazy bitch is going to burn everything to the ground, Ymir declared, causing Historia to snicker. But, I'll make sure nothing bad happens to you, Historia said. Even though I'm a terrible person and probably deserve it? Ymir asked. I don't think you're as terrible as you think you are, Historia admitted. Ymir gave a small smile. Thanks. I do have one request of my own, Historia mentioned, it might help you. How so? Ymir asked. Do you trust me? Historia asked as she sat up. Ymir raised an eyebrow in confusion as she sat up to look Historia in the eye. What are you dash? Do you trust me? Historia repeated. I do, but what are you planning? Ymir asked. You'll find out later, Historia reassured, but for now we need to put on some clothes and talk to Hanji. Ymir felt her cheeks heat up while Historia got up from the bed to find her dress. How was Historia so calm about this? Armin was writing down notes in the classroom as everyone listened to Optimus wrote a list what to watch out for on the Cybertronian ship. Many of these tips were unheard of as none of them knew of Optimus culture or weaponry, so Armin decided to write down the information to keep better track of what to watch out for. The only ones that weren't in the room were Megatron and Erwin. Optimus explained that Megatron was commencing one more scan of the island to see if he missed any Titans. Meanwhile, Erwin didn't want to be in the room because of something he said to Optimus not even Eren would mention. Optimus was explaining contaminated energon when the door opened. Everyone turned to see Historia walk into the classroom with Emir right behind her. Emir? Eren questioned in surprise. Historia, what are you doing? Hanji demanded. Emir said that she's willing to help us, Historia proclaimed. Is that right? Levi asked while the others were confused by the proclamation. I got some conditions of my own, Emir retorted. I'm not to join you guys without having my say in the matter. Hanji thought it over for a moment while everyone else looked at each other in confusion. All right then. What are your demands? Are you seriously going to hear her out? Connie demanded. As far as I'm concerned, Emir hasn't really done anything to harm us, Hanji recalled. She just kept her Titan powers a secret. Which would have saved a lot of lives if she told us. Connie retorted as he looked at Emir. Hey, ugly. Why did you lie to me about my parents? You knew. Why didn't you say anything? Everyone waited for Emir's answer, noticing that she genuinely looked guilty. I didn't exactly know how to tell you, Emir admitted. What was I even supposed to say? I am sorry about keeping it from you, but I just didn't want to see you hurt. You're a good person. Connie was caught off by Emir's response, but he was still angry at the idea and what she did. What are your demands? Optimus asked, changing focus back to the original topic. Emir stepped in front of Historia before stating her first demand. I don't want to be experimented on. Hanji groaned in irritation. Why not? Because I've seen what they did to Annie, and I'm not on board with that at all, Emir answered. Besides, you already have Eren, Optimus, and the Flying Titan. Megatron's a fucking jackass. Hanji shouted. Care to repeat that, mad scientist? Megatron hissed as he walked into the room. Hanji didn't finish as Levi covered her mouth with his hand. Megatron glanced over at Emir and Historia before walking over to Optimus to ask him what was going on. What's your other demand? Levi asked. I don't want to fight Titans anymore, Emir answered. I don't want to be on the front lines again and nearly get eaten alive. Hanji removed Levi's hand from her mouth. Well, can we run some stuff by you and see if you want to join us? Because we're going to secure a Cybertronian ship and we need as much organic life as possible to do so. Emir thought it over. Fine. Yay, Hanji quietly cheered. My third demand, I get to be Historia's protector, Emir added. Get ready to pay up, Jean, Sasha whispered. This proves nothing, Jean retorted. Oh, that's actually a really good idea, Hanji declared. Having someone of your caliber would definitely benefit in protecting Historia. Especially if Marley comes on these shores again. Are those all of your demands? Megatron asked as Optimus picked up the chalk to write something on the board again. I have one request of my own, Historia proclaimed as she stepped forward. Okay, Hanji trailed out, what's your request? Historia glanced at Emir and gave her a small smile before turning to everyone else. I get to marry Emir. Megatron watched in confusion as everyone's mouths dropped. He heard Optimus drop the chalk and saw that even he was startled by Historia's request. Ha! Sasha smiled as she pointed at Jean. What does marry mean? Megatron asked. It is the equivalent of a spark bond on Cybertron, Optimus explained. Oh, Megatron said in a now disinterested voice, awfully idiotic. Historia, what are you talking about? Emir asked. I want to marry you, Historia repeated. People are going to start talking, and it's not going to be good, Levi retorted. Then it can be a secret marriage, Historia suggested, just the people in the scouts know. Oh my god, you're serious, Emir spoke. I mean, do you want to? Historia asked her. I mean, I don't, Historia, I'm not good for you, Emir declared, I'm a complete mess. I'm selfish, I'm a bitch, and I only have 8 years left to live. I know, Historia agreed, but we've known each other for 3 years and have been willing to fight together. Why are you so calm about this? Emir demanded, we are really just jumping the gun. Because I do want to do this with you, Historia declared. Historia, I really don't think you understand. I do, Historia said, do you still want to? I really want to, Emir admitted, I'm so horrible though, and I'm practically the worst person to even be with. I don't have a lot to give you, and I can't give you forever. Historia watched Amir look down at the floor and rub her arm. Historia lifted her hand and touched Amir's cheek, causing the Titan shifter to look at her. Then give me what you have, Historia said. Amir stared at Historia with tears rolling down her cheeks before she let out a small laugh. You're so stupid. You'd be just as stupid as me if you said yes, Historia retorted. I know, Amir said, before kissing her in front of everyone. They parted and looked at each other with care, but stopped when they noticed everyone was still staring at them. Well, damn, Connie spoke. Ah. Hanji squealed. Dude, I don't even know if I should be mad that I lost, Jean admitted. Congratulations, Armin said. Thank you, Historia smiled. So how would we do the wedding? Hanji pondered, it can be an ocean wedding. We can see the ocean and have a wedding. The ocean, Armin smiled at Eren and Mikasa. Are we really going to put the plans on hold for something as unnecessary as this? Megatron asked. Give us a week to prepare for the wedding and then we'll go after the ship, Hanji proclaimed. We can assign who will set up what and work from there. Now, let's plan a wedding. Hanji jumped over the table and grabbed Amir and Historia before pulling them out of the room. Levi sighed as he grabbed Hanji's notes and followed Hanji out of the room. I suppose that we will continue this another time, Optimus stated as he began to erase the chalkboard. Megatron watched as everyone walked out of the room, Sasha appearing to be the happiest considering that she won a bet of some sort. This is completely idiotic and impulsive, Megatron remarked as he crossed his arms and leaned against the desk. The shifter only has 8 years left to live and they want to something as important as a spark bond. Humans can't physically merge beings with one another, Optimus explained. The closest thing that they can do is have a ceremony. Spark bonding is a private matter, Megatron retorted. It's tedious and unnecessary to put it on display. This is simply human culture, Optimus proclaimed, but it is nice to see that love can still appear in times of uncertainty. Megatron glanced back at the Prime and noticed a small smile on his face, but his eyes had a sense of longing and sorrow. The ex-con rolled his eyes and sighed. Please don't tell me you were spark bonded with Elita, Megatron demanded. Optimus was startled by Megatron's statement and turned to him. Megatron dash. Were you or were you not spark bonded with Elita 1? Megatron demanded. Optimus didn't answer for a moment, almost making Megatron assume the worst. The Prime placed the eraser down and stared out the window. No, Optimus answered, we decided against it. We considered our position and the possibility of one of us being captured or killed. The dangers of being spark bonded in a situation like that would have hurt in a more catastrophic way than if we weren't spark bonded. Optimus turned his head away from Megatron. It was still painful to see it happen. Megatron noticed Optimus' hand grip the desk, and thought about what to do next. They didn't speak about Elita, she wasn't supposed to be brought up. It was even a miracle that he even caught her. Elita was a top-ranking official and had the skill and firepower to prove it. She was in the wrong place and time then and his followers managed to corner her. The moment she perished, Optimus broke down, and attacked Megatron repeatedly until Soundwave swooped in and managed to knock him unconscious. Megatron had the opportunity to kill Optimus then, but decided to keep him alive and retreat. Back then, he didn't know if it was because it was a cheap victory, or because he wanted Optimus to suffer with one of the biggest failures in his life. But Megatron still owed Optimus, so. It was a rogue Decepticon that killed her, Megatron explained. They disbanded from the cause and tried to kill me out of revenge for something I did to them. They thought the commotion of the battlefield might have been a great cover, but it didn't go unnoticed by Soundwave. They fought and the rogue missed. They escaped, but we found the deserter mortally wounded in the Battle of Iacon. Optimus didn't respond and Megatron assumed he didn't want to talk about Elita anymore. It was probably for the better if he didn't say any more anyway. Back then, Optimus spoke up, did you plan on killing her? Megatron didn't want to answer that question, not for a moment. He didn't want to create a sound or word of an answer. Did you? Optimus demanded. Megatron took a deep breath. I did. I was trying to destroy you mentally, and the opportunity fell into my servos, but a small part of me regretted the situation happening. Thank you for telling me, Optimus said. I just admitted that I wanted to kill her, Megatron retorted. Why are you thanking me? It may sound selfish, but I finally have a sense of closure, Optimus answered. That's not selfish, Megatron retorted. The two heard footsteps and saw Hanji almost run past the door before backtracking once she saw them. You two better be at the wedding, Hanji declared. That's an order. The two Titans watched as Hanji ran back down the hall before Megatron sighed. Must I be a part of this human ritual? Megatron groaned. Megatron, Optimus scolded. A week later. Amir stared out at the sun setting over the ocean as Hanji and Levi were setting up the makeshift altar. They already planned out how the wedding would go back in Wall Sina. Optimus was going to transport the material. Meanwhile the scouts would help set up the seating and decorations. They decided on white and yellow flowers, oddly enough. How they've even managed to keep this a secret from the public was beyond her, but apparently Hanji asked the commander of the garrison to pull some strings to get what they needed. Time flew and she was already here in this position. She noticed that the scouts were really excited to see the ocean, and were almost tempted to go inside the water and get their clothes wet, but Levi threatened them and told them he would personally end them if they even tried. She wanted to help out and set up, but Hanji told her to simply wait for Historia. Still, she was nervous about this entire situation. 3 years ago, despite gaining her freedom, she never thought that she would be in a position like this. She never thought that she would be marrying the woman that she loved. Now she was in a blue dress and heels with a flower crown on her head waiting for the last of the preparation to be set up before Historia walked down the makeshift altar. She wasn't exactly comfortable in the dress, considering she wore one for the cult she was dragged into. But after having a good test run with it, she found herself growing to like the style and color. A part of her was telling her not to do this. To consider how Historia would just be counting down the days until Amir's time was over, but Historia, she was willing to do this with her. She was willing to be together with her despite her flaws. If Historia wanted this, then goddammit she was going to allow herself this. She hoped that this wasn't a dream, and that any god was allowing her to be selfish once more. Amir watched as they finished setting up the altar and the chairs. She watched as the remaining members of the 104th were adjusting their formal attire. She almost managed to make a snarky remark at Eren for looking like he was about to suffocate in his suite. However, she didn't expect Mikasa to be wearing a red dress of all things. She did manage to speak with the other members of the 104th squad. She owed them all an apology. Oddly enough, they weren't as angry with her as she would have thought. She supposed now they knew the truth and the suffering she's been through, it cleared up some of tension between them all. Amir snapped out of her thoughts when she saw Erwin in a suit stand next to her. Amir looked ready to bolt and the former commander seemed to notice. I have no reason to hold a grudge against you, Erwin proclaimed. I've honestly been the most relaxed in the long time. Besides, Hanji asked me to do this. I don't really mind. Amir didn't say anything as the ceremony began. The scouts stood up watched as Historia began to walk down the aisle. Amir felt her heart get caught in her chest as she saw Historia was adorned in a white dress with a flower crown on her head. She held a bouquet of roses in her hand and a veil over her face. She could tell that she didn't put on makeup, but that didn't change the fact that she was still pretty fucking beautiful. Historia arrived at the altar and Amir flipped the veil over her head to see her face. Hi, Amir whispered. Hi, Historia greeted back with a smile. Erwin cleared his throat as he began to read from a note he pulled out of his pocket. We are gathered here today to witness the union of Historia and Amir. Erwin continued on, but Amir continued not to pay attention and focused on Historia. This was happening. This was really happening. 60 years of sadness, loneliness, and despair, and she finally had a moment of happiness. She found someone as beautiful and flawed as Historia, who also saw her beauty and worth as well. Historia Rice was worth everything to her. Amir felt a tear roll down her face, something that didn't go unnoticed by Historia. Are you all right? Historia whispered. Yes, Amir answered in a hushed voice, I'm really happy. Do you, Amir, take Historia Rice, to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold, in sickness and in health, until death do you part? Erwin asked.
I do, Emir answered.
Do you, Historia Rice, take Emir, to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold, in sickness and in health, until death do you part?
I do, Historia answered.
Then I pronounce you two married, Erwin declared. You may now kiss. Historia wrapped her arms around Emir's neck as their lips collided once more. Emir could hear the claps and cheers from the 104th, the most vocal being Sasha. However, none of that mattered. In that moment of the surrounding chaos and heartbreak they faced, they were finally allowed a moment of happiness. Emir parted from Historia before whispering in her ear. I never told you, Historia Rice, Emir began, you have the prettiest name ever. Historia giggled. Oh my god, stop it. Optimus and Megatron stood next to the Prime's alt mode in their hollow forms, watching from a short distance as the rest of the scouts walked up to the newly wedded couple and congratulated them. Megatron was still completely unamused while Optimus was quite happy for them. The two then noticed Hanji walking up to them in a black suit and waving hello. Primus' sake, you look horrendous, Megatron insulted. Megatron! Optimus exclaimed. Let him have his fun, Hanji shrugged. Honestly, it was either this or wearing a dress, and I was not going to let Levi force me into that shit. This is probably the nicest I've looked in years. You look just fine, Optimus reassured. Thank you, Hanji smiled, but I do plan on ruining it, cause I'm going to go into the ocean and get it wet. I do not know if that is a wise decision, Optimus admitted. Gonna do it anyway, Hanji declared, you're welcome to join. I'd ask Megatron, but he doesn't know the meaning of the word fun and relaxing. I might throw you in the ocean, Megatron warned. Do it, Hanji pleaded, I want to piss off Levi. We might interact a while later, Optimus said, but I do believe the others are going in the ocean. Oh shit, Hanji cursed as she ran back to the shores of the beach. Optimus watched the 104th play in the water, and for once, at their own age instead of war-hardened soldiers. Emir twirled Historia around in the water while Jean, Connie, and Sasha were splashing water in each other's faces, complaining about the taste of the salt. The usually calm and stoic, Mikasa was holding her shoes and giggling as she tried to jump over the waves. She looked over at Armin with a smile, and the boy was holding a shell in his hand with tears of joy streaming down his face. Hanji grabbed something from the water and was trying to show it to Levi, who quickly backed away and told Hanji to drop it. Even Erwin looked ready to cry as he stood in the water, but the former commander quickly wiped away his tears to prevent the others from noticing. There were probably many thoughts going through the man's head. Maybe joy, maybe guilt, most likely both. He just knew Erwin never thought he would live to see something like this. In this moment, he believed that peace for this island would be possible. Optimus and Megatron tensed when they heard the galloping of a horse from behind them. They quickly turned and got into a fighting stance as the rider approached them. Optimus saw that the man had dark skin, which was uncommon for people on the island. He was bald and had a small goatee. The Prime noticed the man wearing a dark green trench coat, and had the symbol of the Cadet Corps on his sleeve. It's a beautiful view, the man commented about the ocean as he got off his horse. Apologies, I received a private invitation from Erwin, and I decided to finally use my vacation days. I didn't even think he would contact me. Who are you? Megatron demanded. A bystander, the man answered, unbothered by Megatron's demeanor or attitude. I'll only be here for a good few seconds. Then I'll be going. I feel as if I stay any longer, I would feel unwelcomed. Optimus lowered his fists while Megatron didn't move an inch. Why are you here then? I just wanted to see how the 104th are doing, the man admitted as he looked over Optimus' shoulder, and they have appeared to have changed. Can't determine if it's in a good or bad way. Why else are you here? Megatron demanded as he crossed his arms. Well, the man began as he pulled out a small envelope from his pocket with some writing on it. Something finally came to my door after all this time, and I need it to be delivered to the recipient. I never thought that something from 5 years ago would end up on my door. Optimus took the envelope from the man's hand and read it. To Eren. There were instructions attached to it to make sure it got sent to him in the event he joined the scouts, the man explained. I suppose a mother's intuition is a lot stronger than I thought. Mother? Megatron questioned in confusion. This is, from Aaron's mother, Optimus concluded, earning a nod from the man. But why the Survey Corps? I was the commander then, before Erwin, the man admitted. I also knew Aaron's mother back then, so she must have thought to send it to me. I don't know why. Then why not deliver it to the boy yourself? Megatron demanded. There are many questions Aaron will have that I can't answer, the man admitted. There were also things I tried to do to prevent him from joining the military. I knew his mother never wanted that life for him, but he had the drive of his father, and there was just no way for me to stop him without getting caught. I can't do it. The only thing that I am asking is for that letter to be delivered to Aaron. Aaron stepped onto the sand and made sure his formal attire wasn't ruined by the salt water. He looked ahead of him and gasped when he saw Optimus and Megatron interrogating a familiar face. Aaron ditched his shoes and ran towards the three of them. Before he could reach them, the man was already on his horse and riding back west towards the walls. Aaron stumbled to a stop, earning the attention of both Optimus and Megatron. Aaron, do you know who that man was? Optimus asked. That was my instructor, Keith Shotties, Aaron panted, back in my trainee days. What was he doing here? Optimus looked down at the envelope in his hand and gave it to the boy. He wanted me to give you this. Aaron raised an eyebrow in confusion and glanced down at the object in his hand. He felt his heart stop as he noticed his mother's handwriting. Aaron snatched the envelope from the Prime's hand and tried to process if it was truly real. How did? Aaron trailed off. How did he get this? Apparently it was sent to him with instructions to give it to you, Optimus explained. It came to him years after the fall of Wall Maria. Aaron hesitated before slowly tearing open the envelope, not wanting to damage what was inside. Before he decided to read the 2 sheets of paper, he walked to the other side of Optimus alt mode and sat down by the Prime's front wheel. What exactly is a mother? Megatron asked in Cybertronian. A woman that has conceived or birthed a child, Optimus explained. They usually help take care of the child and help them grow. So then, judging by the boy's reaction, his mother is most likely dead, Megatron presumed. Optimus didn't respond and merely nodded his head. The two stopped talking when they heard barely contained sniffles. Optimus quickly walked toward Aaron and saw the boy was outright crying. He was covering his mouth in one hand while holding the letter in the other. Aaron, I am sorry, Optimus apologized as he kneeled down. Perhaps I should have given you the letter another time. Aaron shook his head and hugged the Prime with force, holding onto him for dear life while making sure not to let go of the letter. Thank you, Aaron wept, thank you so much. Aaron, you should not thank me, Optimus retorted, you should thank your instructor. Aaron didn't say anything after that and continued to hold on to the Prime, letting go of the letter in the process. Megatron walked over and saw the Prime comforting the boy before noticing the letter on the ground. The former warlord picked it up and stared at it. He thought about not reading it, considering it wasn't for his eyes, but curiosity got the better of him and he flipped open the letter. To my son Aaron. I've decided to write this and send this to Keith in the event that you still wanted to join the Survey Corps. We were good friends, so I knew I could trust him with this. Even if Keith didn't survive, I told him what to do in the event you do join and he's not there. As a mother, it would be hard to watch her child go head first into danger and die before she did. That would be my worst nightmare, to hear that you died on an expedition outside of the walls. That argument we had that day, when I tried to tell you not to join, I suppose in the back of my mind I knew that you wouldn't listen to me. Every time I tell you to avoid danger, you always seem to be rushing head first back into it. I feel like you do it in order to prove your worth. That you want to be stronger than you are. I feel that you want to make yourself into a great person. You don't need to do that. You don't need to prove you're special, and you don't need other people's recognition. You don't need to become better than everyone else. You're already great because you were born into this world. I love you with all my heart, and my request for you is to survive. From your mother, Carla Yeager. Megatron noticed the other piece of paper behind the letter and flipped it open so he could see it fully. He assumed the drawing was of his mother, and that the sparkling she was holding in her arms was Aaron himself, who appeared to be chewing on her hair. Megatron didn't respond or comment on what he just read, and merely folded the papers again. He handed back to Aaron, who let go of Optimus and held onto the paper like a lifeline. Aaron dash. Can you hold on to this? Aaron asked Optimus as he slowly gave the letter back to the Prime. I don't want to get it wet. Optimus nodded his head and took the papers from his hand, holding onto the letters with care. Aaron wiped the remainder of his tears and smiled at the Prime before running back to the water. Armin was about to ask what was wrong, but Aaron tackled him into the water, causing Armin to almost drop his shell. Megatron watched in silence as the humans continued to play in the water. He also took notice of Erwin breaking down and crying, causing Levi to step into the water and talk to him. Hanji tried to lift his spirits by showing him the items she found on the shore. This was such an odd sight for him. An odd disruption in this string of this heartbreaking reality he never thought he would see. But, it wasn't as bad as he would have thought. Megatron walked away from the Prime and deactivated the hollow form before flying back to the walls. Humans were such odd creatures. Chapter 28, The Other Side of the Ocean. Theo Magath took a deep breath in irritation, rubbing his temple and leaning forward on his desk. He tapped his foot in the communications room on the ship that went to Paradise. He found the table less interesting and lifted his eyes to see the 3 remaining warriors sitting in front of them. He could tell they were still shaken by the flying titan destroying the port, but for some reason he could tell that it was more than that. So, Magath began, there are 2 metal titans. They both come from a world far beyond and more advanced than our own. The 3 nodded their heads. One of them is named Optimus Prime, Magath continued, but you have no idea what the name of the flying titan is. No, Reiner answered, it never came up in combat. I was never able to hear it during a conversation either, Berthold admitted before looking down at his hand, not after what he did to me. Magath nodded his head before turning attention to Annie. What about you? Did you hear his name? Annie shook her head. The only thing that I know is that Optimus gave him the option to leave. So they both have a sense of free will, Magath surmised, and he stole the Jaws Titan. Reiner nodded. He took Marcel. He must have seen him as the weakest Titan and took him. They also made me tell them about transferring the powers of a Titan, Berthold added, so they most likely found a way to feed him to someone else. Magath took a deep breath and sighed. This is much more complicated than we anticipated. Once we arrive in Marley, you will explain the situation to the commanders there. For now, you all must rest. By dawn, we should be back in Marley. Magath watched as all 3 of them walked out of the room and below the deck to rest. Magath got up from his chair and walked over to the window, staring out into the ocean. He knew that sending the 4 of them to the island was a bad idea. Now, Marcel is most likely dead, and the remaining 3 warriors were completely traumatized by the event. He shouldn't have yelled at them like he did, but he didn't believe the threat was real until he saw it with his own eyes. Magath curled his hands into a fist. The flying titan bowed, it mocked them all by bowing after it destroyed the port. He could only imagine what that thing did to the warriors. And the other titan, he hasn't seen it, but he has no doubt that it is real. The flying titan and this, Optimus Prime, were most likely the most powerful titans in all of existence, and they just happened to fall into the hands of the demons of Paradise Island. Reiner saw that Annie was finally able to get some sleep before closing the door to her room. He walked down the hall of the bottom deck of the ship and opened the door to his and Berthold's shared room. Reiner sighed as he sat down on his bed, seeing that Berthold was across the room with his back faced towards him. Reiner was about to lie down, but stopped when Berthold spoke. How long are we going to lie about Marcel? Berthold asked. Reiner hesitated for a moment. We can't tell the truth about him. We have to take it to our graves. We shouldn't have lied about his death, Berthold declared. And what do you think we should do? Reiner demanded, tell them we lost Marcel before we even reached the wall? They'll have our heads and revoke our power. And what happens when they do find out the truth? Berthold shot back. They'll have our heads and turn everyone we love into titans as punishment. The story we made up will check out, Reiner reassured. What about Porco? Berthold demanded, he's not going to buy it for a second. He will, Reiner proclaimed. He hates you, Berthold reminded as he turned to face him, he's going blame you for Marcel's death. Then let him, Reiner said, I already feel enough guilt for his death, but, we have to maintain the lie. Berthold stared at Reiner before turning away. What will you do if they do find out?
I'll take responsibility, Reiner answered, you two suffered enough because of me. It would only make sense if I paid you back by taking the blame and dragging you further into this.
Reiner, Berthold trailed off.
Get some rest, Reiner ordered as he slumped onto the bed and pulled the covers over him.
Berthold merely grimaced as he covered his hand.
Lying about Marcel, it might have been something they all agreed to, but, it was really all just a ploy to save Reiner's skin for his incompetency. And it seemed he was willing to throw him and Annie under the boat if he wished to survive. He was beginning to think that Reiner was a weak and selfish person.
Annie struggled for a moment before opening her eyes and looking down in horror. She screamed and backed away as she saw Marco's half-eaten corpse crawling to her.
Why?
He said weakly, it was a misunderstanding. Why did you leave me to die? Annie wasn't able to run fast enough as Marco crawled faster towards her.
You should rot, you bitch.
Marco shouted as blood came from the wound, rot.
Rot.
Rot. Annie gasped and screamed as she fell backwards into an endless abyss. When she landed, she found herself in her Titan form. Before she could process what was going on, she felt a shadow loom over her. She looked up and saw Optimus Prime raising his blade. She rolled out of the way as the blade pierced the ground, causing her to run away from the Prime. She didn't know where she was running but she kept on going.
Fall, she heard Optimus say.
Annie was pushed forward by a shot fired from the Prime's cannon. She landed on her front and skidded across the ground. She pushed herself onto her knees and saw two familiar feet standing in front of her. She raised her head and made eye contact with the flying Titan. She saw the bastard smile wickedly at her before lifting his hand to reveal her father in his clutches. Her father tried to get a word out, but the Titan crushed in his hand before he could. Annie watched in horror as the flying Titan let the carcass carelessly slip from his hand to the ground. She trembled as she reached for the carcass and held the mess of blood, bone, and guts in her hands. I told you I would come after your father, the flying Titan declared as he removed bits of the man from his fingers. Annie began to cry before she let out a high-pitched scream of despair. Annie screamed as she was kicking the sheets covering her body. Her eyes snapped open and she shot straight, but she then fell out of the bed due to her panicked state. She kicked the blankets that came down with her and tried to calm herself down. She wiped the sweat and tears coming down her face before forcing herself to stand up. She felt like she was going to throw up, but forced herself to keep the bile in her systems. She looked out the single window on the single window in her room and saw that it was almost morning. They were almost in Marley, but, the guilt and shame she was expecting to face, she didn't want to go back at all. A teenage boy with ginger hair wearing the standard warrior uniform stood impatiently on the dock next to two others. He tapped his foot impatiently and crossed his arms. The girl with black hair to his left, wearing a skirt and holding a set of crutches, looked up at him and raised an eyebrow. Porco, why are you so impatient? She asked. I'm not impatient, I'm irritated, Porco corrected, why do we have to stay out here? We don't even know if they're coming back today. They might, she retorted, and you'll get to see Marcel again. They stayed on the island for over 5 years, the third man reminded the two of them. He was the tallest out of the three, with blonde hair and a short beard. He adjusted his glasses before looking down at both of them. The fact that they stayed so long must have meant there was a complication. Most likely the metal Titan. The girl giggled. The higher-ups are still having trouble believing what you said, Zeke, even though you're one of the most loyal Eldians ever. If the others have seen it too and gathered information on it, Pike, then they will have to believe the threat on Paradise. Zeke declared. Porco tensed when he saw the ship come into view. He had done this multiple times to see if his brother had returned, but nothing happened every time. He felt he was wasting his time, but he hoped that his brother would return along with the founding Titan. The ship docked at the port and Porco waited with bated breath as the soldiers got off the ship. The first thing he noticed was a guilty, older, version of Reiner walking onto the port. He then saw Berthold and Annie following suit, looking more so scared than guilty. But the one thing Porco noticed was no sign of his brother. Pike smiled as she did her best to run over to the three due to her crutches. "You're back. Welcome home." Pike hugged Annie first, even though she was extremely tense when she made contact with her. She then moved over to Berthold and hugged him. The now tall warrior seemed to force a smile as he used his right arm to hug her. Zeke noticed Berthold's left hand looked burnt and was surprised to see that Berthold was missing a finger. He also glanced at Annie and noticed her eyes were a lighter shade of blue. Pike moved over to Reiner, but noticed the Titan shifter slightly move away from her, causing her to grow concerned. "Reiner, what's wrong?" she asked, but he chose not to answer. "Where's Marcel?" Porco demanded as he stepped to the three of them. "Where the hell is my brother?" None of them answered, causing Porco to conclude the worst. "No," Porco trailed off, "no, no, no. Marcel, he's on the ship. He's trying to play a sick prank on me. After 5 years, why would he do that? That's so cruel." "Porco," Reiner spoke up, staring at the floor. "Marcel, he..." Porco stared at Reiner as his denial soon turned to anger. He screamed as he tried to tackle Reiner, but Zeke and Berthold held him back while Annie got in front of Reiner to protect him. "Porco, enough!" Zeke ordered. "I knew it!" Porco shouted, "You were the weakest out of us. You were the runt and they made you a Titan shifter. Damn you, Reiner. Damn you. You got my brother killed." "It wasn't his fault," Annie retorted, "we barely managed to escape with our lives. The Flying Titan was able to capture Marcel. There was nothing we could do." Porco stopped kicking as Zeke and Pike turned their attention to Annie. "Annie, what are you talking about?" Pike questioned. "Titans can't fly." "This one did," Berthold reasoned. "He managed to beat us all by himself in combat. And Optimus Prime is just as strong as him." "Optimus Prime?" Zeke questioned. "Is that the name of the Metal Titan?" Porco snapped his head to Berthold as the Titan shifter nodded his head. Before they could question them any further, they all saw Marleyan soldiers hesitantly transport a large, rusted, gray, metal thorn off the ship. Many looked on it in fear, as some seemed to be reliving a past event that happened. "What happened on that island?" Pike asked. "We will discuss it later," Magath answered as he walked up to the 6 of them. "For now, we must all head to headquarters. You 3 will provide an explanation to your failure, and the reasons we shouldn't revoke your powers." Berthold, Annie, and Reiner grew tense as Magath walked off. They were all in extremely hot water. Meanwhile, Porco forced himself out of Zeke and Berthold's grip, glaring at Reiner before walking away as well. They all better have a good reason. Later, Annie tied her hair back and straightened out her uniform before looking at herself in the mirror. It has been so long since she's had to adorn this uniform. To be an honorary Marleyan, to serve her country and atone for the sins of her ancestors. She and her father knew that was nonsense from the start. They didn't fall for it like Reiner and so many others did. But now that she's back from the island, now that she knew the whole truth, she hated being in this uniform. Annie sighed as she looked down at the red armband on her arm. She hated having to wear this again. Annie walked out of the changing room in headquarters and down the hall to the military war room. When she reached the door, she saw Berthold waiting for her outside in his. "I thought you'd be inside," Annie remarked. "I decided to wait for you," Berthold said, better than everyone else staring at us in shame. Annie noticed Berthold gripping his armband with his right hand before her eyes trailed down to his injured left. "How's the hand?" Annie asked. "Nothing yet, and I hope nothing happens again," Berthold answered before he opened the door. The 2 Titan shifters stepped in the room to see 5 high-ranking commanding officers seated at the far end of the table where a large window was placed, Commander Magath included. Zeke was seated next to Magath on the right side of the table while Pike was seated on the left next to another commander. Reiner sat next to Zeke, wanting to stay as far away from Porco as possible, who was sitting next to Pike. Porco silently glared at Reiner, forcing the Titan shifter to keep his head down. Berthold decided to walk over and sit next to Reiner while Annie sat next to Porco. Berthold, Annie, and Reiner held their breath as Commander Calvi took a deep breath and stood. "You 4 have been on that island for 5 years, Calvi began. "Well, now 3. Ever since you left, we've had to expand our resources to accommodate for the absence of our military might. That still wasn't enough for tensions to rise between other nations and cause war. Now 3 of you remain. And if we release a statement regarding your failure of retrieving the founding titan and the loose of the jaws, it could mean war. Because, if an island with a lack of technology managed to defeat one of our most powerful weapons, what is to stop other countries from trying to trample us into the ground? The trio tensed as Calvi stood up from his chair. So you 3 better give us all a good explanation as to why you all failed, and why we shouldn't revoke your powers, Calvi declared. Reiner noticed all eyes on them. He saw Pike staring at them with a concerned look while Porco was waiting for an explanation. We infiltrated the walls by destroying the entrances to Wall Maria, making it easier for us to slip in, Reiner explained. We infiltrated the military and gathered as much information regarding the king as possible in order to retake the coordinate. We planned to destroy the gates to Wall Rose, but we weren't expecting what came next. We found another Titan shifter, Eren Yeager, who we later discovered had the powers of the coordinate. But now we believe that there is a Titan even stronger than the coordinate. He's a metal Titan called Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, Calvi said, you expect me to believe the devils managed to create a metal mindless Titan? The Titan is sentient, sir, Berthold explained, it displays advanced amounts of intelligence. It knows how to speak and it knows how to fight. When we tried to break through Wall Rose, it managed to kill over 100 Titans. Berthold's comment piqued everyone's interest now. Their faces of anger turned into one of slight interest. How did the Titan manage to kill over 100 Titans? Calvi demanded. He was able to alter his body, Berthold continued. He could turn his hands into guns and swords while changing his body into a vehicle faster than most of Marley's artillery. According to the information that we gathered, Reiner continued, he's a war veteran, and he's from another world far more advanced than our own. Another world? One of the commanders said. There's life outside of our world. Another one questioned in shock. That's impossible, Magath retorted. That is what we gathered, Reiner merely stated. Then how did he manage to come to this world? Calvi asked. We don't know, Reiner answered, but the Titan stated that his race is extremely advanced. They've managed to create a device that could transport anyone anywhere in a matter of seconds. He might have used something like that. In this world? Calvi asked. Even beyond it, Reiner answered. That's a pretty detailed lie that you've managed to come up with, Porco hissed. Silence, warrior, Magath ordered, causing Porco to shut his mouth. It is not a lie, Zeke defended Reiner, causing everyone to look at him. Zeke, you've reported that you've encountered a metal Titan that you were unable to control, Calvi recalled. Is this the same Titan they speak of right now? Was the Titan red and blue? Zeke asked the 3. They all nodded their heads and Zeke looked back at Calvi. Then yes, it is. How do you know? Annie asked Zeke. I fought him when I came to the island, Zeke explained. I tried to see if I could control him and give him commands, but he continued to fight me. He nearly ended my life and almost crushed me when I was in the nape of the neck. That really happened, Zeke? Porco asked him. Yes, Zeke nodded his head. I managed to escape with my life because he became distracted. Did any of you engage this Titan in combat? Calvi asked the 3. I did, Annie answered. I tried to retrieve the coordinate, but he stopped me twice, and he shot off my arm. That prevented me from being able to regenerate it for a few weeks. How? Magath questioned. Apparently their blood is toxic to humans, Reiner explained. That same blood is also used to power their weapons. But when the Titan fired at me, it seemed he didn't know the effects of what it would do to my actual body, Annie concluded. So why has your arm regenerated, if it was blown off by the metal Titan? Calvi asked. The King of the Walls did something to me, Annie explained as she rolled the sleeve of her right arm. He somehow managed to mix the Titan's spinal fluid with their life force. Once they injected it into me, my arm grew back. And I've been able to regenerate instantly. Annie showed the blue veins in her arm to everyone, taking them all off guard. The warriors were startled by the revelation, while the commanders were completely disgusted. Have you had any other complications with this? Magath asked. Annie shook her head. I've been completely fine, and I also think I got stronger. But it still wasn't enough. Without it, I was still beaten by Optimus Prime. And the Titan has been training the coordinate, Eren Yeager. So when I tried to capture him, he was able to hold his own long enough for the Metal Titan to capture me. I wasn't able to penetrate his armor or find any weaknesses to exploit. Porco noticed that Berthold looked rather sick, but didn't say anything, expecting it to be related to the situation they were in right now. This Titan believes in the same lie that was told to the devils on the island, Reiner explained. He believes that humanity is extinct, but I doubt they believe that anymore. And why so? Calvi demanded. Have you devils alerted them of our presence? No, sir, Reiner answered. I believe that would be on my end, Zeke explained. Eren Jaeger's father is also mine, Grisha Yeager. He was sent to the island after I exposed the Eldia restorationists. It seems that he managed to reach the walls and find a way to give the information to them. How would he have reached the island? Calvi demanded. The only way he would have been able to was if he had the powers of the Titans. He must have, Zeke concluded. There was someone feeding information to the restorationists, and they infiltrated Marley military. They must have had multiple opportunities to retrieve a Titan power. The information was in Eren's old home in Wall Maria, Reiner continued. We tried to stop them from retrieving it and grab Eren, but, the Flying Titan dash. Flying Titan. A commander shouted while everyone else stared in disbelief. Reiner nodded his head. The Flying Titan stopped us from doing so, and defeated us all in combat. He's the one that took Marcel. Porco stared at Reiner and noticed his tense expression. He saw Annie trying to keep her composure from the mere mention of him, while Berthold looked like he was ready to throw up. Do you know this Titan's name? Calvi asked. No, Reiner answered. He appeared mere minutes after we revealed our true forms. He managed to beat us along with the Metal Titan. He is like the Metal Titan, and no doubt comes from the same world as him. How can you be so sure? Calvi demanded. The Metal Titan and the Flying Titan talked as if they knew each other. Berthold managed to force out, and he could also shift his body as well. Berthold, are you okay? Reiner whispered, earning a quiet nod from his friend. When I also fought him, he referred to the Metal Titan by name, Annie explained, almost as if they knew each other a long time. I also overheard that Optimus was allowing the Flying Titan to leave. You all fought the Flying Titan? Calvi asked. What happened? He beat us, Annie grimaced. That's not all. He taunted us. He played with our minds and held back his strength to show how powerless we were in the situation. My training meant nothing to him. I was only able to get a drop of blood while he nearly ripped me in half. Pike looked at Annie with a heartbroken expression as the other hung her head and looked ready to cry. Before Calvi could ask another question, Berthold suddenly began coughing violently. Berthold covered his mouth with his injured hand, which many noticed started to darken and spread. Berthold! Porco exclaimed. Berthold coughed up blood on the table, causing everyone to stand up and back away. Berthold began seizing up as he collapsed on the ground and thrashed violently. Berthold! Reiner exclaimed as Annie ran to him and kneeled down. Get me something sharp! Annie shouted. Are you ordering us dash? He is dying. Annie shouted, and I know how to save him. And if you don't want to lose the Colossal Titan, then get me something sharp. Porco grimaced before dashing out of the room to grab some sort of weapon. Berthold, stay with me. Annie yelled as she noticed Berthold struggling to keep his eyes open as blood dripped from his mouth. Magath watched in shock as one of the powers of the Titans was dying in front of them all. The healing factor wasn't working and he was throwing up blood. Even though he still had 8 years left to live, he looked like he only had 2. Porco dashed back into the room holding the blade of a bayonet. Give it here. Annie ordered. Porco gave Annie the blade before she stabbed her back through her clothes, directly into her spine. Everyone jumped back as Annie gritted her teeth in pain before taking the blade out of her back, revealing her blood to be a tainted blue with somewhat of a glow to it. She stabbed Berthold in the chest with it, causing the Titan shifter to gasp and take a deep breath.
He coughed the remainder of the blood out of his systems as his wounds began to regenerate. Everyone was still confused when his regeneration stopped at his fingers. Annie removed the blade, revealing it to now be tainted purple. Annie stared in fear before throwing the blade to the corner of the room. "Don't touch that blade," Annie ordered in a calmer voice, "that will kill you. Take him out of the room, now," one of the commanders ordered. Annie managed to help the sluggish Berthold to his feet and drag him out of the room with help from Porco. Calvi looked in disgust as the mess before turning his attention to Reiner. "What the hell was that? What mind game are you playing?" "There's no mind game, sir," Reiner exclaimed as he lifted his hands. "The Flying Titan, he has something more dangerous in his systems than Optimus Prime. He called the substance Dark Energon. He said it was more dangerous than Energon. We assume that would be the blood coursing through the Metal Titan's veins. We have no idea why the Flying Titan's blood is different, but he said that Berthold's body shouldn't even remain. Then why is he still alive now?" Calvi demanded. Whatever was in Annie, she thought that it would eliminate the substance from Berthold's systems, Reiner explained. "But by judging what we just witnessed, it merely stops the process of infection temporarily," Zeke concluded. "This Dark Energon is still in his system, and can kill any one of us." Magath noticed that all the commanders looked genuinely worried while Pike stared down in genuine fear. Zeke didn't have an expression on his face, but he still looked pretty tense. Everyone looked over to see Annie open the door and walk in the room alone. "Porco is going to watch over the Colossal Titan, sir," Annie informed. "We will excuse your actions only for this moment, warrior," Calvi said, earning a submissive nod from Annie. "This Titan infected Berthold with Dark Energon," Magath began. "Did he infect any of you?" "No," Reiner answered. "That still didn't excuse some of the actions that he did to us. When we first encountered him, he ripped out the beating heart of my Titan form and crushed it between his fingers. He defeated Berthold's Titan form 3 times, ending one of the fights with a single punch and another by decapitating his head." Magath and the others now grew fearful of the actions done by the Flying Titan. It defeated their strongest weapons with ease, and without a moment's hesitation. Which brings the certain question. Why are you more fearful of the Flying Titan than Optimus Prime? Calvi asked. Because Optimus Prime is more peaceful compared to the Flying Titan, Reiner explained. Peaceful? A commander shouted. This Titan shot off her arm. How in hell would he be considered peaceful? Before he shot off my arm the second time we fought, he offered me a chance to switch allegiance to the Island Devils. He offered to advocate for my security and even offered to train me in his fighting style, Annie explained. He's willing to offer chances for surrender and peace. He was even willing to convey basic information regarding his world, Reiner continued, and is willing to put the lives of the devils over himself. Put the lives of devils over himself? Magath questioned in disbelief. It sounds difficult, but I do believe it, Zeke agreed. I let the Titan figure out that humans could be turned into Titans, and as he attacked me in a fit of rage, he demanded that I tell him how to change them back. He believes that humanity is extinct, and I do not know what he would do once he learned of the truth of our world. What about the Flying Titan? Calvi demanded. The Flying Titan, he didn't care, Annie explained. He said he would give me a quick death, but he didn't even offer a chance of surrender. He said that he would kill us all and every other Titan shifter on this world. When I finally did some damage to him, it wasn't even enough as he almost ended my life. And he just toyed with me every step of the way, even though he knew I had no chance at beating him. Was there any way to discover that there was something between the metal and the Flying Titan? Something we could use against them? Calvi asked. Berthold explained that the two were conversing, almost as if they hated one another, or if there was some sort of underlying tension between them, Reiner explained before chuckling in defeat, but it didn't matter in the end what they felt towards one another. When they put their differences aside, individually they are strong, but together, they're unstoppable. You mentioned that one of them was a war veteran, Magath recalled. Yes, Reiner answered. The Metal Titan had been fighting in a war for his world and his people, and judging by the Flying Titan's fighting style and mannerism, I believe he was a part of that war too. According to him, that war is over. How long have they been fighting for? Magath asked. Reiner hesitated in answering, angering Commander Calvi. How long, warrior? 4 million years, Reiner answered. 4 million. One shouted as everyone stared at Reiner in shock and horror. That's impossible. Another shouted. It's true, Reiner said. Pike seemed to notice Zeke gripping his hands at the information, but couldn't completely focus on him because of the shocking revelation. Commander Magath, is there any way to prove their claims? Calvi demanded, that this entire story isn't made up to save their own skins. Annie gritted her teeth. Of course the officials didn't believe them. I wouldn't have believed it myself until I laid my eyes on the Flying Titan myself, Magath explained. He appeared to us as we left the island, but he didn't attack our ship. He destroyed the port instead. He tore it to pieces and we could only watch, but that's not the worst of it. After he finished, he looked at our ship, smirked at us, and then bowed. That bastard mocked us by bowing. So if the port is destroyed, that can only mean two things: they know of our existence based off of Grisha's information, and they've most likely found a way to eliminate the Titans on the island. Pike concluded, if these Titans are truly invincible, what is to stop them from eliminating the Titans and expanding resources? Pike, you are brilliant as always, Zeke complimented. So as of this moment, we have no way of making contact with the island and disposing of Eldian trash, Calvi hissed before taking a deep breath. If two of these Titans managed to come upon this world, then that must mean that their resources and machinery is on this world as well. But we have no way to prove that, Zeke retorted. These Titans are the proof, Calvi declared. They must have gotten here somehow, some way. If we can analyze the piece of the Flying Titan you brought back with you, we can find similar minerals we can use to advance military weaponry. What if the minerals are exclusive to Paradis? Zeke asked. Then we will conduct experiments to make you all stronger, Calvi declared. If this Energon managed to enhance Leonhardt's powers, enough to do some damage to these Titans, then we must take it into consideration. You will rest for 2 days and report to the Titan Research Facility along with Berthold Hoover. Experiments will be conducted in order to perfect this. Annie grimaced at the thought of being experimented on once more. Yes, sir. As of this moment, all military endeavors to Paradis will cease, Calvi declared, until we can advance our artillery enough to combat these Titans, these monsters. We will not send anyone to the island at the moment. Calvi turned his attention to Reiner. I want a full detailed report of your time on the island, including the event of how exactly you lost the Jaws Titans. Your legitimacy as the armored Titan is still in the air, so you better start making a good case. Yes, sir, Reiner saluted. You are all dismissed, Calvi said. All the Titan shifters walked out of the room along with 3 of the commanders while Calvi and Magath stayed inside. Calvi gritted his teeth as he stared out the window. How do you intend to convey this to the public? Magath demanded. Not only are there more advanced Titans, but they come from beyond this world. Something we did not consider comprehending. If we release everything to the public, there would be mass hysteria. I'm aware, but if we keep the public in the dark, the enemy will have a lead over us, Calvi retorted. We will need to work out a complete story once Braun conveys all the details, but we must advance our weaponry in the meantime. We must also be ready to prepare for the possibility of war with other countries. Once we do release this information, will they go to war with us? Or will they agree to destroy Paradis with us? I doubt there will be a positive outcome, Magath admitted. Damn, of all the possible outcomes to this. The most powerful Titans in all of existence fall into the hands of those demons. Stopping regeneration, playing mind games, and yet they choose to stay on the island to defend those demons. They have their own sense of free will, Calvi said. They have the powers to travel beyond worlds and can live for millions of years. Are they gods? Or are they monsters? I wish to lay my eyes on one of them to see for myself. You would not, Magath admitted. The Flying Titan is a monster. I think I do believe that, Calvi stated, but it is a shame that the monster can fly. This brings up more complications than it's worth, Zeke remarked to the other warriors. All of them, except for Reiner, were lounging around in Zeke's office. Annie and Porco sat in different chairs while Berthold was resting on the couch. Pike wringed some water out of a rag before placing it on his forehead. So 4 million years of battle, Porco remarked, we can barely live past a century, and they've spent their lives fighting. I can only imagine the struggles of you guys trying to stay alive, Pike admitted. If I was there, if I took the power of the armored titan dash. What exactly could you have done? Annie demanded, you have no idea what it was like fighting the both of them. I had to struggle to stay alive, and they weren't even using their full strength. Maybe my brother would still be alive, Porco retorted. He's gone, Annie declared, the flying titan took him, and they most likely found a way to feed him to some other titan. How would they even know that? Porco demanded. The King of the Walls experimented on me, now I have this stupid energon in my systems, Annie answered. They found information given by Grisha Jaeger, they found the port, they forced the information out of Berthold. They most likely found some spinal fluid to give to someone so they could devour Marcel. I refuse to believe my brother is dead, Porco declared. We may have to assume the worst, Porco, Zeke declared, Marcel is either captured or dead. Porco grimaced before standing up. Then I'll find a way to get the Jaws Titan back. Annie watched as Porco walked out of the room before hanging her head. She hated lying about this, but it was already too late to tell the truth. Zeke noticed Annie's weary expression before walking over to his desk and pulling out his cigarettes and matches. I'm going to be smoking in here, Zeke informed, could you please take Berthold to another room? I don't know how this dark energon may react. The last thing I want is for him to feel worse. Annie nodded her head before walking over to Berthold and lifting him over her shoulders. Pike did her best to help due to her crutches by easing the weight off of Annie. They dragged Berthold's unconscious form out of the room, allowing Zeke to light a cigarette. He put out the match and put the cigarette to his lips, deeply inhaling before exhaling the smoke. He watched it leave his mouth and let it linger in the air. He then took the phone on his desk and dialed a number before placing said phone against his ear, waiting for the person in the other end to pick up. Zeke, what a pleasant surprise, a female voice said from the other end, it's been a while since you've called and asked for help. There's been a complication, Yelena, Zeke explained, the Flying Titan aligned himself with the island. The Flying Titan, Yelena trailed off, as if trying to recall something, the Titan you encountered after you faced the Metal One. And the one you decided to withhold from Commander Calvi. They're both of the same species, Zeke said, and according to Reiner's intel, they might know each other. Fascinating, Yelena said with a hint of excitement in her voice, more gods walk among us. Any endeavors to the island has been delayed until further notice, Zeke informed. I'll try to persuade Calvi to send a ship or something to the island so that you and Onyenko Pon can make contact with Eren Yeager. I'll be extremely excited to meet your little brother, Yelena proclaimed, but what about the Metal Titan that you angered? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Zeke declared while rubbing his neck of a bruise that wasn't there. He's not our objective. But he might be an obstacle, Yelena reminded. We still need Eren to agree with us in order for your plan to work, right? Of course, Zeke answered before staring out the window, but it may take a little longer than expected. I'm with you every step of the way, Yelena declared. The next day. The information regarding what happened on Paradise Island was published to the public. It made headlines across the nation, and started a national debate as to what exactly they were dealing with. The government debated whether they should to withhold information regarding Optimus and the Flying Titan's origins, but decided to tell the public. There was already going to be a mass panic in revealing these Titans' existence. Withholding the information would have given Paradise an advantage, and they weren't going to let them continue having the lead they already had. Of course, this spawned a mass panic and debates of multiple varieties. Some questioned the legitimacy of the information, and wondered if the warriors were lying to save their skin. But Magath made sure to put in his own input to ensure that people believed the truth. That didn't stop Merly Jans from not believing the information. Others have accepted it. They believed that these two Titans existed, and that they might even be a bigger threat than the demons themselves. However, many were discussing the fact regarding their origins. There was life outside of their world, which many did not believe and were trying to wrap their heads around it. A civilization far more advanced than anyone could ever dream. Were there other worlds like that? Different types of life on different planets. Many were fascinated and fearful at the idea,
but many were also scared at the prospect of these titans. One was faster than any vehicle in their artillery, the other had the ability to fly. They easily bested their strongest weapons in combat. Overall, many were terrified and angry, because the two most powerful beings in all of existence fell into the hands of the demons. Were they gods, or were they devils? None of them were sure. Magath stared out the window of his room, looking down at the people in the street view to see them talking with worry about the information they just learned. He tried to convince Commander Calvi to withhold the information for some time, but he suggested they release it sooner than later. Everyone would be more alert that way. However, that didn't stop the prospect of this information spreading globally to other countries. Once they heard of the failure of the warriors, no doubt they would try to go to war. He would hope that they won't, but the prospect was still in the air. Magath recalled the flying titan bowing to them and grimaced. They knew the name of the metal titan, and knew some things about them, but they knew nothing of the flying titan. Not even his name. All they knew was that he was willing to play the role of a monster. The warriors, excluding Zeke, looked up at the gated internment zone of their home, Liberio. After Berthold rested and Reiner wrote the report, they were ordered by Commander Magath to go back to their hometown. Pike stared back at Berthold, Reiner, and Annie and smiled. "Welcome home." Porco watched Pike walk through the gate before glaring at Reiner. "I have to tell my parents about my brother," Porco reminded, "and of your incompetence." "Porco, it wasn't his fault," Berthold retorted. Porco merely scowled before walking inside the internment zone. The remaining three looked at each other before walking into the internment zone together. The three stared in surprise as they saw a small crowd awaiting them. The crowd looked at the three in sadness and sorrow, making the three come to the conclusion that they heard the news about the island. The three suddenly heard crying as they turning to see Porco's parents grieving as they held their only child left. Porco looked ready to cry, but he held in his tears and guided his parents back to their home. "Reiner!" a voice shouted. Reiner turned to see a blonde woman running to him with a smile on her face. He grunted as the woman gave him a tight hug. "You're home, my son." She smiled as tears came down her face. "My warrior." Mom," Reiner stuttered. "Berthold," a voice spoke. Berthold turned and saw his mother walking to him. He was about to smile, but noticed her distressed expression. "Mom," Berthold began as he walked up to her, "what happened?" "Your father," she began, "your father is sick, and he's not getting better. The doctor said that he's been in a coma for days." She began to cry as she gripped his shirt. "He might not." Berthold tried to process the information, but grabbed his mother and looked her in the eyes. "Take me to him." She nodded her head as she guided him to the Eldian hospital. Reiner looked on in guilt at his friend before his mother let him go and caressed his cheek. "You're all right," she smiled with tears in her eyes, "my precious warrior. You came home, and you're not hurt." Reiner felt the guilt inside of him worsen as he stared at the ground instead. His mother tried to comfort him but he merely shook his head. "I need time," Reiner said. "Oh, well, of course," she said, "we'll find a way to get the demons, I know you will. I'll cook you a nice meal, to welcome you home." Reiner wasn't necessarily able to refuse as his mother took him back to their home. Annie watched Reiner's stricken expression, but didn't pay mind to it as someone else came into view. A middle-aged man with black hair and cane in hand came walking up to her before standing still, leaning on said cane for support. "Father," Annie greeted with bated breath. "Annie," her father greeted back before smiling, "you kept your promise." "Father, I've changed," Annie began, "I'm not the same person I was when I left. Both physically and mentally. I don't even know what's coursing in me now, so please, don't expect me to be the same person." Mr. Leonhardt didn't respond as he walked up to his daughter and gave her the best hug that he could offer. "I don't care if you're the same person," he whispered, "I know you won't be, but you came back home. That's all I wanted for you. Thank you for keeping your promise." Annie was startled by her father's declaration and almost looked ready to cry tears of joy, but she stopped when she remembered the flying titan, and the threat he placed on her father. The Titan Shifter managed to hold back her emotions as she wrapped her arms around her father. This may be the last chance she can truly hold the man before the inevitable comes. Her father would be doomed, and so would everyone else. 4 months later, in another town. When do you think the island devils will attack with their new weapons? A man asked his friend as they walked down the street. Who knows, the other admitted, honestly I don't know which one is more of a threat, the titans in the walls or the ones from another planet. The idea of life outside of this world is still bizarre, the first man remarked. Not bizarre enough to prevent a war with the Middle Eastern nations, the second man grumbled, we don't need this. But the situation is still serious, the first man said, I hear that the Tiber family might get involved, and are heading to the Marley military headquarters. That's so. The second man questioned, they never get involved in anything, not after they helped destroy the Eldian Empire. Before the first man could add anything, he bumped into someone that wasn't necessarily watching where they were going. He was going to shout at them, but held his tongue as he saw the man's face littered with multiple scars. He had gray hair and wore a buttoned-up gray trench coat with a bag over his shoulders and a map in his hands. But the thing that threw the off the most was his intense gaze with those odd red eyes. Sorry, the first man apologized. I didn't watch where I was going, the newcomer reasoned, I'm just irritated because these maps seemed to grow more and more complicated by the day. What do you need help with? The second man offered. I'm trying to find the train station, the newcomer explained, I've been walking on foot for days and I need a faster way to get to where I'm going. Oh, well the train station is actually just up ahead if you continue walking down the road, the second man explained, routes should be listed over there to help. The newcomer hummed in response before walking off, leaving the two in a slight daze. Man, he didn't even thank us, the second man remarked. You kidding me? The first man exclaimed, he looked ready to rip my face off. Megatron looked down at the map in his hands once more before scowling and folding it before putting it in the bag. These things were so primitive it made him want to scream his head off. He hated this. He couldn't believe he even agreed to do this 2 months ago. He never thought that he would infiltrate humans and walk among them like he was inferior. When proposed the idea, he should have wringed the mad scientist's throat when he had the chance. But it was too late, and he had to follow the objective at hand, infiltrating Marley and finding a way to destroy them from within. Chapter 29, The Neutral Ship. 3 months ago, Paradise. Aaron grabbed the loaf of bread as part of his dinner before walking through the mess hall to sit down with his friends. All of them seemed rather exhausted as they were trying to stretch and relax their muscles. Damn, today was pretty exhausting, Jean remarked, didn't think that we'd be doing housework. I thought we would be going to the ship already. It's been almost a month. Historia wanted to do the orphanage, Armin retorted, and we wanted to see how many people we could get to join the Survey Corps. There's also the fact Hanji wanted to destroy the cave to retrieve the glowing crystals. They've created an unlimited light source. I guess, but I'm happy about the Survey Corps growing to a decent number, Connie admitted as he looked around to see a pretty packed mess hall, about 50 new members so far. It's probably going to increase soon. Ever since the Titans on the island have been eradicated, there's been a lack of demand for garrison soldiers, Armin said. Many have taken on the role of keeping peace within the walls, but that's still not enough of a job. Probably why so many are transferring here, Sasha concluded. Many that have joined have also been curious to see Optimus and Megatron, Mikasa recalled. Well, Optimus has been in the classroom when Hanji is explaining the formation, Armin retorted. But they probably don't know that's him, Mikasa reminded. Hey, long time, no see, a voice spoke. They all turned to see a boy with blonde hair walking towards them with a tray in hand. Floche, it's been a while, Jean remarked. A good few months, Floche recalled as he sat down, you guys don't mind me sitting here, right? It's nice to see familiar faces. We don't mind, Aaron spoke, honestly it's nice to see a familiar face too. Floche let out a small laugh. Still, it does look like you guys changed, even though it hasn't been a year. They all didn't say anything as they drifted their eyes away from Floche. Well, it's been pretty eventful, Armin remarked. I agree, Floche said, it's still hard to believe humanity's not extinct. Well, Buckethead did find the port and destroy it, so, Connie trailed off. Buckethead? Floche questioned. Oh, that what we call Megatron, Sasha explained, his head kind of looks like a bucket. You're insulting the Titan that willingly helping out humanity. Floch asked. Eren choked on his drink while everyone at the table stared at him in shock, making Floch feel nervous. What did I say? He asked. Everyone looked at each other before Jean, Connie, and Sasha busted out laughing, causing some people to turn their heads. Connie slammed his hand on the table while Sasha nearly fell out of her seat. Oh, Floch, my friend, you have a lot to learn, Jean chuckled as he put his arms around his shoulder. Optimus might be willing to help out, but Megatron, Armin trailed off. He's a little shit, that's what he is, Sasha declared. Huh. Floch exclaimed. Megatron doesn't like humans, Mikasa explained, and if this were any other scenario he would have left us. He punched me in the face, Jean added. He also blackmailed Levi regarding something and humiliated the previous commander over, a thing I know but will not say, Eren explained. You've got to be kidding me, Floch said in disbelief. That ain't even the best part, Sasha proclaimed. Megatron and Optimus are at odds with each other, Armin continued. At odds is putting it lightly, Jean retorted, the reality is that they hate each other. When Megatron first got here, Optimus almost killed him on multiple occasions. What? Why? Floch demanded. Jean quickly looked around before whispering something in Floch's ear, causing the newcomer's mouth to drop and his face lose color. That's what? Floch tried to process. Yeah, that's classified information, so don't do spreading that around, Jean advised. But, what? Why didn't you dash? You have not seen this guy in combat, Connie retorted, he's a fucking killing machine. Saddle up, bitch, Sasha proclaimed, you're going with us to the deep end, starting tomorrow. Since we're going to that ship. Should we have even said anything? Mikasa asked. Well, it was him going in blind or him being prepared, Connie reasoned. Thank you for telling me, Floch said. See? Jean said. Optimus pulled the trigger of the weapon in his hollow form and it fired, shooting straight into a tree that was a few yards away from him. The Prime shielded his face as the contact created a loud explosion. When he opened his eyes, he saw the tree was destroyed, and that the only thing left was a broken stump. Hanji raised her head from the cover of the sideways table while Levi was sitting at another table with equipment, sipping his cup of tea. It worked. Hanji exclaimed with excitement as she jumped over the table and walked up to the Prime. The Thunder Spear prototype is a huge success. There are flaws with using this device, considering its short firing range, Optimus retorted. But it still works, Hanji reminded before walking over to the table and picking up a long, metal spear. Now all we have to do is get this to the engineers and they'll be able to mass produce it. We can use it to battle the armored Titan since swords are ineffective. Once we get our hands on the Cybertronian ship, we can make this out of stronger material. Hanji, you're overthinking a lot of this shit, Levi proclaimed. Why not just focus on sealing the wall so people would be more willing to moor back into Wall Maria? We have to think ahead, Hanji retorted. We're dealing with an unknown enemy that's more technologically advanced than us. Taking apart the ship would be of great use to us, Optimus continued. I do hope, however, that the ship's main systems still work. Why would that matter? Hanji asked. The scraplets usually go for warmer metals, so they would most likely consume the passengers and the engines, Optimus explained. If they didn't chew through the most important cables, we could access the mainframe of the ship and find out exactly what this world looks like and where we are located. I thought you knew, Levi retorted. I assumed what this world looked like based on my observations and my experience on Earth. But the walls are on an island and the history of this world is far different than I imagined, Optimus explained. Grisha didn't exactly leave us with any maps, Hanji recalled, and Amir wasn't given a formal education, so that's a shot in the dark. We can only hope the ship can give us more than tools to use, Optimus declared as he was about to grab another Thunder Spear. Wait, let's save what we have for the ship, Hanji suggested. Speaking of that mission, many of the new recruits are going to be seeing Buckethead's shitty personality, Levi reminded. He's not even here right now. He's bumming it out somewhere on the island. I bet the kids already said some shit as a warning, Hanji retorted as she took the spear from Optimus and set it on the table. I just hope they haven't said too much. We've made some of your history classified. Not many people know Megatron's backstory because of obvious reasons. It is understandable, Optimus agreed. On the plus side, it seems you guys have been getting along, Hanji added, almost as if you put the past behind you. Levi's lips stopped at the rim of his cup before glancing back at Hanji. He then turned his attention to the Prime, who seemed rather tense at Hanji's comment. Hanji, trust does not equate to forgiveness, Optimus said. Oh, Hanji trailed off before nervously laughing, 4 million years. Right. Guess that same thing would apply to the outside, Levi admitted, 1,000 years of bloodshed and 100 of subjugation. How exactly are we going to solve this when we have no way of getting off the island? I am hoping for a peaceful solution, Optimus admitted, but hate does not go away overnight. We must be prepared for the worst. We must be prepared for war. War? Hanji questioned. Optimus, are you sure? That may be the worst-case scenario, Optimus declared. The next day, Levi fitted the Scouting Legion cloak around his neck before knocking on the door to Erwin's room. He waited until the door opened and he saw Erwin in casual attire. Levi, you should be heading out, Erwin remarked as he rubbed his eyes. I just wanted to make sure you didn't want to sit this out, Levi proclaimed. Levi, I told you, I'm not the commander anymore, Erwin reminded, I'm helping Hanji with paperwork. Erwin, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Levi stated, you've dreamed of life outside this walled world, and it's a horse ride away. I can't, Erwin said before laughing bitterly, I have much to atone for. You can't spend the rest of your days feeling guilty, Levi stated. I know, Erwin agreed, but, I still have much to do. Levi stared at Erwin before sighing. Seems you're still a slave to your duty. Levi dash. I'll make sure to get you a picture, Levi proclaimed as he walked away from Erwin. The former commander sighed as he closed the door to his room and walked over to the shelf. He picked up a fossilized sand dollar he grabbed on Historia and Amir's wedding day and stared at it before setting it back there. Walled Town, Utopia. Optimus waited patiently in his alt mode as the Survey Corps were getting their remaining supplies ready and checking if the gate was still functional after 5 years with some help from the garrison. He noticed that many of the newcomers were still staring at him, but he chose not to pay mind to it. He was used to it. Optimus, where's Buckethead? Levi asked. Megatron said that he would be waiting for us by the ship, Optimus explained. Levi didn't respond after that and merely nodded his head before hopping onto his horse and heading towards the front of the army. Lot of new people here, Amir remarked as she rode up to Connie and Sasha. And we didn't expect you to be here, Connie said, thought you'd still be doing things. Amir scoffed at Connie's suggestive behavior before pushing his face with her hand, almost knocking him off his horse. I agreed to do this, and what happens between me and Historia is none of your business. Still, it's good to have ya back, Sasha said with a smile. Amir glanced at Sasha before she smiled. Seems you finally dropped the nice act too. I'm proud of you. Sasha gave a big smile to the Titan shifter. Well, things have changed. Is everyone ready? Hanji shouted from the front. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Open the gate. Hanji ordered. Everyone watched in anticipation as the gate slowly opened in front of their eyes. Some shifted on their horse while others gripped their saddle. Advance. Hanji commanded as she rode onward with Levi following behind her. Everyone began following suit, with Optimus being the last one out since he was behind everyone else. They were finally outside the walls. It was the first expedition outside of Wall Maria in 5 years. Megatron sat impatiently by the rusted ship, eyeing it for any signs of movement or life of scraplets. He closed his optics and listened to any familiar patter sounds that were accustomed to these creatures. He heard nothing from the ship, but opened his optics when he heard a galloping sound growing in the distance. He glanced behind him to see the Survey Corps coming into view with Optimus with them. He sighed in irritation as he stood up. He saw that the med scientist was giving out orders regarding tying down their horses to nearby trees while Optimus transformed into his bipedal mode. I could have secured the ship while you took your time, Megatron grumbled in apathy. And get yourself critically wounded in the process, Optimus retorted, not even you are invincible. Megatron groaned in irritation as the Survey Corps equipped their weapons. This is foolish. Okay, we're ready. Hanji informed as she looked up at the two Titans. Megatron and Optimus looked at each other before sliding down the trench to the ship. All of the other Survey Corps members except for Aaron were staring in awe at the Cybertronian ship. They couldn't believe that something like this existed, even though they were told about it. Their world was getting too large for them all. You're awfully calm, Levi remarked as he looked at Hanji before turning his attention, because that shit is fucking huge. I am internally screaming, Hanji admitted, and I feel like if I overreact, I'm gonna completely lose my shit. Get it out now or you're not going to handle it on the ship, Levi advised. You sure? Better right now than later, Levi proclaimed. Hanji took a deep breath before letting out a loud scream, earning the attention of everyone there. Megatron glared at her before taking out the hilt and transforming it into his sword. Not a word. This is a big deal for me. Hanji shouted at the Khan. Behave or I'll take you back to the walls myself. Megatron shot back. Hanji immediately kept her mouth shut as she began tapping her foot rapidly. Armin stared at the ship in awe before everyone was ordered to slide down the trench. Just a few weeks ago, they thought that humanity was extinct. Now, they knew humanity wasn't extinct in the first place and they were about to set foot in another worldly ship that could travel the stars. Life truly was unexpected. Megatron banged his fists twice on the metal of the ship and waited for any noises that might come up. When he heard nothing, he turned his attention to Optimus, who changed his hand into his blaster. Megatron raised his foot and kicked the metal to the floor, creating a rectangular-shaped hole that allowed both Titans to step in. This is where we step off, Megatron said. Be careful, Optimus said, all of you. Don't worry, we got this, Hanji reassured before ordering the others to move into the ship. Mad Scientist, Megatron called out, causing the commander to look up at him, if I find out that you even took a piece of a scraplet dash. I won't. Hanji groaned in irritation before stepping into the ship and following the others. Stop being a little shit. Megatron groaned in irritation as Optimus transformed his blaster back into his hand. She will try and take a scraplet, Optimus remarked. I know. Megatron exclaimed. Levi adjusted the glowing rock in the lamp before raising it to reveal a large long hallway that seemed to go on forever. The other Survey Corps members raised their lamps as well before looking around the hull of the ship. Holy shit, one cursed. This is a dream, another commented. Or a nightmare, Floche added before turning to Jean. How are you guys not freaking out about this? We are, Jean admitted, but this is more of an admiration than a fear. We've heard so much about those Titans and now we're experiencing something from their world. Everyone jolted as Levi took out one of his blades and slashed it against the wall, causing it to shatter on contact. The captain grimaced as he unhooked what remained of the blade. Like Prime said, Levi grimaced before turning to the others. Blades of 3D gear are useless against the metal. We want to kill the scraplets, we use the metal here. Find anything you can pick up and swing around. If not, keep your distance. Levi saw everyone scavenging the area for something to use before turning his attention to Hanji. Please don't try to take a scraplet. I won't take a scraplet per se, Hanji admitted. Buckethead might actually kill you, Levi proclaimed. If he finds out, Hanji retorted. You're a shitty liar, he's going to find out, Levi shot back. How about you don't say anything and I won't steal your stash of tea? Hanji threatened with a smile on her face. Bite me, Levi hissed. They both stopped when they heard the sounds of tiny metal sounds echo throughout the hall. Everyone, tread lightly, Hanji ordered as she proceeded to move forward. The Survey Corps made their way down the halls of the ship, cautious of the sounds that they heard throughout. They noticed that there were trails of bite marks on the walls and on the ceiling, but continued on regardless. They came to a split in the ship and stopped, but that wasn't the main reason. They all saw in front of them frozen dead scraplets scattered across the floor with their mouths wide open. Everyone could see their sharp teeth formed into a circle, almost as if they were meant for rotating. Well, at least we know some of them are dead, Connie laughed nervously. Hanji stared at the dead creatures before turning to the rest of the survey corps. We split into the two teams assigned from here on out. The two teams began to diverge and made their way down the other halls. Levi took Connie, Armin, Eren, and Sasha with him, while Hanji took Mikasa, Amir, Jean, and Floch. In the event that they came across a horde of scraplets, they theorized that a Titan transformation may be able to take them out if they were gathered in one place. The issue was getting that to happen, since they would most likely need live bait. Armin stared in awe while Eren had an unreadable expression while examining the ship. Eren took notice of Armin's expression and chuckled a little. "You seem to be the only one besides Hanji that's enjoying this," Eren remarked. "Everyone else seems rather scared." "I don't blame them," Armin admitted, "but this is something beyond my wildest dreams coming true, and it all happened in the span of about 2 weeks. Armin noticed Eren's rather despondent expression and raised an eyebrow in concern. "Eren, are you okay?" Eren sighed. "I'm fine. I'm just thinking about a lot, I guess." "Is it about everything that's happened?" Armin asked. "Everything's been changing in the past 2 weeks, Eren began. "It's been so hard to keep track of. And as I'm looking at this ship right now, it really just makes me feel like I'm not really important. That my existence in the grand scheme of things doesn't make an impact upon others." "Eren, I know this seems overwhelming but Armin, Optimus, and Megatron are considered legends," Eren retorted, "to the point that their names have been heard across other worlds. I always thought of myself as special when I found out about my Titan powers, but now, I'm pretty sure that I'm not." Armin was about to say something, but stopped when everyone heard tiny metal sounds traveling across the metal. Levi raised his hand in command to stop when he saw an open doorway. He peered inside to see multiple scraplets chewing their way through cables that were connected to the wall and some other tools they weren't familiar with. The scraplets raised their heads at the light from Levi's lamp, but ignored Levi and proceeded to chew through the ship once more. "Eren," Levi called out. Eren stepped forward in front of everyone and watched the scraplets continue to eat. He took a deep and bit his hand. Everyone covered their eyes as golden lightning surrounded Eren and electrocuted many of the scraplets near him. Eren's Titan form appeared and roared before he punched at some of the scraplets in the wall. "Move, now," Levi ordered. Everyone used their 3D gear to hook onto loose parts of the ship before running towards the scraplets and smashing them with the lead pipes and other broken parts they found earlier. They continued to do so as Eren pulled apart the wall to reveal more scraplets. He winced in pain when he crushed the scraplets with his hand, clearly underestimating how hard the metal weighed even though they were much smaller beings. If only he had the hardening ability, then the scraplets might be a little bit easier to deal with. But he couldn't think about that now. He had a job to do. Hanji picked up one of the scraplets on the floor and examined it, earning Jean's attention. "Commander, you know you're not supposed to mess with that," Jean reminded. "Do you really want Megatron to come after you?" "If I'm subtle about it, he won't notice," Hanji explained, also finding a way to see how these monsters tick might allow us to find a better way in destroying it. "Commander," Mikasa began, "you're not going to get anything past Megatron." "Have a little faith in me," Hanji reassured. Floch narrowed his eyes as he saw something with his lantern. He gasped and backed away, causing everyone to stop in their tracks and look in horror. It was a Cybertronian body littered with the bite marks apparently frozen in a state of agony. They flashed their lights on the rest of the body and noticed his abdomen was ripped open from the inside out. "Is he dead?" Floch asked as everyone looked over the body. "Seems that way," Hanji concluded as she shined the light on the rusted face to reveal lifeless optics. "Stomach seems to be ripped open and the optics aren't operating." They all stopped when they heard whirring from the body itself, causing them to pause with caution. Hanji yelled in shock as the blue optics of the neutral Cybertronian flickered on. "Holy shit, he's still alive!" Hanji exclaimed, causing everyone to stare in shock. The Cybertronian tried to speak, but he merely gave a weak cough. He finally mustered the energy to say proper words, but no one could understand what he was saying at all. "What's he saying?" Mikasa demanded. "I don't know," Hanji answered. "Optimus didn't teach me his language." "Commander, above!" a soldier shouted.
Everyone looked up to see Scraplets chewing through cables before looking down at them, specifically the Cybertronian body that just came back to life. The moment they spotted it, they opened their mouths to reveal active, rotating teeth. Some of the soldiers gasped in horror as they rained down on them. Jean quickly tackled Hanji out of the way of the crossfire as the Scraplets began to feast on the Cybertronian. The being tried to scream as it twitched and scramble away. Hanji managed to snap out of her shock as the Scraplets chewed off his legs. "Amir!" Hanji shouted. Amir nodded her head and jumped into the air before biting her hand. Lightning consumed her and eliminated the Scraplets flying towards the Cybertronian. Amir roared as her Titan form appeared. She opened her mouth and bit down on the Scraplets in the air while trying to smack down the others that were still flying. "Attack!" Hanji ordered. The scouts there began beating down on the Scraplets in the area. Many were beating down on the Scraplets swarming the Cybertronian, while the others were beating the ones on the ground. Amir grimaced in pain as biting the Scraplets hurt her mouth. She tried clawing at them a little more with her hands, but that proved to be a hassle as well. She did what she could, and was able to do some damage to them. But she knew that the being was lost to them anyway. There was nothing they could do for him. Eren coughed as he forced himself out of the nape of the neck but not out of his Titan form. He looked down to see that most of the Scraplets were dead, but the room was a little worse for wear. "Is that all of them?" Eren asked. "Seems that way," Levi assumed. "We're still not done examining the entire ship. These shitty things are everywhere, we have to turn this thing upside down to make sure that not a single one makes it out alive." Connie threw a Scraplet at Sasha, and the archer smacked it to the ground before hitting it again for good measure. "Stop fucking around," Levi ordered the two. "We need to move out, and check the ceiling for any tight spaces." Eren nodded his head and went back into his Titan form. He then adjusted his vision before looking up at the ceiling to see a loose tile. He jumped up and pulled on it with all his might before ripping it off and pulling it to the ground. Levi and a few others then flew up to the ceiling and checked inside for any hidden Scraplets. Amir coughed and forced herself completely out of her Titan form before falling to the ground. She groaned in pain at the impact of the hard metal floor before Mikasa helped the Titan shift her up to her feet. "Thanks," Amir said. Hanji kept on beating a Scraplet to death, causing Jean to intervene and grab her arm. "Commander, they're all dead," Jean proclaimed. "Are you sure?" Hanji asked. "Maybe I should hit it again just in case." "I think you need a break," Jean declared as he took the pipe from Hanji's hands. The commander then took deep breaths before looking at the horde of dead Scraplets. "God," Hanji breathed, "I now know why Optimus and Megatron are so afraid of these things." "Guys," Floch breathed, "there's nothing left." Everyone stared at the place where the Cybertronian was, but all they saw were rusted pieces of metal and a chewed-up face that was left behind. "Damn," Jean hissed. "There's nothing that we would have been able to do for him anyway," Hanji proclaimed. "We need to keep doing our shit." "Come on." Everyone followed Hanji further down the ship, some looking back at the dead Scraplets and the remains of the Cybertronian. "They're probably going to mess this up and get us injured in some way," Megatron remarked as he sat down by the entrance to the ship. "Why must you belittle them?" Optimus demanded. "Because I hate them," Megatron answered, "with the exception of the Ackerman." "You did not have to come to the ship," Optimus retorted. "I came to make sure the mad scientist didn't take a Scraplet back with her," Megatron declared. "Why do you keep calling Hanji mad scientist?" Optimus asked. "It is unnecessary and she is the commander of the Survey Corps." "Because she's Shockwave with an array of emotions," Megatron answered. "That is not a good thing." Optimus sighed in irritation as Megatron rested his optics. He didn't understand. Megatron hated humans, yet he stayed here because he felt obligated to make things right with the Prime himself. He understood that making nice with the humans would get on his good side. He wasn't wrong. Now Optimus knows that if Megatron decides to leave this planet, he truly won't cause harm to another. But, if Megatron just wanted to make amends with Optimus, then why did he go and talk to Kenny? Why was he okay with Mikasa's company? Why did he choose to save Eren's life? He could see the guilt written on Megatron's face when he, Armin, and Mikasa were able to get to Eren, but he didn't say anything to it afterward because he knew Megatron would be too prideful to confess. Even as Orion, Megatron never truly told him everything. They considered each other brothers, but Megatron had things he didn't want to confess. And he was okay with that. But he knew that it wasn't just about him anymore. The question was, how would he be able to figure it out? Megatron would never tell Optimus himself. So maybe, he had to find out from the Survey Corps. Given some time, he might be able to find out the truth. This is torture, Ymir whined. I should have said no to this. We all should have said no to this, Jean agreed. Hanji groaned in irritation as she pulled out the thunder spears from her back and adjusted them onto the handles of her 3D gear. Hanji, what are you doing? Mikasa asked. I wanted to try something, Hanji explained as she finished adjusting the weapons. Everyone heard the pitter-patter created by the scraplets before lifting their lanterns to see scraplets eating at the wall and ceiling. Hanji launched herself in the air, despite the protests of her comrades, and fired one of the thunder spears at a creek in the wall where the most scraplets were. Hanji pulled the cord from the end of the thunder spread, creating a pretty large explosion that she managed to not get caught in. However, the force did send her flying to the ground and hitting her head on the metal. Hanji! Jean shouted as everyone ran towards her. I'm good, Hanji groaned as she stood up. Guess the thunder spears need some more work. Ymir looked up to still see some scraplets active. She launched herself and bit her hand, transforming herself into her Titan form, and taking out the rest of the scraplets by electrocuting them to death. Ymir huffed, Ento used to a second transformation so suddenly. She took a deep breath, but stopped when she heard something in the walls. She looked up to see Levi and a few others flashing their lights in the walls. So you used the thunder spears, Levi remarked. There are still some flaws with it, Hanji said as she rubbed her head. Eren ran towards the others, followed by the other scouts that didn't search in the wall. So how was your search going? Hanji asked. We found the scraplets and killed them, Levi answered as he landed on the ground. We saw scraplets eat a Cybertronian, Hanji answered, so that was fun. Did they shit? Levi asked. As far as I'm concerned, no, Hanji answered. We still have to continue searching, Levi declared. Give me the other thunder spear. Hanji removed the thunder spear from her arm and handed it to Levi. Let's go, Levi ordered. 3 hours later. The Survey Corps scanned the ship from head to toe, searching for the scraplets. Sometimes they found some and destroyed them all, while others were already frozen to death. Many of them were already exhausted, but they had to keep going. They had to make sure that there were no scraplets in sight. Once they finished scanning the ship the first time, they decided to double-check to make sure the scraplets were gone. Connie grabbed a scraplet and threw it at Sasha once more. She smacked it with her pipe, sending it flying towards the wall. Okay, I think I'm enjoying this a little, Sasha proclaimed. We scanned the ship twice, and opened all the rooms in the ship, Jean proclaimed. Are we sure that this is the last of it? Eren, who was still in Titan form, rammed himself into a door a couple of times. He did it one more time, causing the door to fall apart and for him to almost fall forward. He was able to steady himself, and looked inside to see there were no scraplet, just a lot of items he wasn't familiar with. Hanji noticed Eren and flashed a light in the room. Looks like the scraplets haven't touched this place. If they can detect warmer items, why haven't come to this room? Armin asked. Must have been shut down before the scraplets reached it, Hanji proclaimed. Optimus might know what to do. Should we call them in? Mikasa asked. Probably, Hanji proclaimed. I'll go get them. Optimus activated when he heard a noise coming closer to the ship. He looked inside to see a light coming their way to realize that it was Hanji. We're good to go, Hanji informed. Optimus and Megatron stood up and looked at each other before entering the ship. They looked around cautiously to see many dead scraplets, either eaten or frozen to death. They then looked ahead to see many of the scouts beating in the scraplets for good measure. And you are sure all the scraplets are dead? Optimus asked. We checked this thing from head to toe for nearly half the day, Hanji retorted. I think it's safe to assume that they are dead. Megatron eyed Hanji. I'm checking you later to make sure you didn't steal any parts. After what I saw with the neutral, I think I'll pass, Hanji admitted. Eren tapped Optimus on the shoulder before pointing to an open door. Optimus walked over to it with his blaster ready, only to find an empty room full of offline monitors. Megatron, the main room, Optimus informed. Megatron walked over to the Prime as he deactivated his blaster and activated his headlights to see inside. Optimus walked inside with Megatron following right behind him. The Survey Corps began to follow suit as they shined their lights to the walls and computers of the room. So this is the main room of the ship? Jean asked. Hopefully the scraplets didn't chew through all the vital cables, Megatron stated. Optimus walked up to the main console and pressed a button on the keypad, but nothing happened. He then pressed the keypad using an emergency combination for all neutral ships, but nothing turned on. The ship's systems seemed to be completely offline, Optimus observed. Megatron noticed a few cables disconnected on the floor, causing him to walk over to it and kneel down. He took 2 of the cables and connected them together, before taking the other 2 and connecting them together as well. Try again, Megatron said. Optimus pressed the emergency code once more. They waited for a moment, thinking that it didn't work, but the computer Optimus was using glowed to life. Optimus then pressed the center keypad, causing the entire room to illuminate. The Survey Corps watched in awe as a blue light flooded the room and activated the other computers. They watched as the computers turned on and were flooded with an extensive amount of data. Holy shit! Connie exclaimed, "This is so crazy. I so want to tell my parents," Sasha whispered to Connie. Armin stared in awe before turning to Mikasa and giving a wide smile. Meanwhile, Eren just felt so out of place. He felt like such a stranger while it seemed like Optimus and Megatron were in their own element. Levi, I don't know if I should cry or faint, Hanji squealed as tears of joy formed in her eyes. I'm not going to catch you if you do, Levi said as he looked around with caution. I wouldn't mind dying right now, Hanji declared, this is the best day of my life. All systems are currently operational, Optimus proclaimed as he began searching through the data files. However, the scraplets appeared to have damaged the ship's defenses and means of transportation. What's that mean? Hanji asked. Scraplets chewed the engines, Megatron explained. We have no means whatsoever to get it off the ground into the wall. But we can still access the ship's navigation system to find out where we are located, Optimus said as he kept typing away. Optimus accessed the ship's navigation system and displayed the diagram of their world on all the monitors. This is what our world looks like. Hanji asked as their location on an island on the top was displayed. It appears so, Optimus answered as Megatron eyed the diagram suspiciously. Eren walked up to one of the monitors and examined the world more closely. He's seen a diagram of the world where humanity was guess he couldn't really call it that anymore. He's seen the world called Earth before, Optimus had showed him a diagram once. He didn't think there would be a different but. Even this world is backwards too. Megatron shouted, causing Eren to jolt and hit one of the keys on the board. Why do you always have to shit on our world? Levi demanded. Shut up, dwarf, Megatron hissed. Megatron, what are you talking about? Optimus questioned as he looked down at his former enemy. This world is an inverse version of Earth. Megatron proclaimed, look at it from the bottom up, or turn it upside down. It is Earth. I guess that's what Earth looks like, Hanji remarked as she tilted her head. Everyone else was rather confused by the conversation going on. If this planet is somehow related to Unicron, I swear . This planet has nothing to do with Unicron, Optimus retorted. And how can you be so sure? Megatron demanded. Is this normal? Floche whispered to Jean. All the time, Jean answered. Optimus exited the ship's navigation system and began searching through the ship's mechanism for possibly good material for the gate in Wall Maria. There are a few walls that haven't been eaten by the scraplets, Optimus observed, however it will take some time to remove and transport the metal towards Wall Maria. We will not be able to complete it today. How long do you think it will take? Levi asked. It depends, Optimus admitted, we need to have the proper tools in order to take the ship apart. Transporting it may also prove problematic.
We also need to make a proper plan to construct said gate, Megatron added. Your tools won't be able to support the metal. At the very least the ship is secure, Hanji declared. We have time to come back and plan everything out. We may need to speed up the process considering our situation, Megatron retorted. The enemy could return to the island any day now. Optimus turned off the ship's systems to conserve. We will return to the wall and dismantle the ship another time. Let's move out, Hanji ordered. Megatron eyed Hanji suspiciously as the Survey Corps made their way out of the main room. I will check her for Scraplet's parts, Megatron informed Optimus. Understood, Optimus said. The Survey Corps made their way out of the ship, unbeknownst to them that there was a red light blinking in the main hull of the ship. Orphan Farm, Walsina. Historia pulled two of the orphans apart as she noticed them fighting. She scolded them for their actions before telling them to go home. The orphans grumbled but listened to Historia before making their way home. She felt a tap on her shoulder and turned around to see Amir holding a set of boxes. Although, she looked really tired. Welcome back, Historia smiled. Glad to be back, Amir sighed in relief. I thought I could help you out for a bit before calling it a day. You need to sleep, Historia retorted. To be honest, I don't mind, Amir admitted. I'm actually really happy that you decided to do this. This is a good thing. Figured that no one should be left behind, Historia declared. Still can't believe Levi agreed to it, Amir smirked. I thought he'd hate it. Apparently, he was born in the underground, Historia remarked. Floche watched the two walked off as they continued to converse. He then looked over to see Connie, Sasha, and Jean walked up to them with supplies in their hands. Do Amir and Historia seem more friendly than usually? Floche asked. Should we tell him? Connie asked. Jean shook his head. I don't think you don't want to know just yet. It's between them. Later that night, Optimus drew the map of their world on the chalkboard as Hanji showed Erwin, Pixis, Zachary, and Historia some of the Cybertronian metal she retrieved from the ship. Aaron merely sat on the sidelines while Levi was drinking his tea. With these materials we can create new weapons and enhance the ones we currently have, Hanji smiled while holding a crooked rod. We can make stronger blades and perfect the thunder rods. We could improve our society altogether. I actually did have a suggestion regarding the reconstruction of the gates in Wall Maria, Historia began. I was thinking that there should be some humans versatile in construction to help out with the task. That way we can create jobs and improve public opinion on Optimus and Megatron. But the public opinion on them is currently fine, Hanji retorted. We need everyone to be united, right? Historia retorted. It should work with proper guidance, Optimus concluded. Hopefully the ship has the resources we need to improve weaponry and the state of the island in general. Marley does have an advantage with technological advancements and social standing, Erwin retorted as he picked up. When they do come, we still may be outclassed with quantity. Then we improve our army and defenses. Until then, Hanji stated, Aaron should continue his training under Optimus. Having him in good fighting shape would help us out. Aaron looked at Optimus while the Prime stared back at him. If you are willing to, Optimus began. I'm willing to, Aaron proclaimed. I think it's time I continue to grow. Optimus nodded his head before he went back to drawing. We still have no idea what is on Marley Shore, Zachary retorted. We have no idea how advanced they are or what to watch out for. Optimus circled the island they were on before placing the chalk down. We need to find a way to retrieve information from the mainland. Maybe possible allies. If the conditions for the Eldians are true, there must be some who wish to fight for a better life. They've most likely been brainwashed into believing staying with Marley is the better option, Erwin proclaimed. Aaron didn't agree with Erwin's statement. Marley were horrible, and they created horrible warriors to lie and deceive them before killing them all. No matter how much he thought of them as friends, there was no way they thought the same thing. Not Reiner, Berthold, or Annie. We will not know for sure unless we see for ourselves, Optimus retorted. Hanji heard the door open and turned to see Megatron's hollow form walk into the room. An idea sprang into her head before she slid over to the ex-con and placed her arm on his shoulder. Hey, Megatron dash. Megatron glared at her before pushing her arm off his shoulder. No. But I haven't even said anything, Hanji whined. I've learned that when it comes to you, I always have to assume the worst, Megatron declared. You are right to assume that, Levi agreed before sipping his tea. Shut up, Hanji hissed at Levi before turning back to Megatron with a smile, please. I make no promises to you, Megatron proclaimed. Well, I was thinking, we know nothing about Marley, and I was thinking in order to get information you would. Hanji muttered the last part under her breath, earning an unamused look from the ex-con. Speak up, Megatron ordered as he crossed his arms. I thought you could, Hanji muttered the last part under her breath. Just spit it out. Megatron shouted. That you could pose as a human and infiltrate Marley military. Hanji yelled before covering her mouth. Everyone in the room looked in concern at Hanji's proposal while Megatron stared at Hanji as if she lost her mind. He was about to speak, but had to truly process what the commander has proposed. No, Megatron said, still trying to get over the shock. But Megatron dash. No. You want me to do what? Megatron shouted. It's just dash. No. We need to dash. No. Kmin dash. Megatron grabbed Hanji's face before pushing her to the ground on her back. You deserved that, Levi proclaimed. It's a good idea. Hanji retorted from the ground. It is not the best idea, Optimus disagreed. Even the Prime agrees. Megatron yelled, I can list about 1,000 things that can go wrong with this plan, which all ends in, the island gets attacked. It can't be that bad, Hanji proclaimed. All right then, 5,000. Megatron exclaimed. Aren't you just a ray of sunshine, Levi quipped. How come the plan wouldn't work? Historia asked. Subjectively, I hate you all, Megatron answered, objectively, this form is merely composed of light and matter. It has no internal organs and will not be able to function like a regular human body. One slip up and I could be exposed. We need to take that risk. Hanji retorted as she stood up, you can just observe their society. You don't have to make contact with high-ranking officials or important people right away. If you're so insistent on infiltrating Marley, why not send Optimus? Megatron demanded. Because the Titan Shifters have already seen Optimus' hollow form, Hanji answered, even if he finds a way to the mainland, they'll know that it's him. And I do not know much of human culture, Optimus added, even if Earth and this world may be similar, I never really got the chance to immerse myself entirely into the culture. I thought that you would have been a human expert, since you were living on Earth, Megatron retorted. I would have, but I was trying to protect them from you, Optimus shot back. Everyone in the room remained silent, worried that a fight might break out. Megatron, however, took a deep breath and looked the Prime dead in the eye. Fair enough, Megatron said before turning to Hanji, but my answer is still no. Kmin, Hanji whined, take a risk. I am not going to pretend to be some weak, fleshy species, Megatron proclaimed. But dash. Not another word about this. Megatron exclaimed before leaving the room. Hanji groaned as she slumped back down on the floor. Well, you were right, Zachary whispered to Erwin, they do hate each other. 2 hours later. Megatron made his way down the hall of the castle in his hollow form. He wanted to talk to someone about this idea of infiltrating Marley, because he knows for a fact that the mad scientist would keep pestering him about it. Megatron stopped when he heard talking in the boys' dorm and stopped when he was right by the door. Megatron was asked to do what? Jean exclaimed. To infiltrate Marley, Aaron repeated. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Connie laughed. Yeah, send the guy that hates humans to go and pretend to be one, Jean retorted. Megatron's eye twitched in irritation. Just a bunch of pathetic humans, he hated them all. It's not an entirely crazy idea, Armin admitted, Megatron is good with deception, and if he played his cards right it could work. How are you so sure, Armin? Aaron asked. Right, you went with Megatron and Mikasa alone to go find Annie, Jean recalled, you said that he pretended to be your uncle as he was asking a lady for directions. What? Aaron exclaimed, why would you do that? To find out Megatron's motivation for staying here, Armin answered. Well, what was it? Connie asked.
Megatron waited for Armin to answer, and was almost ready to intervene, but he heard the boy speak. "To be honest, I wasn't really able to get anything," Armin lied. "Turns out he was a lot better at deception than I thought." Megatron was surprised by Armin's answer. He really didn't say a word. "That doesn't change the fact that there is a risk of sending Megatron into human territory," Jean retorted. "Maybe," Armin admitted, "but there has to be someone that doesn't agree with Marley ideology that could be willing to help us. Also, Berthold, Reiner, and Annie haven't seen Megatron's human form. That might help us out." Aaron huffed under his breath. "Yeah, right." Megatron's quirked an eyebrow in curiosity. "The 3 Titan shifters he fought? Do you think, if Megatron does go, that he'd be able to find out about why they did what they did?" Connie asked, "and whether or not they cared about us." "They didn't care about us," Jean declared. "They think that we're devils." "But we've hung out with them for 5 years, Armin retorted. "That had to mean something." 5 years after the fall of Wall Maria, they were willing to break down Wall Rose, Jean retorted. "They killed many of the people we grew to know during our trainee days. Friends, people we cared about. And then they thought that they would casually ask to kidnap me as if I would go along with them willingly and get myself devoured by another Eldian," Aaron retorted. "They lied to us and they slept soundly about it. I just thought that we could make talk and make peace about it," Jean interrupted Connie. "You know they're aligned with the Beast Titan, the same guy that turned your mom into a Titan." "Like I don't already know," Connie shouted. "There's no negotiating with them," Aaron declared. "They had their orders, and we need to make sure that they don't mess with us again. Even if we have to kill them. It just doesn't feel right," Armin whispered to himself. Megatron didn't hear any more talking before deciding to deactivate the hollow form. He opened his optics and saw the night sky. Suppose that he could understand what the humans were feeling: betrayal. He's experienced many of his followers try to kill him and stab him in the back, but this was different. He supposed it reminded him of the time he and Optimus went up to the council, and Optimus took the title of Prime for himself. He knows now Optimus didn't mean it as a selfish intention, or at least he's trying to come to terms with that. But that didn't mean it didn't hurt him at all. He felt that Optimus used him to gain power and glory for himself. In the end, it was Optimus that stuck true to his morality, not him. Now the humans were wondering if the Titan shifters even cared for them at all. Some of them being in denial about it and just wanting to kill them. But was he really going to consider infiltrating Marley over how a bunch of humans felt? Megatron sighed to himself. How low was he really going to go for this nonsense? Hanji was writing out some plans and ideas for reconstructing Wall Maria's gate while Optimus was watching the sun rise in his bipedal mode. He offered to help Hanji earlier with the plans, but she wanted to have a solid idea first before asking Optimus for help. Optimus heard footsteps and turned to see Megatron walking towards them, looking rather tired. "Did you not get enough rest?" Optimus asked. "I'm fine," Megatron proclaimed before looking down at Hanji, mad scientist. Hanji stopped doing calculations and looked up at the ex-con. Megatron snarled for a moment before begrudgingly coming to an acceptance at his decision. "I'll do your stupid idea," Megatron said. "You'll infiltrate Marley." Hanji squealed. "Megatron, are you sure about this?" Optimus asked as he stood up. "No, I think it's a terrible idea," Megatron declared. "I did give it some thought and we do need to find out more about the enemy." "That's great." Hanji smiled. "You can contact Optimus while you're there and dash." "Let's get one thing straight," Megatron cut off. "If I'm going to do this, then I do it my way." "Got it." "Fine. Just report back to Optimus when you can," Hanji exclaimed. "I won't make contact with the humans just yet," Megatron informed Optimus. "I'll take my time and observe the customs before I make my move." "Are you sure about this?" Optimus asked. "I think it's a terrible idea, but you all seem to be fond of them," Megatron stated. "So when do we start?" Hanji asked. "Right now," Megatron answered, before transforming and flying off towards the mainland. "My paperwork!" Hanji exclaimed as Optimus watched Megatron disappear in his sights. This was going to either work or fail horribly.
Marley mainland. Megatron activated his hollow form and looked around the area to see nothing but a large field with a town in the distance. Megatron grumbled in irritation before walking towards the small town. When he reached it, he found himself surrounded by humans walking around and driving primitive modes of transportation. Megatron continued walking through the streets before finding himself in front of the news stand. He looked down at the newspaper and was startled to see the headline. Debate over Titans from the stars and life outside this world. Megatron read. Yeah, a man at the counter selling the newspaper said as he was fixing his products, that's all anyone has been talking about. Even the mention of the war has been sidelined after the announcement of the Metal Titans on the island. It just seems odd that the government would release everything, especially if it would cause a mass panic, Megatron admitted. Some people think it's a conspiracy, the man admitted, but some believe it. Eyewitnesses said the Flying One destroyed the port on the island to get rid of traitorous Eldian devils. I see, Megatron hummed in response. Maybe he should have destroyed that ship after all. Now they've lost the element of surprise. Are you going to buy the newspaper? The man asked. No, Megatron answered, I was just curious. That's all. Megatron walked away, hearing the man grumble about the lack of profit he's been making. If he wanted to blend in with the humans, he would have to catch up on everything as soon as possible. This was going to be troublesome. Chapter 30, Infiltration Part 1. Megatron read the train routes and schedules on the billboard before looking ahead to see others boarding the train. He sighed in defeat as he walked over to the attendant accepting tickets. In all his years of being alive, Megatron never thought he would ever be involved in human culture. Not even to the degree his followers were when they were trying to take over Earth. But here he was, pretending to be a human, boarding a primitive method of transportation. Megatron walked up to the attendant and handed him his ticket. The attendant grimaced as he saw the destination written on the paper. Exactly why are you going to a den of devils? He asked. That's not where I want to go, Megatron retorted, it's a pit stop. Like I'd spend a day next to those bastards. The attendant seemed to hum in agreement as he punched a hole in his ticket. You're on the last cart. Megatron took back his ticket and got on the train, but didn't fail to notice a group of tall guards boarding, protecting what looked like a rich family. Megatron made his way to the last cart of the train, and noticed that it was entirely empty. Hopefully once the train started, no one would be in here and he could report back to Optimus. Megatron sat down and put his bag on the table before pulling out the map of Marley he had earlier. He stared at it in irritation before finally figuring out exactly where he was on the map. If Megatron wanted to infiltrate Marley military, he had to act exactly like a human. Which is why he didn't make direct contact with the military the moment he arrived. It was too reckless of a move. He decided to observe the culture of Marley. Find out about their customs and traditions. If someone noticed something off about his heritage, he could say that he was a traveler with no home, which wasn't that far off. He observed the humans. He did labor work for certain people in exchange for either money or possession humans no longer needed. That's why he had the backpack and the map on him. He also had to buy a dictionary and read it in order to make sure he didn't say Cybertronian dialogue and phrases by accident. Megatron rubbed his jaw at the way he's had to communicate. He switched to the simple Kaonian dialect he'd grown accustomed to before he became Megatronus. It didn't make him stand out as much and he couldn't make a huge show. Still, he hated that he has to abandon his vernacular for the sake of the mission. Presentation mattered to him. From the way he walked to the way he spoke. He had to refine it in order to inspire the masses. Now he just felt incomplete. Megatron snapped out of his thoughts as he felt the train begin to start moving. Megatron looked around and saw that the cart was empty. He reported his position to Optimus fairly quickly before disconnecting the comm and deciding to take a nap. Megatron opened his eyes and lifted his head to see the night sky outside his window. He put the map back in his bag before taking out the dictionary and beginning to read and memorize words. I always think that you would not stoop to a lower position than where you already are, a voice spoke, yet here you are, proving me wrong. Megatron lifted his eyes to see Unicron sitting across from him with his arms crossed. It's been a while, Unicron, Megatron remarked, about 4 months. Yes, it has, Unicron agreed, and yet you are still here on this miserable planet helping out the humans. Helping out the humans is nothing more than an incentive, Megatron told Unicron. Is that the new lie you are telling yourself now? Unicron retorted, you may have started this to help the blasted disciple of Primus, but now it seems you don't mind helping out the parasites. That's none of your concern, Megatron declared. I'm a part of you, so this has to deal with me, Unicron declared. Why are you getting attached to these humans? They're parasites, leeches. They speak of foolish things like love while at the same time try to kill each other. They think of each other as less than human. They see a god like you as a devil. I am not a god, Megatron proclaimed. You're right, Unicron agreed, someone like you achieving the greatness of God, you lost everything in the process. And now you think that helping these humans will rectify your sins. I know they will not dash. But you wanted to, Unicron corrected, you helped the Prime's pet and saved his life when you didn't have to. You're helping out humans when you do not have to. And they don't even consider you an ally. They fear and hate you. They don't consider you a friend. And the rest of this pathetic planet thinks of them as devils. If devils cannot accept you, what makes you think that others can? I don't need you to tell me what I already know, Megatron began, the people of the island fear me and hate me as they should. I will never ask for something that I know I do not deserve, but that should not stop me from doing something right with my miserable existence. Unicron let out a loud laugh. Doing right? How idiotic are you? The whole world wants that island wiped off the map for crimes committed over 1,000 years ago. Helping them would only doom this planet, according to the eyes of everyone else. And even if you help the island, even if you succeed, how long will it be before the humans on the island dispose of you? They adore the disciple of Primus, they loathe and despise you. You're just a means to an end to them. Just like helping them is a means to an end for you. Megatron glared at the illusion as it smirked. Do not forget, Megatron, you will always be a monster. A gunshot was heard from the other cart, causing Megatron to shoot up from his seat. He looked behind him to see the illusion was gone, and decided to focus on what was happening now. Megatron walked over to the door of the cart and peeked through the window to see some of the guards he saw earlier, armed with guns and pointing it at the passengers. There seemed to be 3 at the moment, but there could be more throughout the train. Megatron ran back to his seat and picked up his supplies before running back to the door. He peeked through the window once more and saw 2 of the guards heading towards his cart. He stood next to the door away from view before they walked into the room. As the second one stepped inside the cart, Megatron quickly closed the door and jumped the man. He quickly snapped his neck as the first guard turned around and looked in surprise. Before he could fire his gun at him, Megatron knocked the gun out of his hands to the floor before covering his mouth and snapping his neck as well. Megatron stared at the bodies before walking back over to the door to see the third one was still holding the cart hostage. The former warlord grabbed a rifle from one of the corpses and checked to see that it was loaded. He stood up and aimed the rifle at the guard's face. He pulled the trigger and fired, causing the bullet to go through both windows and hit the guard through his temple, just below the helmet he was wearing. Megatron grabbed the other rifle before opening the door to the cart and walking over to the other one. He closed the door and noticed that the 10 passengers that were there were looking at him with fear. I'm not here to kill you, Megatron explained, I'm the one who fired that shot and killed the guard. Does anyone know where exactly he's from? The guard was a member of the Tiber family, a woman spoke up, but the Tiber family are saviors of humanity. Why would they do such a thing? I doubt that they would do something like this, Megatron said as he looked down at the soldier he shot. He doesn't even look like a Marlian, but in any case, the ones who started this are going to discover that something is wrong. Does anyone here know how to use a rifle? A middle-aged man raised his hand, causing Megatron to hand the second rifle in his possession over to him. They'll come back to check if the cart is under their control, Megatron explained, if they do defend it. What will you do? The man asked as Megatron walked over to the door of the cart. I'm going to find the trash who's doing this, Megatron answered as he opened the door. The ex-con looked down at the moving tracks before looking ahead and to his left to see a ladder leading to the top of the train. Megatron jumped and grabbed onto the ladder before climbing it and reaching the top. Megatron felt the wind hitting his face, but chose to ignore as he walked onto of the cart. He grabbed the edge of the roof and leaned forward to see through the window that there was blood on the ground in a body next to it. That must have been where the gunshot came from. Megatron continues onward and jumped onto the next cart. He looked through the window of that one and saw no one else inside. That made his job a little bit easier. "See Megatron," Unicron spoke as he reappeared on the roof, "you're risking your identity for humans. The enemy no less." "A means to an end," Megatron retorted as he jumped onto the next roof. "Stop trying to keep on telling yourself that lie," Unicron ordered. "Will you keep quiet for 5 seconds and let me focus?" Megatron hissed as he leaned over the roof once more. This time, he saw a cart full of passengers and the noble family he saw earlier. 4 of the guards that came in with them were holding hostage a small boy, while 2 other guards that seemed to truly be a part of the noble family entourage were aiming their guns at the 4, trying their best to get the boy. If Megatron didn't think this through, more people could die. He didn't care for the humans, but doing some heroic deeds would cover up his history and have people think he's a human. Of course he couldn't get himself injured in any way. It's not hard, but he didn't want to be reckless. Megatron stilled when he noticed a man in a suit with long blonde hair staring at him from his seat, right next to a woman with black hair that was too distracted by the scenario. Megatron placed a finger over his mouth to tell the man to keep quiet. He then stood up and moved over to the next window next to where the 4 guards were standing. He gripped the edge of the roof of the cart and swung himself into the air before aiming his rifle at the window. Willie gulped in fear as he saw his son crying out while one of the terrorists was holding him by his collar. He did background checks on all of his guards. He didn't even know that there were 7 from the Middle Eastern nations that infiltrated his entourage. He got too careless, too trusting. Now his family was going to die because of his mistakes. "Give us the Warhammer Titan, you devils!" one of the guards shouted, "or everyone on this train dies. Starting with the brat." Willie couldn't reveal that identity. It would put the entire family at risk, and it would make the entire war worse for the Middle Eastern nations and anyone aligned with them. Nations would be destroyed if he said a word, but couldn't risk losing his children. The tension grew higher as they placed the gun to his son's head. The other 2 guards that had no knowledge of this coup were protecting the rest of them and trying to get the boy back. Willie was about to speak, until he saw something out the window. He glanced over and stared in confusion as he saw a man with gray hair that appeared to be upside down outside of the train with only his head visible. He tensed when he saw the man had noticed him, but he merely placed a finger over his lips before disappearing. What did that? What was he doing? Before he could question who the man was, he saw the figure flip over the train and aim his rifle at the window. The man fired, killing one of the terrorists and destroying the glass in the process. The man barreled into the train and kicked the one holding his son in the head. His son fell to the floor while the man smashed the butt of the rifle into a 3rd soldier, knocking him unconscious. The 4th was about to fire at his son, but the man knocked the gun higher, causing him to fire to the ceiling. The man then used the rifle in his possession to get the 4th terrorist in a chokehold. When the one holding his son tried to fire at him, the man shielded himself with the one he was holding down. The 4th soldier was killed and tossed to the floor before the man aimed his rifle at the one still alive. "You bastard!" the remaining terrorist shouted as he aimed his rifle as well. The last fired his last bullet, but the man dodged it at the last second with his quick reflexes. "You really didn't plan this out," the man remarked. "Your friends are dead and you failed." "We didn't fail," he declared, "we thought of everything. 7 of you were taken down by me," the man declared, "unless you have an 8th. He took them all down." Willie thought. "No," the first declared before he smirked, "but we do have a bomb at the front of the train." "And you told me the rest of your stupid plan," the man said before stepping on his leg and breaking it. The first screamed as the man picked him up and heaved him over his shoulder. The man then took notice of the passengers, family, and the guards staring at him in shock before sighing. "I'm tired and I'm not in the mood of introducing myself or being interrogated by this flimsy entourage. If there's any way to contact authorities, then do it. I have a bomb to stop." Willie watched the man open the door of the cart with the screaming terrorist in tow. The man closed the door and hopped onto the other cart. Willie quickly got up from his seat and grabbed a rifle before dashing towards the other cart, despite the protests of his family and the passengers. He opened the door and saw the man finished unscrewing the bolt connecting the train together. As the one half of the train continued to move forward, Willie jumped onto the cart, catching the man by surprise. The man got over his shock and caught him, pulling him onto the moving train. "What in the what the hell are you doing?" the man demanded as he shut the door of the cart. "Why did you follow me?" "This group was after me and my family," Willie declared. They were after me because of the blood coursing through my veins." "Serves you right, you devil," the wounded terrorist spoke. The man sighed in irritation before slamming the butt of the rifle in his face, causing him to scream in pain. "I don't give a damn about that," the man hissed. "You decided to put yourself in danger out of guilt. Now I have to worry about protecting some petty rich kid with a privilege complex. Sir, just shut up and stay behind me," the man ordered as he picked up the wounded terrorist and walked forward. Willie followed the man down 2 empty carts before they found themselves at the front of the train where the engine room was. Willie gasped as he saw a bomb strapped right onto the engine itself while the conductor was dead on the floor with blood pooling out of his stomach. There was another terrorist inside that tried to charge at them, but the man quickly shot him in his side, causing him to collapse to the floor. The man dropped the terrorist on the floor and aimed the rifle at his head. "Disarm the bomb," the man ordered. "No," the terrorist proclaimed. "I'm not in the mood for your shit," the man hissed. "Tell me how to disarm the bomb or I end your life right here." "All for the sake of my country," the terrorist proclaimed. "Your country is going to pay the price for your stupidity," the man declared. "You thought attacking the Tiber family would somehow get you off scot-free? I'm pretty sure you'd be killed along with the rest of your country. As long as I kill one, the mission is a success," the terrorist smirked as he quickly pulled out the pistol and aimed it for the bomb. Willie gasped in surprise as the man dropped the gun and tackled him out of the engine room before pulling him off the train. As they rolled down the dirt together, the engine room blew up. Will saw that it continued to travel down the tracks but was beginning to slow to a stop. Willie saw the man growl in anger as he stood up. "And there goes my ride. I paid nearly $30 for that ticket and it goes up in smoke. I have to walk all the way to Liberio now. Damn it. Safest country my ass." Sir Willie began as he stood up. Willie let out a tiny squeak as the man looked at him with such rage that could kill a man. "And don't get me started on you," the man began. "You could have stayed on the train with everyone else. Instead you put yourself in danger and made it more complicated than it needed to be. I could have stopped the explosion if you weren't in the way. Sir, And they were after you and you go off to try and risk your life," the man shouted. "Maybe I should have let them kill you just to save myself the trouble." Willie quickly got down on his knees and bowed his head. "My name is Willie Tiber of the Tiber household, and I am truly sorry for putting you and everyone else on the train in danger. I had no idea that the enemy had infiltrated my guard and were out to kill me and take the Warhammer Titan, but they were trying to kill me and my family because of the blood that flows through my veins. Even though we are saviors to humanity, the devil's blood still curses us and makes us a target for everyone. I can't ask for forgiveness, but I am truly sorry." Willie waited for the man to rant at him once more, or display some kind of anger towards him, but Willie lifted his head to see the man holding out his hand to him. Willie took it and the man pulled him to his feet. "I'm really Willie stopped when the man raised his hand. "It's been a rough day for me," the man admitted. "I've been dealing with a lot, and now that I don't have a ride or money, I'm back to square one." "Well, I can get you a ride, a horse," Willie stuttered. "I can get you whatever amount of money that you need." "Stop," the man ordered. "I'm not going to take advantage like that, and besides, how long will it be before transportation does come here? I should be fine just following the tracks." "But, you saved my life," Willie reasoned. "There must be something that I can do for you." The man thought it over and sighed before picking up his bag off the ground. "How insistent are you going to be about it?" "Pretty insistent," Willie admitted. "You've done a great service to the Tiber family." "All right then," the man relented. "If I ever find myself in a bind, can I count on you to pull me out of it?" "Sure, anything," Willie agreed, "but you need my temporary address." "Just say it and I'll remember," the man said. Willie told the man his address. "You can send me a letter and I'll be able to respond right away." "Okay,"
the man said, I should head out. Wait, I didn't get your name. Willie exclaimed. The man stopped in his tracks and glanced back at Willie. It's Matthew. Matthew Hayes. Before Willie could stop and ask his something else, he heard someone call out his name. He looked behind him to see his family and a few guards running towards him. You're alive, his sister exclaimed with relief as she knelt down and hugged him. How did you survive? The man, Willie tried to point to him, but gasped when he realized he was gone. Where did he go? Paradise Island, Wal Maria. Hanji watched as the engineer began to weld chains for the new gate. Optimus instructed the engineer of how hot the metal had to be heated in order to properly mold it. She then saw the other engineer create a metal crank to open and close the gate. She theorized that wood wouldn't be able to support the metal, so they had to use metals from the Cybertronian ship. Of course, that took longer than expected as well to mold, considering the proper tools required and how much the scraplets ate through. They were planning on testing the prototype right now, and they had to make sure to clear the surrounding area of the workers there. Commander Hanji, we are Dash. Optimus, don't call me that, Hanji groaned as she looked at the Titan in his bipedal mode, it makes me feel old. You are my commanding officer, Optimus retorted. And you are 4 million years old, Hanji countered. It would still be rude of me, Optimus proclaimed. Hanji groaned in response. Did Megatron call back? He said he is making his way to Liberio, Optimus informed. Hanji stared at the Prime in surprise. Already? It has been nearly 4 months, Optimus retorted. Hopefully, he will not make direct contact with the Titan warriors. Only Berthold, Annie, and Reiner would have a chance at recognizing him, Hanji said, and if he's as good at deceptions as he claims, he should be fine. I just pray he will choose not to be impulsive, Optimus hoped. Commander Hanji, an engineer walked up and saluted her. We're ready to test out the mechanism. Good, Hanji said, let's begin. Megatron rubbed the holoform's eyes as he continued walking by the track, making it to the town of Liberio. He actually did deactivate the holoform for a day before he reactivated it and walked along the track. He would usually have to hide his supplies or he wouldn't be able to navigate this place. Megatron entered the town and was met with apartment complexes and multiple humans walking around the street. He heard that some were discussing the newspaper published this morning. He peered over at a man reading one, and nearly cursed aloud when he realized it was about him and the stunt he pulled saving the people on the train. He wasn't sure of the importance of the Tiber family just yet. He hasn't gone through this entire planet's history yet to know all the details. But if it made headlines like this, then he would have to keep his head down to avoid authorities. Megatron noticed other people staring at him and merely looked ahead before he continued walking. Maybe he should wait an extra week and let the story die down before doing anything else. Then he might be able to operate a little more freely. Megatron stopped in his tracks when he heard a few humans mockingly laugh at a food stand. Megatron turned to see 3 humans, mocking and harassing 2 Eldians. The older one looked like he was protecting his younger sibling. Both had a yellow armband and appeared to be in military uniform. Deviled brat, you're not fit to wear our uniform. A Marleyan shouted. Megatron could see the fear in the younger one's eyes while his older brother was trying to protect him. The ex-con noticed the Merlians nearby continued about their day as if nothing was going on. And for some reason, it aggravated him. A part of him told him to not get involved, but grimaced at the sight of the older boy getting kicked in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground. But he still continued to shield his brother. Slag it! This angered him to no end. Before he could process it, he found himself walking towards them. One of them was about to punch the older brother in the face, but Megatron quickly grabbed his arm and forced him back away from the two. What the hell? The lackeys shouted as Megatron turned his attention to the siblings. He saw their bag on the ground and picked it up before shoving it in the older boy's hand. Go, now, Megatron ordered. But Dash the younger one yelped as his older brother grabbed him and made a run for it. What the hell's your problem? The one he pushed demanded. You mean besides the fact they were 2 kids, Megatron retorted as he faced them. Man, the guy said, just because they're kids, doesn't excuse the fact they're devils. Do they have spinal fluid on them? Megatron demanded. A dash. Did they have a gun? A knife? Megatron continued, did they offend you at all? They offend us by walking in these streets, the second one said, they're devils that don't deserve to live. The same devils fighting your battles for you while you go home and drink yourself to death, Megatron shot back. Megatron noticed some passers-by looking at him in disgust but didn't acknowledge them. Are you sympathizing with these devils? The first man shouted, are you a devil? Is that why you care so much about them? Have you forgotten their sins? Hardly, Megatron hissed, it's just common sense to not waste time on two kids who will die fighting in your war. Unless you're trying to compensate for what you lack. The man got angry and tried to punch Megatron, but he merely caught the fist before dislocating his wrist in the process. The man screamed and fell to his knees while his friends backed away in fear. Hey! Step away and put your hands in the air. A Marleyan soldier ordered as he and three others aimed their rifles at him. Megatron let go of the man's arm before raising his own in surrender. Megatron allowed them to restrain him by tying his hands with rope. You're under arrest for assault and helping an Eldian, the soldier declared, you will come with us quietly, or we will take you with force. Megatron didn't say a word as he allowed the humans to take him. He should have waited a week until he made his next move. Later. Zeke Yeager was not in a good mood. At least, things could be better. So far he heard nothing regarding Annie and Berthold's condition. They've been at the Titan Research Center non-stop as scientists were trying to find out how to save Berthold and harness Annie's abilities using the energon inside of them. Meanwhile Reiner and Pike were busy trying to come up with some strategy for the upcoming battle against the Eastern nations. Reiner wanted to prove himself, since he took full responsibility for the failure of the mission and the loss of Marcel. Meanwhile, the commanders were discussing ways to find similar metal compounds to the Thorn from the Flying Titan on their land with the hopes of advancing weaponry to take on the enemy and the two metal titans. Despite all of this, there was still no way for him to try and send a Marley ship with his followers to Paradise Island to help aid them. All military endeavors have ceased, and he couldn't get them to change their minds no matter how hard he's tried. Now he was being called down for some stupid minute thing that didn't have to be handled by government officials. Even though he was an Eldian, he didn't have to deal with this. Zeke made his way to the interrogation room and opened the door before coming face to face with one of his commanding officers. You're late, he hissed. I'm sorry, Zeke apologized as he saluted him, what's going on? That, his commander whispered as he pointed through the window. Zeke looked inside and saw Magath shouting at a man tied to a chair. A man that wore all gray, with multiple scars on his face and odd, but familiar, red eyes. Who is that? Zeke asked. He goes by the name of Matthew Hayes, the commander explained. He was arrested today for assault and helping your possible successor Colt Grice. That should be a minor thing, right? Zeke questioned, so why bring in a high-ranking official to interrogate him? He's not a Marley citizen, the commander answered, and after that incident with the Tiber family yesterday, we can't take any chances. They should be coming to headquarters today, correct? Zeke recalled, earning a nod from the commander. We should just throw him in jail, the commander hissed. Zeke looked back at the man named Matthew and saw that he was unaffected by Magath's shouting at him. The doors and windows were closed, so he could only make out partial words to what Magath was saying. You are in a shit ton of trouble if you don't tell us who you are. Magath shouted. I already told you my name, and I don't have a reason to fight in a stupid war, Matthew retorted. Then what's to stop us from assuming you're an Eldian and sending you to Paradise? Magath threatened. If you think saying I'm an Eldian is going to scare me, then you got another thing coming. Matthew shot back, let's do a blood test right now, or how about a fucking spinal fluid injected in the back of my neck? I'm 100% sure I won't turn into a Titan. You seem perfectly confident about it, Magath remarked. Because I'm not a fucking Eldian, you son of a bitch. Matthew shouted. Watch your tone. Magath warned, I am a commanding officer. Oh yeah, Matthew began in a sarcastic tone, being strapped to a chair makes me want to respect the hell out of you. I'd bow for you, your majesty, but I can't exactly do it while sitting. Zeke watched Magath growl before warning Matthew of something before walking out of the interrogation room and slamming the door shut. Commander Magath, Zeke saluted, I've never seen you this frustrated before. Basic means of interrogation are not going to work, Magath hissed. Are you sure? Zeke asked. Do you not see the scars on his face? Magath retorted, he's been through torture before. It's going to be ineffective. What do you suggest we do? Zeke asked. You are going to go in and interrogate him, Magath declared, and he pushed some papers to his chest. Me? Zeke questioned. If he is an Eldian, maybe talking to a like mind might get him to talk, Magath proclaimed. Okay, but shouldn't we plan for this? Zeke asked. We have other important matters, the commander said, now go. Zeke almost let out a small sigh of irritation. Bouledin held his tongue before opening the door and entering the room. He could see Matthew tapping his foot in irritation before turning his attention to Zeke. So what are you? Matthew began, good cop. Probably, Zeke admitted, look, we're on a time crunch right now, what with our war going on in the moment, and the possible threat of the Metal Titans on Paradise. Could you just please tell us what we need to know about you? This is an interrogation, and you're barely putting in any effort, Matthew deadpanned, and your commander seems to be really lazy, sending an Eldian to interrogate me. You seem to be fond of protecting Eldians, Zeke retorted. They were kids, Matthew retorted, and Marley's been beating it in their skulls that they will be free if they fight for them, because the actual Merlians are too scared to fight their own battles. That's a very unpopular opinion, Zeke remarked. This man, for some reason he sounded familiar. And those eyes, where had he seen them before? Does it look like I care? Matthew demanded, I'm a traveler. I come and go whenever I want, and I don't want to be kept here any longer. Zeke gasped when Matthew pulled the rope that tied him loose and threw it to the ground. Magath and the other commander rushed in while Matthew crossed his arms. And I also want my bag too, Matthew added. Willie walked down the halls of headquarters, trying to find a man called Magath. He didn't necessarily do that yesterday because of the incident that happened on the train. He wanted to make sure his family was safe before they made any moves to headquarters. Willie stopped in his tracks. He heard multiple voices shouting at each other. He found himself in front of an interrogation room and opened the door out of curiosity. He gasped when he saw Magath and another commander yelling at a familiar face while Zeke was trying to stop them from killing each other. Willie ran into the room, causing the others to stop fighting. Matthew looked genuinely surprised to see him while Magath and the other grew worried. Sir Tiber! The other commander exclaimed in surprise. Sir, please stand back, Zeke pleaded, but Willie didn't listen as he looked at Matthew with joy. He ran up to him and hugged him, causing Matthew to stiffen and everyone else to stare in shock. Matthew, it's good to see you! Willie exclaimed with joy. Willie, I didn't expect to see you again, Matthew admitted in a strained voice, could you let go? I don't really like hugs. Oh, sorry, Willie apologized as he let Matthew go. What are you doing here? I'm in some trouble with the law, Matthew said before giving a small chuckle. I think I need that favor you said you'd give me. Of course. Willie agreed as he patted the man on the shoulder before turning to Magath. I wish you would pardon this man of his crimes. Excuse you. Magath exclaimed. He helped out an Eldian, and assaulted a Marleyan citizen. That's against the law. We can only suspect he's an Eldian because of his actions. This man saved my life and my family, Willie retorted. Huh? Magath questioned in surprise. My train was infiltrated by terrorists from the enemy nation who wanted the Warhammer Titan and the end of the Tiber family, he explained. This man saved the lives of my family and the lives of the people on the train. That was you? The other commander questioned in surprise. I was on the same train, Matthew explained. It was more of a right place, right time scenario. Some coincidence, Zeke thought. How were you able to stop them? Magath asked. I've been traveling ever since I was a teenager, Matthew explained. I've had different people teach me how to fight. I've been through a lot, so I needs ways to defend myself. Sir Tiber, this man still broke the law. It would be wrong of me to not punish him, Magath retorted. But should he be sent to jail? Willie asked. Matthew just has a good heart, and it is rare to find someone like that. How good are you in your fighting styles? Magath asked. I'd say I'm decent,
Matthew answered. Then here's what's going to happen, Magath began, we will let you go on pardon on the condition that you help train Eldian soldiers, since you seem to have such a soft spot for them. I'm sorry, what? Matthew hissed. If you're as good as you say you are, and if you managed to save the Tiber family, then you could be useful to us, Magath proclaimed, we are going to be at war, and you will serve the Marley Empire until that war is over. Then you can leave and never come back. What if I say no? Matthew asked. Then you can rot in a jail cell until the war is over, Magath answered, on the plus side, you'll get free housing and meals. This is your only offer. Zeke noticed that Matthew looked ready to kill Magath, but the newcomer inhaled to calm his nerves and let out a sigh. Fine. Then we are in agreement, Matthew Hayes, Magath declared before turning to Zeke, you will be responsible for catching up to speed on Marley military protocol. Yes sir, Zeke saluted before Magath walked out of the interrogation room. I'm sorry, Willie apologized, I'm only a neutral nobleman. I don't have complete control over the military. It's fine, Matthew said, it was either that or jail. If you didn't show up I would have been in hotter water. I'll still try to find a way to get you out of this bind, Willie declared, it's the least I could do. Sir, please come this way, the other commander requested. Commander Calvi wishes to discuss with you some important matters. Willie waved Matthew goodbye before exiting the room, leaving Zeke alone with the man. Zeke turned to him to see that the man was still agitated but calmer than earlier. May I get my bag back? Matthew asked, in a rather unnatural polite tone. Sure, this way, Zeke gestures as they walked out of the room. Aaron and Optimus balanced the gate on the outside of Wall Maria as the chains were hooked together with the new crank on the inside. They slowly let go of it together before watching it slowly open. It almost reached the height to fully open, but the mechanism stopped and the gate came down. Optimus and Aaron managed to catch the gate before it caused any more damage before setting down gently. Damn it! Hanji shouted from inside the walled town. Should we try reworking the metal again, Commander? An engineer asked. Our best option, Hanji answered, even with Optimus and Aaron, it looked like it's going to take the entire day. Aaron, are you alright? Optimus asked. Aaron nodded his head and gave a thumbs up to him. Optimus placed a hand on his shoulder. If you are tired, then take a break, Optimus advised. Aaron nodded before turning his attention back to the wall. He could do this. Zeke opened the door to his office and stepped inside, followed by Matthew before he closed the door. I didn't think Eldians had this kind of position, Matthew remarked, you have your own office. I've displayed intense loyalty to the Marley Empire by selling out my parents for trying to overthrow Marley, Zeke explained as he sat down at his desk before opening his drawer to pull out some papers. Besides that, you will have to fill out documents providing your information so you can be an official Marley soldier. Matthew huffed in response as he put his bag on the chair. I'm not a soldier, I'm a prisoner. Once Willie finds a loophole, I'm leaving this place. I'm sure you will, Zeke merely responded as he glanced up at Matthew. Where had he seen him before? But you must be really desperate to get help from a homeless man, Matthew admitted as he pulled out a dictionary from his bag. Suppose Marley is rather desperate after the failure of the Paradise mission, Zeke admitted, now we're in a war that may prove difficult to win. That war doesn't seem to be that big of a concern, Matthew said, I heard that there were 2 titans on the island strong enough to defeat the warriors. That's all anyone's been talking about, Zeke huffed in response. And he still had no connection to the island. Guess a titan that can rip out the heart of the armored titan would be more dangerous than the titans threatening to destroy the planet, Matthew admitted. Zeke nearly dropped the papers in his hand before taking a quick glance at the man. Planet? No one here says planet. What does that even mean? The only one he ever heard say planet was. Not even a week on this backwards planet and something is trying to kill me. Motherfucker. Zeke nearly cursed. How did he not see this before? The red eyes. The fucking outfit color scheme. Reiner even said Optimus Prime had a human form. The Flying Titan infiltrated Marley military, and they played right in his hands. Paradise was really desperate to send a Titan to gain intel. I suppose, Zeke remarked as he opened his drawer, revealing a gun in his drawers.
So how long will this process take? Matthew asked.
Maybe for a week, Zeke answered as he grabbed the gun, if you can provide the right information.
That's enough time to get what I need, Matthew proclaimed, hopefully I'll leave this place a lot sooner.
A good heart, huh?
Zeke began. Before Matthew had time to react, Zeke aimed the gun straight at the back of his head. Matthew saw this and slowly set the book down before standing up with his back facing him.
What are you doing?
Matthew demanded as he raised his hands. You kill me and Marley might kill you.
You're an Eldian and I'm not.
You're right, Zeke agreed, but you're not even human.
Have you gone insane?
Matthew exclaimed.
No one here says planet, Zeke proclaimed, that word is not in our vocabulary.
That's an advanced term.
Something you and your world would have coined over time.
What the hell are you trying to say? Matthew demanded. I've traveled around the world.
What other world are you talking about?
I also can't forget those eyes. Zeke added, those are the same eyes that I saw long ago on the island when I tried to attack you.
You're the Flying Titan.
Silence filled the room as Matthew remained quiet.
Zeke gripped the gun tighter as Matthew began to darkly chuckle.
The man's back straightened and he put his hands down before glancing at Zeke with a sinister smile.
Advanced vocabulary gave me away, Matthew remarked as he showed his fangs to Zeke, switching to a more natural voice. I worked hard to change my dialect and vernacular so I wouldn't get caught. Seems that idea hasn't worked out at all.
Zeke almost took a step back as Matthew turned around, unfazed by the gun. Although there is one error in your grand design.
And what's that?
Zeke demanded.
I told you that the next time we meet and you attacked me like you did, I would not be so merciful, Matthew declared with a smile.
Zeke took a second to process the words before glancing at the gun in his hands. Before he could curse himself for his foolishness, Matthew covered his mouth and took the gun from his hands. Zeke grunted as Matthew pinned him to the ground and aimed the gun at his head.
I've always wondered if you creatures would be able to regenerate if I shot a vital organ, Matthew taunted. Let's find out, shall we?
Zeke began shaking as the gun was directed to his eye. This is the first time in a long time that he felt genuine fear. He hadn't felt like this ever since he fought Optimus Prime. Now he was going to die because of his own idiocy. Zeke shut his eyes and prepared for the inevitable, but he stopped shaking as he felt the Titan let go of his mouth and stand up. He placed the gun on the table before looking down at Zeke. Although that wouldn't be as much fun, Matthew declared. Zeke scrambled to his feet and thought about getting the gun again, but decided to reconsider it. Berthold, Annie, and Reiner were very vocal about this Titan's threat level. He would be able to stand a chance on his own. But, if he played his cards right, he might finally have a connection to the island.
What the hell are you doing here?
Zeke demanded.
Reconnaissance, Matthew answered. I've been asked to relay information back to the island.
So you've aligned yourself with the island devils? Zeke concluded. Why?
Matthew laughed.
Trust me. All you humans are the same. And if it were any other scenario, I would have slaughtered you all. There's a little bit of incentive for aligning myself with the island. You defeated our most powerful weapons and kidnapped the Jaws Titan, Zeke added. Why haven't you killed us sooner?
It would be easy, Matthew admitted. I just have to figure out your military command and protocol. Once I do that, I could just kill the commanders and the creatures, pin it on the country you're at war with, and watch you destroy each other for crimes neither committed.
Zeke backed away as the Titan leaned in and smirked. But that would bring more complications than it's worth. Of course, killing the current Titan shifters would cause your country to be in a frenzy, trying to scramble which human in the internment zones around the world possess the power. Marley losing its weapons would ensure their defeat, but the other countries would have the power and might cooperate to destroy the island. I know Marley has relied too heavily on the Titan power, but the other countries have become technologically advanced. They have that along with the Titan power, they would have a definite advantage. We would have more enemies to deal with.
But the whole world hates Eldians, Zeke reminded.
But Marley was the one who attacked first, Matthew declared. One attacks, the other retaliates. It's better to deal with the one who attack first than aggravating other countries. Marley is the nation that is essentially protecting Eldians, Zeke said. Because the Eldians are nothing more than a commodity, Matthew declared, as he walked over to the globe on the shelf, and spun it. Less than humans, abominations, demons who have no right to exist because they condemned the world. Once Marley gets their hands on the founding Titan, they have no use of Eldians anymore. It doesn't matter if they serve in the military or not. They'll all be wiped out or turned into Titans once the power is used properly. I would have done something like that. Zeke tensed as Matthew turned to him. But you, Zeke Yeager, a child of royal blood, chose not to say a word about your lineage. So I chose not to say anything, Zeke stated. Why would that mean anything? Because if you were truly loyal to the Marley cause, you would have willingly told them you are a Fritz, Matthew answered. You would have willingly given them more royal children to use at their disposal. Either you wish to keep your secret private, or you are planning something else. Zeke stares at the Titan before letting out a small laugh. You're good. Reiner and Annie were right to say you're good at mind games. I didn't even tell you my name and somehow you managed to figure out who I am. Let's just say I'm a very observant. So then, what is it you are truly after? Matthew asked as he sat back down on the couch. I wish for the freedom of the Eldian people, Zeke answered. I am the last of the Eldia restorationists. Zeke noticed that the Titan was startled by his proclamation. You sold out your creator, Matthew began, yet you are choosing to continue his work. Know that I do hate your creator and I don't think highly of him at all. I don't blame you, Zeke admitted. My father was foolish in his endeavor. He wanted Eldia to rule over everyone else once more. That would only continue this never-ending cycle of suffering. I wish to free Eldia from the binds of war and suffering. So that no nation will treat them as less than, but instead as equals. If that is true, why did you sell out your creators? Matthew asked, why do you continue to make your people suffering by turning them into monsters and pinning them against one another? I had to gain Marley's complete trust, and when I was a boy they were on to my parents about their group. Zeke explained as he stared out the window. If I didn't say anything, the members of the group and the relatives of said members would have been sent to Paradise. Me, my grandparents, innocent Eldians who knew nothing of the group's existence. I had to say something or else more people would have suffered. I had to stain my hands with the blood of the people I was trying to protect. What makes you so sure that I can trust you? Matthew asked. Zeke turned back to Matthew. You don't, but you have connections to Paradise, and I have connections to Marley military. I believe we could be of use to one another. Is that so? Matthew asked as Zeke sat down on the other couch facing him, and what would that use be? In order for the plan to truly succeed, we need the powers of the coordinate, Zeke explained. A power that is practically useless at this point, Matthew remarked. Because the current holder isn't of royal blood, so they can't activate it at will, but I believe that power will only work if a person of royal blood makes contact with the person that has the powers of the coordinate. Zeke continued. So you wish to make contact with the current holder of the coordinate, Matthew concluded, and what exactly would you be providing? Military aid, Zeke answered. Currently all missions to Paradise have ceased because of you and Optimus Prime. If I can convince the commanders, I can send ships to the island with followers of mine that would be willing to aid the island. Zeke didn't see any emotion from Matthew. What makes me so certain that I can trust you? Matthew asked. According to the island, you turned humans into Titans. What's to stop you from doing the exact same thing? Nothing, Zeke answered. You don't have to trust me, but we're currently in a position where one can benefit from the other. Zeke waited in anticipation as Matthew began to make up his mind. He tensed when the Titan looked him in the eye. I have a task for you then, Matthew began. A task? Zeke stuttered. I currently have no reason to even consider trusting you, Matthew declared, or at the very least be on mutual terms. So let's see if you're willing to create the alliance. Zeke stared in awe as Matthew's arm turned into that of his Titan form. This form is not a real human form, Matthew explained as he flexed his claws. It is composed of light and matter to create a solid being. It cannot consume food or water, and has no internal organs. It can only last for 24 hours before it experiences complications. Matthew changed the arm back to the human hand that Zeke saw. If you can find ways to falsify information for me and protect my identity within the next week,
I'll take into consideration whatever proposal you have to the island. What if I decide to say no? Zeke asked.
Matthew thought it over. Threatening you with death would be pointless, but if you choose to say no and don't expose me, I'll leave you to your own devices and find my own way around the military.
However,
Zeke tensed and leaned back as Matthew stood up and walked over to him before leaning forward and staring him dead in the eye.
If you do anything to expose my existence to Marley, I'll expose you and your crimes, Matthew declared. Just because you're considered one of Marley's most prized possessions doesn't mean for a moment that they wouldn't execute you. I'll kill your commanders, I'll kill your warriors, I'll kill your grandparents. I'll destroy the entirety of Liberio and make you watch before I torture you in the most brutal ways possible, making you wish you would die sooner. Then I will finally grant you death by feeding you to a Titan. You would really risk the safety of the island just to destroy us, Zeke said.
Like I said, there's an incentive, Matthew stated, but as long as I kill the right humans, Marley's military would be too disorganized to come up with a solution to counteract other countries that are out to kill you. Marley would be in ruin, and other countries would be too distracted to become the dominant power that a surprise attack from Paradis would be easier to achieve. If you don't believe I'm capable, just ask Lionheart.
Who are you?
Zeke asked. Someone who's willing to play the role of the monster and has paid the price for it, Matthew answered. Zeke could only watch as Matthew stood up fully and straightened himself out. I will have to return to Paradis to inform them of the situation, Matthew informed. You have a week, so you better get started. Zeke watched in shock as Matthew disappeared from his sights in a cloud of sparks. Zeke then rushed to his phone and quickly dialed Yelena before placing it against his ear. He tapped his fingers impatiently on the table until she picked up.
Sir, this is a bad time, Yelena informed. I'm in the middle of an interrogation with someone who's been onto our group for weeks.
Kill him, it doesn't matter, Zeke declared before whispering. The Flying Titan is here in Marley and has infiltrated the military. I need you to get a blood sample of someone and an Eldian doctor disguised as a Marley to create a fake ID for him. Zeke heard a gunshot on the other end of the line. The blood sample has been taken care of. This man was homeless anyway. How much time do you have to fabricate his identity?
A week, Zeke answered.
I can do it in 2 days.
Maybe less, Yelena reassured.
I'm counting on you, Zeke declared. Optimus and Eren watched as the new gate for Shiganshina rose up fully before slowly coming back down without any complications. Optimus sighed with relief while everyone else cheered. Eren then pulled himself out of his Titan form and took deep breaths before Optimus was able to pull him out of the Titan form entirely and placed him on his shoulder. You did well today, Optimus said to Eren. Eren laughed. Guess I was able to keep up. Your training will continue tomorrow as planned, Optimus informed. The commander will conduct experiments another time. Optimus. Eren. Hanji called out as she ran up to the two. You two did great. Before Eren could respond, everyone heard a familiar jet noise and looked up to see Megatron flying in before transforming and landing on the ground in front of Optimus. What happened? Optimus demanded. There's been a complication, Megatron answered. You got caught. Hanji screamed at Megatron's hollow form in the council room back in Sina. I specifically told you this was a bad idea, Megatron reminded. Cut the shit. Hanji ordered. Hanji grunted as Megatron grabbed her face and forced her to look him in the eye. Watch your tone, Megatron warned. What exactly gave you away? Historia asked. I thought you said you were good at deception. Apparently the word planet doesn't exist in Marley, Megatron informed, and when I first arrived on this backwards planet, I said that word to the Beast Titan before I fought the Colossal and Armored Titan. So how long do we have until Marley comes back on our shores? Historia asked. Megatron sighed as he let go of Hanji's face. That's where the complication lies. How complicated? Optimus asked. The Beast Titan says he wishes to help the island, Megatron explained, and that he betrayed his creator on purpose to gain Marley's complete trust. Huh? Eren exclaimed. Why would he want to align himself with us? Hanji demanded. Apparently he says he wishes to free Eldia from war instead of putting them back as the dominant power like his creator was planning on doing, Megatron explained. But what he did to the Ragako village?
Eren exclaimed, Connie's parents dash. Megatron, are you sure Zeke Yeager is telling you the truth? Optimus asked. I believe no, Megatron answered, but I did give him a task. If he could fabricate my identity, I would take his proposal into consideration. If he tried to sabotage me, I'd destroy Liberio. Real fucking subtle, Levi remarked. Marley is at war right now, Megatron explained. I could just set it up to look like the enemy nation attacked them. It's not the first time I've done it before. What did Zeke offer in return? Optimus asked. Military aid, and a way to send Marley ships to the island, Megatron explained. He did say he wished to meet with the current holder of the Founding Titan. Me? Eren questioned. Why? Levi demanded. He says that there may be a way to activate the powers of the Founding Titan, Megatron answered. Everyone was silent for a moment until Historia spoke up. Are you sure about this? I'm taking this information lightly, Megatron informed. If he can prove he wishes to protect my identity, then we will talk. Hanji took a deep breath before coming up with a decision. Here's what we're going to do, Megatron, you need to stay in Liberio until you can get the full trust of Marley military. You can't keep coming back here without reason. They might suspect you. As for Zeke's proposal, we'll think about it until you can be sure we can trust him. Once we do, we can bring up the plan to the rest of the military and come to a decision. The next day, Zeke jolted awake when he heard a knock on the door. He rubbed his eyes as he got up from his desk and walked over to said door. He opened it and nearly gulped when he saw Commander Magath at his door. We're going to have a meeting today with Willy and his family regarding the latest discovery in advancing Titan power, Magath informed. You will supervise the trainee instructors today. Of course, sir, Zeke saluted. Magath looked inside to see the Flying Titan's bag on the couch. Where is Matthew Hayes? He was just taking a look around in my new prison cell, Matthew remarked as he walked up to the two of them. You're not allowed to do that, Magath warned. But I'm allowed to train the warriors. Matthew shot back. You better watch your step. Just because you have Willy Tiber's support doesn't mean you should be trusted for even a moment, Magath proclaimed. One misstep, and you'll be rotting in jail for the rest of your life. Zeke and Matthew watched Matthew walk away from the both of them. When he was out of their line of sight, Matthew chuckled darkly. I am going to make every day feel like a nightmare for him, Matthew proclaimed in his normal voice. Where were you? Zeke demanded. We could have gotten in trouble. I told you I had to return to Paradise, Matthew reminded as he walked into his office and shut the door, but for now, I'll remain here until I can trust you to an extent. What did the Islanders say? Zeke asked. They're currently indecisive, Matthew answered. You turned their people into Titans. That's not something one forgets so easily. When will they come to a decision? Zeke demanded. When I can fully trust you, Matthew answered. The door to the office opened and a tall woman with short, blonde hair, wearing Marley uniform stepped inside with papers in her hand. Sorry I'm so late with the document you asked for Matthew Hayes, she apologized. I had to get everyone else to pitch in and apply an incentive on a few people. Thank you, Yelena, Zeke said. Yelena walked up to Zeke and handed him the papers. She then glanced up at Matthew, and the man noticed a hint of excitement in her eyes. Are you the one everyone's been making a fuss about? She asked. Are you one of the Metal Titans? Matthew glared at Zeke. That trust is starting to waver extremely thin. This is Yelena, one of my followers. I had to tell her so she could forge the documents in time, Zeke informed. She manages to do it sooner than I expected. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul, Yelena reassured, but it is an honor to meet a god such as yourself. I am not a god, Matthew declared. Yelena merely smiled. A titan that can fly sounds pretty godlike to me. Yelena walked out of the room and closed the door behind her. How much of a fanatic is she? Matthew demanded. We'll discuss it later, Zeke said. Just read these documents and before we head them over to Magath. You need to have a backstory to prove you're human. Matthew snatches the papers from his hands before he began to read through it. Zeke merely sighed to himself. Things might have gotten more complicated than it needed to be. Later.
Magath scanned through the papers provided before looking up at Matthew. The man seemed completely unamused and irritated at this entire prospect. Meanwhile, Zeke was trying his best not to look nervous. Magath closed the files and stood up. Seems you do check out after all. And you're not an Eldian. Welcome to our military. I want to be out of here soon, Matthew hissed. You'll be able to leave once this war is over, Magath reminded. For now, you start training our soldiers and going over proper military protocol. Magath walked over to the cabinet shelf and opened it to grab a spare uniform. He handed it to Matthew, who eyed it in suspicion. You have to wear this at all times, Magath ordered. Matthew begrudgingly took the uniform and held it. He then left the room, leaving Zeke alone with Magath. Make sure to keep tabs on him, Magath ordered. Zeke saluted him before walking out of his office. He saw Matthew waiting for him before the two walked back to his own office. This is completely idiotic, Matthew hissed in his regular voice. I had to go through a lot of hoops to make sure your identity was fabricated, Zeke explained. You did manage to look at it right. I have it memorized, Matthew declared, the rest I have to make up on my own. But you're fabricating your entire identity, Zeke retorted, you're not even human. A good lie holds some truth to it, Matthew proclaimed, which is why I don't trust you, and the claim that you wish to help the island out of the goodness of your spark. Zeke sighed in defeat. Guess I wasted my time then. I will still take your suggestions, Matthew proclaimed, we're still in a good position to do so. And the fact that you protected my identity means at the very least you won't reveal my true nature. Even if I revealed your identity, we'd have no way to stop you, Zeke retorted. We both know that's a lie, Matthew proclaimed. How is Lionheart? Currently undergoing experiments regarding the energon in her systems, along with Berthold Hoover, Zeke answered. How do you intend to hide your identity from them? They might be able to recognize you. Yelena believed it was you because I told her you were here. But you've actually interacted with the other Titans shifters. What do you intend to do? Before Matthew spoke, someone bumped into him by accident. Zeke grew tense when he realized that Matthew bumped into Reiner. Reiner, I thought you were with Pike going over strategies, Zeke began. We finished, Reiner explained as he adjusted the papers in his hands. She asked if I give it to Magath since she's still been having trouble walking. Reiner turned his attention to Matthew and grew hesitant when he saw he didn't have the Eldian armband. Sorry about bumping into you. It's fine, Matthew said in his other dialect, you're in war. You have more things to worry about. Oh, Reiner stammered in surprise, I thought that I would call you a devil. Matthew cut off, like I have to be angry over an accident. Sorry, sir, Reiner apologized. Just call me Matthew, he said as he held out his hand. And nice to meet you, Reiner said as he shook his hand. I have to go and give these to Magath. Zeke saw Reiner walk off, clearly still surprised by the interaction before turning to Matthew, who smiled devilishly at him. He didn't even recognize you, Zeke remarked in surprise. How? Clearly you have a tendency of underestimating me, Matthew declared as he waved him off. All that was a mix of deception and presentation. Zeke opened the door to his office and the two stepped in before he closed the door. But you treated Eldians with kindness. People will spit on you and call you an Eldian sympathizer. That's hardly the worst insult I've been told, Matthew retorted as he unfolded the uniform and laid it out on the couch. Zeke noticed Matthew analyzing the material before the entire clothing on his body shifted into that of the Marley uniform. How did you dash? A setting an old friend of mine gave to me, Matthew explained. Since you humans change clothes, he decided I put in a default setting that allowed me to do so. I never thought that I would be grateful for Soundwave's insistency of having this pathetic form. Which brings me to something else. What is your real name? Zeke asked. What makes you so sure that I have a different name? Matthew retorted. Just now, you said Soundwave as a reference to someone you knew, Zeke explained, and the Metal Titan's name is Optimus Prime. I doubt that such a common name like Matthew would be your real name. And you think I would ever tell you my real name? Matthew retorted. It would make things easier, Zeke admitted. I have no reason to tell you, Matthew declared as he folded the clothes and put them on an open space on Zeke's bookshelf. Like I said, I don't trust you. I fabricated your identity, Zeke reminded.
Because I gave you an ultimatum, Matthew shot back.
Zeke didn't say anything.
This was going to be harder than he thought.
Then I guess for now, we can go and see the soldiers you will be training, Zeke proclaimed.
Then lead the way, Matthew said as he gestured to the door.
Commander Calvi saw Willie Tiber walking into the war room with Commander Magath behind him before shaking his hand. Every other commander stood up and greeted him with respect.
Sorry for being so late, Willie said. I had to make sure that my family was in a safe location before I did anything else. I also have to do background checks on all of my guards.
Of course, Commander Calvi nodded. After this meeting, you can take the time you need.
What is this meeting for? Willie asked.
We understand you are a neutral party, and do not get involved in any affairs, Commander Calvi began. However, there is a threat growing on Paradise Island, costing us the success of retrieving the Founding Titan and the loss of the Jaws Titans.
Yes, Willie said, I've heard many stories about the two Metal Titans and that they come from the stars.
Such a power threatens us at this very moment, Calvi continued, and we need as much help as possible to defeat this threat. I am calling upon you and your family to help save the world once more.
There are many clause and peace treaties we would have to go through, Willie reminded, but how do you intend to fight these Titans?
That idea is currently underway, Calvi explained. We need to make sure the solution is safe for the Warhammer Titan.
Annie screamed in pain as her arm quickly regenerated.
She saw the scientist make a note of her newfound healing abilities against stronger metals found on their world. She didn't know how much more she could take of this. It was too fucking painful. But she had to do it. She had to do it in order to save Berthold's life, or what's left of it. Check the description for the links to the author.